All right. Hello, Lemons. How you doing, man? How's it going?
Great. Can't wait for this game to get started.
Yeah, pretty much. Tell us about yourself, man. Like, give us a brief description.
Well, I have been a league player for about 7 years. I'm currently in Platinum 4, and I'm a AD carry main. What about yourself?
Oh my God, that's actually pretty good. Well, I've been playing League for like about 3 years right now. I peak plat 4, and I am a jungle main, actually. Yeah,
Oh, a
I've been
jungle main.
I've actually been spamming that Master Yi for almost my whole life. So I don't know,
Hmm.
man. I don't know what I have to say about that. But I will say there are a lot of good games going on today. 5 groups, 25 teams in total, but only one team, I guess, will get to bag that sweet 5,000 RP. We do have some extra prizes, but that's for later. I guess I'm quite curious. Like what kind of champs are we gonna be seeing today? Like I'm pretty curious about that. What you think, man?
I don't know about jungle since you're a jungle main, but for AD carry, probably for this game we might see Kog'Maw. Ezreal might get prioritized because of Divine Thunderer. The item is broken.
So true, man. I mean, it was nerfed, right? But I don't think it had quite an impact on Ezreal so
I
far. I
mean,
think Ezreal and Samira are pretty cracked up right now. So,
I think Ezreal might still not be as strong as before. Like it might need a
hmm,
little more items to power spike, but yep, it's
I
still
see. Yeah,
almost as powerful.
I think it's still a safe pick compared to like most of the champions out there. Of course, Lulu and Kog'Maw are like an absolute joke when it comes to a whole lot of damage and like survival. And of course, that Kog'Maw passive just messes up everything. Majority of the fights I've noticed, but I still think like in case of Ezreal, like he is such a safe pick, and throughout the late game, like as long as he like focuses on scaling, I think he'll always have that really decent damage and survivability. So
Yep.
as much as that goes, I'm pretty curious if we will be seeing a Silas today. With that Everfrost, like that 200 gold, like coming down, from like 3,400 to 3,200. I'm pretty sure this is gonna get spammed pretty hard, in my opinion.
Honestly, I think Silas might not be prioritized because it's very easy to counter pick into it. So I'm pretty sure that
Uh,
will be like a large rotation pick or something. It has to.
hmm,
It's a conditional champion. What about the
understandable.
jungle?
Yeah.
You have any jungle insights on what we're gonna see?
Hmm. I mean, I think right now, like as much as Lee Sin is nerfed, it's still a decent pick, like in case of skirmishing and like from mid to late game. But of course, I think that E damage nerf is gonna factor in that late game because he was already a little bit, like he was falling off always late game. But with that E getting nerfed, I don't know about that much. But I'm pretty sure the Zin's out. I'm pretty sure we will be still seeing the Zin's out. I think he is
Yep.
still a strong pick into majority of the junglers out there. Like he pretty much shreds even with the late game fights. With that AOE ult. I think it's gonna go pretty well, at
Yep.
least for the Zinzao. There are of course some other picks, for example, Kha'Zix and well, Fiddlesticks, and not to mention the Karthus scaling, but I don't know if we'll see much of that considering like specific champions right now are like just so high up there. I don't know how much of those kinds we will see, but I guess we'll find out, today.
Yeah. True. Mm.
All
We
right,
might
it
see
seems
the
like
Viego though.
oh
That'll be
yeah,
interesting.
definitely. Oh my God, the Viego buff with that E, is that correct? Ah, man,
Mm,
like I think I remember like he got this really nice buff with his E, like it really pushes him really nicely in the jungle. And I think it's definitely an S tier material. He was already so good in the mid lane, but as far as that goes, I still think there is like a Zed or Yasuo always in threat, but I'm not too sure like how much we'll be seeing that, in games like these. I guess
probably not
depending.
in this game.
Yeah,
Probably
probably
not in
not.
this game.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
the
probably see a
players
Voliant.
are mhm. the
I'll probably
players
see a
are
Voliant.
readying up
Yep.
right now, and like we're almost done here, and pretty much we'll get into how exactly the games are gonna go. I'm so curious of the champ select. Really, like,
That's gonna be interesting. The draft is gonna be
yeah.
interesting.
I wonder if they're gonna go for that funky pick on that Tom Kent. With that Tom Kent rework. I don't know, man. It's
The Tamcash rework and the Mundo rework. This is gonna be an interesting
ah,
game.
it definitely will, man. It definitely will. I will be honest. Like Mundo, I will say his early game was fairly weak, but like when it came to like the late game scaling, I don't think like most top lane champions can really keep up if Mundo can just like play it well so far. Because if I noticed correctly, like he was fairly squishy early, really squishy, and there are like some specific champions that just bypasses his passive, pretty much because his passive is basically stun or like a CC cancel. Is that correct?
Yep.
So like I think some champions like that have like focusing on more damage potential. I don't know like how that's gonna factor in with that champion, but we'll find out pretty much.
Yep, we will find out. I mean, this Mundo is not a pro player, so who knows what can happen here.
Yeah, so true, man. All right. So four
Alright.
fun gamers versus SJY. Interesting. It's the first game of the day. I hope everyone's like, taking a good seat, chilling, grab yourself a drink, please, and do enjoy the show. Like this will go on for quite a while. So like, let's all have a good time. It seems both teams are ready.
We're prepping for Champ Select.
Hmm.
It's about to be ready soon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hmm.
Oh man. So, what you think about a Kindred or like a Diana jungle right now?
Honestly, they are good, but they're hard to execute. Cause if the enemy pick priority lanes, they can just easily invade the jungle and they just get punished very hard. Cause Kindred and Diana early is just
Oh, very true. Very
very
true.
bad compared to other early skirmishing junglers like Lee Sin, Volibear, Rumble.
Indeed. That's very true. I mean, is Volibear Divine Sunder still viable? But I have heard like it was fairly broken or like fairly troublesome. Like,
Well, the nerf won't affect him because the nerfs only affect range champions, so it might still be
so true.
broken.
Yeah, yeah, it has to be. But I was looking into the Prowler's Claw, and that nerf really kind of set me back. 60 to 90 seconds with lethality reduction to 18 out of 21. And you can't dash to minions either, man. Like, I don't know about that one. That's like, I feel like that like takes back quite a few champions, you know?
Yep, lethality various.
Oh, so true. I am gonna miss that though. I will definitely miss lethality first, in my opinion. But of course, let's not forget the Stridebreaker change. What do you think about the Stridebreaker change, man? What do you think about it? Honestly,
Honestly,
people had a lot of mixed opinions. What do you think about that?
I just played an ARAM game on the set.
Mhm.
It felt weird. The dash wasn't as long as before.
I mean,
And
no,
I couldn't dash as
I
far.
mean, right now there is no dash, right? There's no longer a dash, and now, but the thing is, you can cast it while you're moving, right? That's the thing. And the cooldown reduced from 20 seconds to 15 seconds, but the fact that the slow from decaying from 40% over 2 seconds to 90% to 40% over 3 seconds, man. I don't know. I think that's a huge like that makes like such a good difference. Like 90 seconds is basically like just breaking somebody's legs straight up. That's just how it feels like. Like it's that much of slow. And I still remember like when the Kha'Zix's W slow. Remember was that not 90%? That was 90%, right? Still 90%.
Was it Kha'Zix or was it Nasus? I don't know.
I
I
think
don't
it
know.
was
I don't
Kha'Zix,
remember.
didn't Kha'Zix's I think upgraded W get
I
to
don't know.
like okay, I'm not quite sure about that. But Nasus on the other hand, with that was that item that Emma something chains or something. I remember that item. You can choose a nemesis, is that correct? And then over the duration, the nemesis will uh be dealing 30% less damage to you, pretty much.
I don't
And
remember.
after it's completely like maxed out, the stacks are completely maxed out. The champion, like whenever you're around that champion, they will always have, I believe, 20 less tenacity. I think that's pretty crazy. With Hullbreaker, like Nasus is, I think he's just gonna go crazy. Even with Yorick, I mean Yorick as a champion, who's already a like mastermind that's split pushing. I think Hullbreaker is just the best item for him. You know,
Yep, true.
to be honest. But of course, I can still not put away Divine Sunderer, of how melee champions are like absolutely, you know, smashing with that. I'd say it will be very interesting.
I mean, We shall see. Some picks are no longer viable this patch thanks to changes and reworks. So, for example, Senna Tam Kench, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
because
Very
of
true, yeah.
Tam Kench eat, the safety that it provides. Now, Tam Kench no longer has its eat by level 3, so it might not be the same as before.
So, very true. Very
Yep.
true. I mean, the
Slowly
games
getting
will
to
be
the
like something new. We will definitely see something like different right now. Yes, we are going into the game. Let us see how this goes. I am super excited because there are so many games going on today. You know, who knows who's gonna take it? You know, it's just crazy.
Oh, we just got a QV on our hands, so please hold on. QV is infamous for his toilet break. In case you didn't catch it in case you don't watch pro play, basically this person went to the toilet in a live game in a pro game during the middle of it.
For real.
Yes,
Oh,
it became a very big meme.
oh my god, that
Yes.
is very interesting. I'm longing to watch that right now. Not gonna lie.
The graphic person literally made toilet break as a technical difficulty.
I like that one. I very much like that one.
The worst part is he had to walk through the crowd. It was like
pretty much, yeah.
And they did go on to lose the game, so feels bad.
True. Yeah. Unlucky. But yeah, you know, it's understandable. You know, like within these tournaments, it's very normal for people to have like some technical difficulties, and you know, like it's no reason to rush. You know, just we take it easy, and as much as it is, I'm pretty sure the games are gonna get super heated when it gets started. You know, so I'm pretty sure that's just exciting in itself. You know. But do tell me, what do you think we're gonna be seeing this match here?
This match?
Yeah.
Honestly, due to the Elo, I think we might get to see Kalista prioritization. Because Kalista is actually a very mechanically demanding champion.
Very true, very true. There are some like quite high elo players here, I must say. Yep. And I think it will be definitely factoring in, depending who's like ADC here. But I would be very surprised if I didn't see a Xin Zhao, Volley Bear, or like a Fiddlesticks, you know, something like that. I think I'm very curious about that one.
We might get to see a Gwen.
Yeah,
that would be interesting.
I don't know if Gwen will stay open though. Like Gwen is like so strong right now. I think just one early snowball, it's just I think the game just decides in itself still. But yeah.
Gwen is also a very hard to execute champion, and she has a lot of counter picks. So it might be difficult to blind pick the Gwen.
True, yeah, very true. Okay, here we go. So we are starting the game. Let's see what they do pick. We'll start off with the bans.
Alright, let's see what does blue side ban first. Honestly, I think right now it's probably I'll say they go for a jungle ban. What do you think?
A jungle ban? Interesting. Either oh they went for that Viego straight up. That is very respectable, not gonna lie.
That's one of the power picks gone from the table. Honestly, when you're playing this kind of tournament, red side have to ban all the first pick champions because blue side get first pick. So basically, they are the one usually banning the Viegos and the Goens, not blue side. There goes the Gwen.
Seems like all the good ones are out of the game right now. Like
there goes the family. There goes the family.
Akali.
Oh yeah, we forgot. We totally let Akali see power.
We completely forgot about Akali, yeah. But yeah, that champion is.
This champion is busted, man.
Busted in its own.
If anyone in the chat is like me, AD carry main, you know how it feels to play against that champion.
Oh my god, I know how it feels to play against that champion as a jungle main, and holy hell, I will say it is not enjoyable. And it seems like we got another recent ban on the side. It seems like they're banning like all the good ones out, like pretty much, which is very smart. It's you know, I guess like as long as there ain't any like top tier champions available, you know, there won't be any big trouble.
Oh, like, the Diana ban.
That's interesting. Yeah, that is very interesting.
I mean, Diana could be flex mid and jungle, so maybe that's why they ban it, so that they don't give them the flexibility.
I was very much expecting actually a Tahm Kench ban so far.
I don't think Tahm Kench ban will get through. Honestly, the patch has been out for 2 days. I don't think people are used to the champion yet.
Understandable. Yeah.
Oh, not Ezreal got let through the draft. Oh, they are really not
Yeah, I don't think they're really worried about the bot lane.
They're
Right now,
really
I think they're just. I mean, as for the Nautilus, Nautilus is a really good pick into almost majority of the champions. I'd say he's super tanky. He's almost got perma CC, and I would say like he just scales up really well. You know, with a lot of decent damage.
But
let's
the
see.
Nautilus ban is interesting though.
It is, yeah.
Nautilus ban
great.
Hecarim first pick. That's
Okay.
very interesting. I mean, the Thunderer buff did help Hecarim, and they did buff Hecarim, but I still don't think he can match up with all the top tier junglers though.
Pretty much, yeah. That's exactly what I was wondering. Like, I don't know if he's really around the meta right now. But regardless, you know, you never know. You know, maybe he's very confident with Hecarim. You know, so.
But judging by the Hecarim pick, they might. Blue side might go for a high gauge combo.
Oh, the karma.
I have a feeling. Oh, they banned the Nautilus, so they're probably gonna pick Karma Ezreal. Cause Nautilus is actually quite good into Ezreal. The R is undodgeable.
This will be very complicated for like the blue side, I must say.
Oh, Fiddlesticks.
Oh. Xin Zhao. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Xin Zhao, but into Hecarim. Yeah.
Really?
Really into Hecarim.
Really? Oh yeah, Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense.
Xin Zhao, yeah, it does.
But their picks are actually quite good.
Yeah, it is. It's very good. They really took like one of the nice ones, I'd say. Like Karma and like really top tier. But are you like pretty sure like they're gonna go for the Ezreal, right? I think before like I guess the blue team can steal it, of course.
They have to go for the Ezreal here.
Yeah.
If they don't go for the Ezreal here, it's actually a free bot lane for them. And on top of that, you don't even know where the Karma is going at.
Oh, is it the Lulu?
Oh, they take away the Lulu? It might not be the Lulu Karma. It might be a Lulu flex also. We've seen this happen. The Karma also is a flex to top mid and support, so there's a lot of flexibility going on here. We can't predict where to go.
Yeah, very true.
This is looking to be a very interesting game.
And this definitely will be, you know.
Alright.
I'm really scared for that. Like, I mean, so far, in my opinion, I'd say the red team did take like quite the nice one.
Kaisa?
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, it'll factor in very well, right? Like that's a pretty good shield. Is it like wait? Is it like a fasting Senna?
No. It's most likely a fasting Senna because AD Senna is actually not viable. But Senna. Really?
What are the odds? What are the odds for a top Karma? Is there any odds for that?
Yep. Mid and top Karma is looking likely because Senna is not really very paired well with Karma because it doesn't provide a safety net. So I think blue side might need to bench Thresh here because Thresh is pretty much the only champion that gets Senna to self safety right now, or thanks to the time can rework.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope they do. But regardless, I would say the Senna pick is very interesting. The Senna and the Kaisa pick so far is definitely the interesting one here. But I can't be sure yet, you know, because honestly speaking, that Karma is definitely looking like, you know, a top or mid at this time.
The Lulu can match up very well in the Karma solo lane, so that could reflect elsewhere. But Kaisa he has fallen out of favor already. I wonder why would they prioritize it, especially against Senna. It's not a fun matchup. Senna can easily poke out Kaisa in lane, so it's quite hard for the Senna.
I mean, in my opinion, I think considering the elo, their majority, some of them are like might be going for their main, you know, something that's gonna like, you know, they can probably take it into late game. You know, I think they're gonna play around these champions. And there goes the Silas ban. Well, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Like, I would say he would be a very interesting champion throughout. But compared to like what they have right now as a comp, I don't know, like it'd be the best of bans. But
they ban Renekton and Silas, so they're presuming the Lulu is already support. So that might be a mistake on their part. But who knows? They are just taking precautions. They are higher elo than me, so that's my take on it. Jack is bad, really.
I mean, considering they have Lulu and Kaisa, I think I don't know if the Jax ban was like completely viable because I'm pretty sure they could have outran the Jax like compared to everything they have. I think like late game wise, I think Jax would like.
I think the Jax is actually kind of a weird ban because they have Xin Zhao.
Oh, the set.
Yes.
Would they go for the set though? If they go for the set, I think we can assume it's Karma support.
No, Set can also play support, so we can't presume who is going where until the last pick. A Camille!
Oh, Camille.
Camille is historically very good in the Set and Karma, but...
I think they are assuming a little bit, but at this point, I don't think they have a choice. because comparing to how like I think red team picked beautifully right here because
Yep.
they picked in a way where like you can't like they're playing with the blue team heads right now. Like they're playing with their minds right now.
Yeah, actually, I also don't even know where they're going. Honestly.
Yeah, same here. Honestly, I'm super confused with the Karma Senna and the set at this point.
Tech
So
can go to all 3 lanes. Karma can go to all 3 lanes.
true. I think
Oh
the
no.
the
Oh,
Rise.
a Rise? Okay, that is fine. A Rise is an okay blind pick. Oh!
Okay.
Is it gonna be a Senna support?
Okay, so it probably yeah. I believe it depends. If he's actually gonna go for that, this would probably set up the whole like the lineup how it's going here. I think we can figure it out after this one. I don't think he is though. I think
he hasn't locked it in yet, so you can't
say. Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, okay, it's a Zoe. Okay, so it is a fasting Senna. Alright, so
it is.
Set is most likely going to the top side because I don't think Karma is actually that good against Camille.
Yeah,
Karma
true.
will get smacked by Camille.
But yeah, true.
Okay, so honestly, I like which team draft will you give it? Who do you think won draft it?
In my opinion, I believe that Camille pick was wonderful. I think Camille would really set up the top lane here. I don't know about the Rice pick because the Rice like there's Zoe mid lane, right? And considering they have a Xin Zhao, the Rise really have to like play it. I feel like very safe early game because Xin Zhao like with his challenge, right? With his challenge passive, I think he can like just chase Rise as far as he can. And considering Rise doesn't have an eligible escape except his flash. I don't think that would be as viable as we think it is, but we will definitely find out. But in my opinion, red team definitely are a little bit ahead in draft. In my opinion, what do you think?
I think early game Rise will probably have the shove on Zoe. No, actually no. Rise will probably have the shove on Zoe, which will give jungler main advantage in every scuttle fight. So basically, but Sinja out jungles Hecarim early game, so we will have to see. But during the late game, blue side are definitely more favored because they have a Camille Rise which can side lane with a 1-3-1 comp. So yeah, nobody on red team could actually match them. Zoe can match Rise late game or Camille, and Set pretty much only can match Camille because Rise can just kite him away.
True, yeah. I mean, we will have to find out. Like considering this isn't like absolutely. I mean, so far I am completely stoked with these picks. I mean, I definitely expected the Xin Zhao, but like that Hikarim pick really put me into a lot of questions. Like I didn't expect this at all, so I'm very excited of how this is actually gonna happen.
The Hecarim pick is actually okay. It's not that bad because
I see
the Hecarim pick gives them hard engage, which is a thing that Com really needs because they have a Rise, Camille, Lulu. They don't have hard engage except for the Hecarim R. So if the Hecarim R is down for Dragon fight, Baron fights, they really don't have anything to engage. Like that does Red side. Red side only has Set, but they have a Zoe which can poke from distance, and they have a Senna Karma. So they don't have to engage. They can just poke you away. So red side is actually more favored right now if they were to play team fights.
In my opinion, I would say like this game would very well factor in on how everything goes in the jungle so far as how I'm seeing, because I feel like the lanes are already set up. I think like Rise is already like gonna be pushing a little bit mid lane, right? But like there is still Zoe with Xin Zhao. If they are one of those sides where like the Zinda is very the ganky type. Like I wonder how that's gonna like play out with Rise. Because I think they really have to be super careful here.
The Rise needs to take cleanse. The Rise needs to take cleanse here. Definitely. If he gets hit by one Zoe bubble, he's actually dead with jungler setup. Because one Zoe bubble into WE by Xin Zhao, all thanks to the changes of Xin Zhao, you're actually dead.
Yeah, even if he flashes, I think like they have enough damage to kind of take it all in. So hey, we'll find out. Like 15 seconds in.
I mean, a cleanse is less punishable than a flash because a flash is longer cooldown. So yeah, a cleanse here will be better. But most Rise takes TP, so who knows?
True, yeah.
Although I don't really see anything happening in the bot lane because they're just scaling.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're like almost both the bot lane sides are pretty much scaling.
The only way anything happens in the bot lane is through junglers. Other than that, there's nothing much that's gonna happen bot.
I think with Karma, I think it might play out a little bit. It could play out like decently well because it's Karma and Senna, right? Senna has that heal too. Unless I believe their bot lane. Oh,
the Karma to teleport.
And
that's
Rise
interesting.
Teleport as well.
Oh, the Rise doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah, but he does have phase rush. So
yeah, but phase rush just got nerfed a few patches ago. So that might be interesting. But Karma with teleport, that's very interesting. Karma
honestly, so far it seems like they are playing a little bit on the farming side, but they can push up nicely aggressive. Because it is Lulu Kaisa, but like I believe Senna with that glacial augment and Karma with her that chain thing that roots people and the heal and the shields with Senna heal as well. I think their engages are like kind of understandable, if it does happen. But it'll all depend on like how they're managing the wave, I believe, at this point. Because I think Xin Zhao's ganks are gonna be so like I think Xin Zhao can punish really well on majority of the lanes here. Except I don't think there isn't any gank potential for like red team in topside. Because it is a Camille. Camille has like almost infinite, escapes with engages as well. I think that movement speed and that E is gonna like factor in pretty well.
Alright guys, please be patient a bit. The game is about to start. It's currently in loading screen right now. We have a 3-minute delay because of competitive integrity, so please bear that in mind. So just give us a second. The game will be starting soon. Well,
here we go.
Yep, here we go. The game has started.
Do you think any of the team are gonna be invading here? I don't believe they really have that sort of a comp, do they?
No. Both sides, no, they can't invade this. Both their level 1s are quite weak. Rise level 1 is practically not a champion, so I don't think that's viable at all.
Yeah, understandable.
I mean, Kaisa is definitely stronger than Senna and Karma, but they can't actually invade because they have no engage level 1. It's actually kind of hard. The only engage they probably will have is Camille E, and if Camille up E and misses her E, I'm pretty sure that laning phase will not be fun. Let's see. What do they have?
Like preparing for their jungles here. Karm's waiting in that bush.
Okay.
Xin Zhao, it seems like they did have vision on each other. Camille's over there on support. Set's pretty far away, waiting on that bush.
Yep. As you can see, fasting Senna here.
Yeah, Hikarim got a nice ward on Xin Zhao's bush there. I guess at this point Hikarim can like have a decent path, understanding like how Xin Zhao's gonna go here. Unless of course Xin Zhao turns it up and goes to like the blue camp.
So they're buffing on different sides. Xin Zhao. Oh no, they're buffing. They're gonna buff the same sides. So they're both gonna buff top side. So that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, that will. I
don't think mid will have priority. Top set into Camille. I don't think that's a very that's a very interesting matchup. I haven't seen the matchup in a while. Alright. So classic bot lane leash. Yep, right started W.
I see.
I think level 1 to 2 there won't be much happening. Probably it's just gonna be shoved back, forth. Yep.
An aggressive comeback going on bot lane. It seems like Senna did lose that trade. I think she was like a little bit pushed in for that farm, but maybe.
It seems like not really worrisome. They don't have high engage, so even if you do get poked down, you can just use Senna healing, Karma E.
Oh, that's a lot.
It's really not that big of a deal. Ooh. There's a huge wave stacking top though. It might crash. Oh, bot lane going aggressive here.
Oh wow.
Oh.
I don't know how much that would be.
That was a very bad trade for Lulu.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, she I think kind of walked up a little bit too much. I think
overextended too much.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think the comms were like on point with Kaisa because Kaisa backed up a little bit earlier and Lulu was still ahead over his time.
Oh, surprisingly the mid lane is actually getting smacked in the mid lane. Oh no, that might be a solo kill. Oh, is the ignite gonna kill him? Oh, that's one blood to the Zoe! Oh my god! I did not see that coming.
I did not see that coming either. Solo kill on the Zoe. That was
And this
such
is
a
why you need
beautiful
cleanse.
play, though. That was such a beautiful play. Like Zoe with that E, you know, perfectly timed. You know, and Zoe was completely like really nicely out of the turret lane. You know, with that ignite. Very well played from red side here.
Oh, right TP
Oh
bot!
my god.
Now the bot lane is overextended. Right's gonna get a kill here on the Senna while Karma escapes. That's not a bad play from them. Utilizing the TP there.
That was a really nice
And
trade.
Rice is not gonna miss much because the wave is gonna push back into Zoe. So that is not actually a bad play.
Yeah, that was a really nice TP from Rise, in my opinion. Like that was such nicely planned, you know.
Honestly, this happens a lot in my solo queue, so I get pissed off by it every single time. It's not fun.
Definitely not.
You're pushing in the lane as for later suddenly you see a TP behind you at level 3. What the hell?
Seth missing that E goes in with that W, a whole lot of damage still, you know.
Oh, as you can see in the bot lane river right now, there's a contest going on between the two junglers for the scuttle. It looks like Sinja is going to get double scuttle here, which is going to give him a huge CS.
Yeah, because I don't think Rise is not rotating it seems. I mean, then again, like the red side bot lane does have like nice prio there.
Could we have a look at the CS for a minute? As you can see, the Sinja is up 1 cam on the hacker mounting to the double scuttle. So now he's also up in EXP. As Camille is actually getting smacked quite hard in the top lane.
As for bot lane, is that like Karma taking the CS?
Yeah, it's passing Senna. It's definitely passing Senna. AD Senna hasn't been viable for 2 years plus. Oh, Hecarim is looking to set up another gang at bot lane. Jesus. Give the bot lane a break, man. It's a Senna. Let him kill. Alright. Oh, nice. Yep, this is the good thing about Karma Senna. They have the 2 E's which you have to escape.
I don't know if Karma's gonna make it.
Oh, I don't think this is a very good trade.
Oh my god.
Senna should...
I think that they're like maiden jungles rotating bot side.
They're collapsing here. Oh, another TP bot! This is a very bad TP by Camille in the back line. Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
The red team. Very unlucky for Camille. This is an absolute 5 bot.
Dude, it's 6 minutes in. Give the bot lane a break. Rice! Alright, the good thing right now is Rice is getting plating in the mid lane. That's the only things that are saving blue team right now.
I mean, to be honest, like, one plate mid side and like with these like 4 kills popping in, you know, without a trade, this will like definitely trouble like, you know, the blue side quite a lot. I think they really need, to be honest, I think they really need to manage their ganks here, because I'm pretty sure like that fight was like a little bit forced, you know, because after that, like when they engaged, Senna and Karma was definitely like all the way out, you know, they were like, they had a lot of shields as well, and like, you know, Hecarim couldn't like quite get in on that.
Oh, here comes Hecarim again. Let's see if it's 2 times the charm. He might get a double kill. Oh, and Senna flashes away. Alright, he's a 1-0. As you can see, top lane wave is stacking. Set shouldn't be fighting this wave, honestly. He will lose the fight.
The red side bot lane is actually getting abused pretty hard here, not gonna lie. This game.
I mean, that should be their game plan, because Hecarim really can't gank a Set, I don't think. Or Zoe. They are both way too safe.
Oh yeah, makes sense, bro. Honestly, these kind of shenanigans like don't happen in my game. Not gonna lie. So like I'm very scared at this point. You know, like they're really aggressive. Oh.
I don't think Ryan should take a trade.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going all in. It's a 1 level advantage. I think he might win this.
I think Camille has the.
Oh no, Camille! Why were you
go in?
Oh no.
Okay.
That could have turned out very badly.
You know, but yeah, that's I think the point is like Seth already ran out of his E. So like Seth couldn't re-engage because he already used up everything. He used up his W, his Q, and his E. So like Camille thought like maybe this is the right potential for like a nice pick. So
alright, now we shall see what the jungler want to prioritize. There's a herald coming up. As you can see, in the bottom side of the map, Sinja is currently invading Hecarim for his jungle camp. And I don't think Hecarim is aware of it. Even if he is, I don't think there's much he can do about it. The mid lane is currently resetting, and top lane is shoving back the wave.
Yeah, and
Hecarim is about... Oh, they are aware of this dive. Hecarim is running top right now. I don't think this is a good dive.
Yeah, this is...
Oh no! Camille just hit 6! Oh no! Oh no, this is a disaster!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Now Hecarim is gonna get another kill. Oh no!
But Seth has flash. Seems like Bottom's taking an engage here.
Honestly, that was very unlucky on red team side. The Camille just hit 6 man. Oh wait, no, Senna, you do not win that trade. Oh no, and that might be a 2v2 kill. Oh, that is a 2v2 kill to the blue side. I don't think Karma can get any trade for it. Oh no, Karma might die for this.
R2, it's R2, I think it should be enough. Oh my god, what a nice dodge by Lulu there.
Kaisa has 6, Kaisa has 6. Oh wait, this is a double kill for it. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Fantastically played from the blue side, like both sides, like top lane with that amazing play with that Camille, like legit. I won't lie, like even without that ult, like she managed that tower dive so well. She made sure like she got away as further away she can, like from Xin Zhao, and I would say like I think red side should have waited for like Camille's bone plating to run out, because I think at that rate it could have been a much more favorable, engage.
No, I don't think. I think without that out, the Camille would have died, because the set arm away. Cause without that out, Camille wouldn't have the vulnerability to get out.
So yeah.
So that out
it seems like Seth is building Iron Spike with, so he is probably going for that Stride Breaker, is that correct? With the new Stride Breaker. I am really curious how this goes here. Not gonna lie, like Camille building that. What is she? She's going for that Divine Thunder, is that correct? She's probably going for that Divine Thunder here.
I mean, we have to look at the scoreboard to see what they are going for right now. But as you can see, all thanks to the 2v2 kill and the top lane fight, the goal has been equalized. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
That was probably too hard for us in the top lane. They didn't need to take that dive. They could have just probably crashed the wave, resetted, get back out on the map, go for Dragon, go for Herald.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It seems like red side is going for the Dragon right now as we speak. And they have taken it. First Dragon goes to red team.
I can't really contest there because both waves are shoving in. Yeah, so it's not really a favorable. If they take that fight and they lose it, both sides loses a lot of minions.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. Seems like
Hecarim is currently gonna run top to go get a Herald. This might be a good play because Xin Zhao is still bot side.
Yeah, he's like taking his leap up. Yeah.
Yep, he isn't aware where Xin Zhao is right now, so he isn't confident to go for the Herald.
I would say like if you look at the map here, like the red side has really nice wards all around the map. If you've noticed, they've got like wards around almost every bush here. Like they're making sure they have every vision they can have. Considering they've been ganked so many times bot lane, I think they are just trying to like have as much vision as they can on the jungler, so they can really plan their next play.
Top lane trick going on right now. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Right now,
Camille could turn this. Camille could turn this.
Oh no. No, I think that Seth, if Camille hit that...
Oh, right, bottle in. Yep, Camille could turn this. Hecarim is running up. This will be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the troublesome fact over there was like Camille missing that E. I think if Camille hit that E, I think that would have been enough to deal the damage, because Seth didn't have anything at that time, except his R, of course.
I don't think Seth will allow Camille to hit that E because he had R. Oh, Xin Zhao going in on right here. I think that might be a dead right. I'm seeing it. Hecarim's doing it. Right can't do anything else on right. Oh, what a flash W by Xin Zhao. Oh, as you can turn, now we can turn to the bot lane. Oh my god. This was a long fest. A double kill to Xin Zhao. Oh no. Senna is dead again. Oh no, it's a disaster bot lane.
And Camille
Xin Zhao got out?
Oh my
god. Oh, okay, so it's just basically a 2-for-2 throughout the whole map.
Yeah.
What is bot lane, man?
The blue side is playing the map so well. They're like helping every lane that like is coming in contact, like straight up. Like they're making their ganks correctly. They're making their like plays correctly. Even though like I would say the red side had like their objectives like focused on, but like the blue side has such nice coordination so far, in my opinion.
I'm honestly surprised by this bot lane. I did not expect any kills to be happening in this bot lane.
There's a big one on red side.
Oh, Seth is winning this.
I don't know if he can actually get a kill here, because Camille is trying to save up her E's, I think, for a sudden escape or something. Because at this point, considering Seth has like the hard down axe and the Iron Spike whip, like it'll be pretty complicated.
Oh no, Xin Zhao is gonna gank right now and probably get the kill.
He missed the challenge, but like.
But like it doesn't matter, he hit the E. Oh, yeah. Camille's get flash. Alright, he should be good. Oh, Xin Zhao going for the dive.
Oh man.
Oh, and he.
Oh my god! Wait a minute. What
damage?
Wait, Jinzhao already has the gold drinker. Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
but
that
seriously
makes
though.
sense.
But still though, what's up with the W damage?
I think he's maxing W second, probably like that.
300.
Yeah, pretty much.
Shit.
I mean, so far Camille doesn't have any kind of armor item, so it'll.
Alright, they are currently looking to gain Rise. Oh, the Everfrost was so good. Oh no, it's getting collapsed. I'm pretty sure there's a dead Rise.
Yeah, Rise is pretty dead here.
Yeah, the only saving grace right now is that the bot lane shells in and probably get a few plating, or red side get Herald. But that's pretty much it.
So far, the bot lane, in my opinion, the blue side, in my opinion, are like playing the map so well, you know. But the red side definitely has really good skill pressure in this game so far.
Honestly, the blue side, the blue side bot lane are playing very well.
Yeah, it's true.
Alright, coming going in on set. This might be an overstay by set, but who knows?
That does have like that Iron Spike with that. He also seems like he bought a Kindle chance. Okay. Yeah, he's almost. I think he's just complete set.
I don't think Hecarim is gonna make it in time for the Herald. Yep, and the Herald is secured by red side. The Herald is basically 3 platings. So
I'm pretty curious if like Set is gonna risk that Stride Breaker. Oh, he actually did. I was like wondering, like considering the changes, like is he gonna go for like a Gore Drinker or something like that? He already got a Ninja Tabai as well. It seems.
I don't guarantee the Gold Glove like right now.
I mean, Set is really high up on farm here, like 68 on Camille and 110 on Set. Like he's.
Yeah, Camille is down a lot, and Set got like 3 platings on top of that. So right now, Set is very fat. But as you can see on the other side, Kaisa has really finished his Kraken Slayer, while Senna is still on the Noon Quiver, so that might be a problem.
I'm very surprised, like Zoe is fairly keeping up with Rise on TSR, even though like she like roamed a lot. Like
there's mid tower.
They went for that rift.
Honestly, this rift is good because now that the mid lane tower is busted open, they can easily walk into the enemy jungle and get vision. Alright, looks like
gonna be a fight going on.
Red team is gonna go for the second dragon. Oh! Xinjiao engages on the Hecarim. Oh my god, that R is
what a
broken.
damage! I mean, considering he's got Gold Drinker, I think like he's fairly confident with like, you know, taking matters on his own hands.
Unlucky. The Lulu was not near enough to protect him. If the Lulu had Hecarim might have survived. And the Hecarim also greeted with his R, so that was partially on him also.
Red team playing super aggressive here. It seems like they're really making up for the like, you know, the mistake they made like, the game with those
what soul are we gonna get? Oh, it's an Inferno Soul, thank the Lord. I didn't want to see.
Wow.
I did not want to see a Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul is the most boring soul ever.
So true, man. So
Inferno Soul, oh my god. They actually can't let Red Team get this.
Rise, alternate.
Rise portals in. Wait, Set re-engages. Set re-engages, top lane and gets 2 for 1. What? Oh my god! Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, but oh my god, it seems like Lulu got caught out bot side here by the 3. Very unlucky for like the blue side here. But I would say the Set played that so well. I'm really surprised though. Like he's only got a Stride Breaker with Ninja Tabai, whereas Camille, I believe, already had like a Divine Thunder there, as well as Rise.
No, I don't. I think Camille just got her Divine Thunder after her death. I think she only got G. But honestly, I'm shocked that he re-engages. Yeah. Like what the hell? But speaking of which, I think Inferno Soul here for red side would actually spell doom for blue side. Zoe with Inferno Soul, your ADC is getting 1 tapped.
Zoe with Inferno, and I think at this point, 7, 1, and 2 Xin Zhao, you know, with that Gore Drinker and an Essence Weaver. So, I think that's a lot of damage.
Yep, that is a lot of damage. Surprisingly, the Senna is going for the Kraken Slayer instead of the Divine Thunder here. Probably due to the nerf.
Karma going for that Shuraleya. Okay.
Shuraleya is actually quite good here because it lets Set have movement speed to run into the enemy of Xin Zhao. So it's actually not a bad item here.
They're focusing on like all that team fight, I think, at this point, you know, because they have so much potential right now. Like Xin Zhao is super ahead, Set is super ahead on CS as well. You know, Zoe is catching up pretty much, and so far she hasn't died. So
I mean, the only saving grace for blue side right now is that they scale better into 1-3-1 comps, but that's about it.
Pretty much.
Red side is just getting everything on the map.
I think the blue side really need to like manage their resource here, because the red team is like trying to focus in multi-lane like pretty well. They're focusing multi-champion, you know, pretty much. Xin Zhao is completely covering any lane that is about to like push like I would say that like their coordination has completely changed, like factoring in late game. Like,
due to Zoe being ahead, instead being ahead, they can push up in the lane so far, and Zoe is being covered by 3 people. Hacker might get caught out here. Oh, I think they might go for the dive. They have a lot of resources. Yep, they're going for the dive. Hacker is a dead Tony if I've seen one. Oh, I just this is disaster.
This is what I meant, like the Zin Zhao, like.
Right, man, get one for you. Oh, Zin Zhao is still going in.
Oh my god!
No, this is too much, man. This is too much.
Okay. I think they overplayed a little bit.
They overstayed.
Yeah.
That was way too much.
Played that so well. Like I think the biggest mistake for red team was like sticking together for that Rise E to like stand out, and I think that just like kind of made the
honestly,
whole.
They should have agreed for that. They should have taken the two of them and just got out. But they went. Sinta went back in for some reason, and now the Rise just got a triple kill.
Wait. Oh no. This is not.
This is not a favorable fight for Set. Set might get one. Oh, he did get one with the Lulu. But that's not good though. Lulu for a Set. I know, accelerated.
Right now, Rise is like 7-3-1. He's like, about 30 CS ahead of like Zoe as well. He's really, I think he just like.
Rise just got accelerated so much.
Yeah.
Like this is not even funny. Like all thanks to those shutdowns, Rise can now easily play side lanes.
Yeah, but the last fight I think really screwed it up for like red team a little bit. That overpush just kind of messed it up. But it's fine. Like they still have Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao still has quite a few items, and I would say like with Karma and Senna, it shouldn't be that difficult for making plays as long as they don't do what they did again. I would say it seems like there's a fight going on with Camille and Xin Zhao, and
this is not a fair fight, man.
Yeah,
it's literally Conor McGregor versus Jake Paul. How's that fair?
Oh lord, it's very unlucky. Camille kind of like just.
Camille overpushed without vision there. That was a very bad play by him. And now Dragon is spawning in how many seconds? I say about 1 minute plus. Although Camille has TP, but red team has vision all over this Dragon pit. I don't think blue team can just walk in here and face check. They might look to catch out the right. They might look to catch out the Set though. Set is very far up in the lane without any vision.
I think Camille right now.
Oh no, Set is very deep right now. There is no way Set gets out. No,
Set's probably like a second higher.
No, Set overextended. But that's a third Drake for the red side though. This will be threatening Dragon's soul. They're going for Baron? Yeah, this might be actually a good trade. Set is it for another 28 seconds.
Wait, I don't know if like because like Camille is still behind and like there's still 4 alive.
No, Kaisa shreds Baron. I think this is a very good play. Trading Dragon for Baron, that's not favorable for the red side. No, red side doesn't even know this is going on.
Okay.
This is gone, man.
That's such a good trade. That is such a good trade.
Now this will enable blue side to play 1-3-1 so much better. They have a Camille, they have a Rise, they have Burn buff.
I mean,
they're gonna get everything they want on the map.
Camille right now is like in the weakest state because her farm is like she really has to like catch up at this point.
For the first time in the game, blue side finally has the lead.
Oh man.
Oh, this is just. Although, yeah, Rice is already building his third item, although he's still on second, all thanks to the auto shutdown.
Yeah,
this is not looking good. Yeah, red side just like blue side accelerated so much, all thanks to the unnecessary fight in the first side.
Yeah, they really fell off of that one pretty much. But there's still like quite a decent hope here, I would say. Like
they're going for Lulu, yeah? Well, I don't think they're gonna catch Lulu.
A little bit over ambitious.
Oh no, Kaisa is going back into Zoe. Oh my god, the Zoe just got exploded.
Absolutely spread.
Oh, they're going for the range.
I guess they're just gonna disengage here.
1 for 0, but still, that Zoe overextended.
That Kaisa hitting that W, Kaisa knew this was gonna happen. Kaisa just like prepared for it, and she was like, okay, I'm going in. I know I'm gonna like shut the Zoe. She was complete confidence.
Oh, I don't think Set wins this 1v1.
Depends.
With the face rush, I don't think it's gonna be a favorable trade.
Very good coverage.
Oh no, this is a disaster.
It's an actual disaster. With that Baron buff, Camille pushing bot side as well.
Oh no, they're gonna get everything they want on the map.
Yeah.
There's nobody who can match this Rice.
Yeah, pretty much.
The way it is right now.
I think they can get top side, right? I think right now
they could probably get a tier 2.
Yeah, because like there's Zoe, only Zoe defending that, and there's like about 4 up top. No, 3 up top, yeah. Hecarim's just defending that mid side.
Zoe really needs to be careful here. She could get bursted in one shot. Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage from Zoe though. I mean, just Zoe things, you know. So, yeah.
Yep. The further the Q travel, the more damage it does. So, yeah, I don't know how to Ryan come out with something like that.
Red team is really kind of like I think they're getting a little bit tensed up. You know, I think they're rushing things a bit too much. You know,
The
really
adrenaline might be getting to them.
Yeah, they're super forcing fights. You know, I think like they're just right now they think like because they have a lead or something, you know, like and some kill pressure, like they are, you know.
Right now they really can't force fights. They are very far behind right now. Their setup will get 3 shorter by the Kaisa if 1 W hits.
Man.
She is very squishy, especially due to the fact she built Kraken instead of Divine Thunder.
Pretty much. And considering like what do you call it? There's a Hecarim existent. I think right now blue team got everything they wanted. You know, that late game power, that power spike, you know, that they have, you know, with all these items. You know, I think they're engaged exactly how you said it. You know, in the champ like you know, like now I think they're gonna like force those engages where they can. I think they really can like force the engages right now. Because it's an 8 and 3 Rise. Rise can I feel like right now Rise anything he does, he already has like an Rabadon's death cap. I think right now he can just shred anyone pretty fast, as well as Kaisa being existent. You know, her going completely into the back line. Hecarim's probably gonna get focused in the team fights. I think it's gonna play out really well for the blue side. Red team really needs to be patient here, in my opinion.
I think, honestly, the red team right now just needs to play around the dragon. Get vision there and just pray to get dragons. Oh, Kaisa going in!
Going in.
Oh no, this might be a
Very nice flash from Karma there.
Oh,
that is really bad for
God.
Red.
That is
right
the
now.
power of Kaisa, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, there's Zoe damage.
God. Zoe things. So
Zoe things. Zoe doing Zoe things.
yeah, pretty much. That was just a typical explanation. Like about how Zoe. I mean, but it seems like blue
I
side.
don't think red side should. I don't think red side should contest this dragon. They really don't need to contest this dragon.
Oh, but they do have Zoe. If Zoe can get a nice damage, you know, because I'm not gonna lie, Zinzao is very tanky right now. Like with
Zoe
that
needs to
drinker,
get his poke in.
yeah, because Kaisa does not have ult right now, does she? Like right now, I don't think it should be up for this fight.
Kaisa doesn't have ult, but he still has both summoners, so it's still quite impactful.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is,
alright.
I'm pretty sure Hecarim doesn't have the ult either, right?
Hecarim does have ulti, so
Okay, yeah, okay.
they have hard engage, but it's just that Kaisa can't follow up into the back line. But I'm pretty sure they're just gonna. Red team shouldn't start a dragon, they should just like blue team start a dragon and try and steal it.
But then again, like if Zoe can just poke it out, I think red team.
Oh no, Sinja going in?
She's not going in.
Oh wait.
That was a little bit forced as well.
Oh no, no, Hecarim, no.
Oh no, that is very unlucky.
Hecarim, no. Your team wasn't there. Oh my god. Oh, is this damage is just disgusting with Inferno Soul.
Not gonna lie, like it looked so well for blue side because Hecarim completely like overdid. I mean, sorry, Zinzao completely overdid a little bit. You know, like with that.
Very well for blue side.
Yeah, Senna missing that ult, but I think.
But due to the fact that Kaisa had no ulti, she can't follow up into with Hecarim ulti, so.
I see. I think what happened was that like considering this was their sole point, you know, Hecarim was a little bit. I think they were all a bit tensed up. You know, I think their mindset was like they have to steal this. So I think they invested a lot more on time to steal.
No, I think Hecarim should have just engaged the fight instead of just running back forth. Because their team right now really can win front to back.
Yeah, they can.
So he should have just gone for straight up team fight instead of going for the steal. But who knows?
I mean, the whole team, like when Hecarim ran in, the whole team kind of like. I mean, I think they realized that Hecarim ulted a bit too deep. The Hecarim wanted to completely just steal the dragon.
Oh, blue side going for Baron right now.
I think it's a free Baron right now, unless Zoe steals it. Are we gonna see that?
Oh my god! Oh no!
Oh my god! Baron. He's like Zinzao does not make it.
You're not funny.
Oh my god! Zinzao! Oh my god! What a wonder that his ult just factored in still, and he's going back in.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
This might be the game. This might be the game.
That is very. I think at this point, red team should have just kind of forced it. Except, of course, if we look at bot side, Sid is really pushing in hard. I think they were planning to play it, I guess, front to back. You know, like just delay them as much as they can. Set maybe gets some sort of an inhib or something. But so far, I think Xin Zhao re-engaging was very questionable. You know, I think Xin Zhao should have just like stayed off of that.
Not very hilarious.
What?
Both the Dragon Soul and the Baron got secured by non-junglers. Like what?
What has
Junglers here, smite. Hello.
I mean, honestly, I think at this point, like everybody's so tensed right now. You know, I mean, when you think about their perspective, right? Like this is like a pretty decent tournament. Like they are probably very tensed up. This is at this point, like the match is going completely 50-50, in my opinion. Like anything can go anywhere. I'm still confused. You know, like I mean, if we look at stats wise, I would say blue team really has like a lot of power with that Baron buff as well. But you know, both teams do make those like small itsy bitsy mistakes, you know, overall. So like that kind of like changes the game pace. So that's what's been happening the whole game, I think.
Right now, all red team can do is just wait out the Baron.
Yeah,
they
and
really
I believe Xin Zhao really needs to take it easy here, you know, or at least their team. He needs to get to a point where his team can follow up. You know, he's going like a complete head-on with just alone. So.
All right, let's see what they're gonna do. Honestly, red team might have lost the game already because they really get outskilled very hard.
Yes, so, but then again, if you've noticed, Seth did buy Hull Breaker. So I guess Seth is really focusing on that split push.
But I really don't think that split push is viable right now. Do they have a right?
Yeah, because it's gone really got the push.
Oh my god, so we just got deleted like paper.
So good for like,
oh my god, they're going back in. Oh, that is so good for blue team. Oh, but Senna got a 1k shutdown on Kaisa though.
Yeah, but
Seth does not win this anymore.
I don't think
Seth does not win this. Oh! Oh my god, how does Seth win that?
I think that does. I actually got
Seth but I'm pretty sure they're just gonna get a hit.
Oh, they're forcing this a little bit.
Hikaru's not die.
No, he's okay. But like, okay, they do get a lot here though. Yikes. Yeah, I think they can end, right?
Yeah, they can end.
Yeah, they can end.
They're going for the end.
I think Seth right now should just like reset. Nope. Yeah, they're going to end. Very unlucky for the red side. So well played from the blue side though. I think if red side did make some. Oh my god.
Red side made very good plays, but they also made very questionable plays throughout the whole game.
I think, to be honest, Seth building that, like, wow, that was game one. Very well played from blue side. Like,
honestly, that game was a fiesta.
For me,
that is what we came to see.
I'll be honest, like, throughout the whole game, I would say one person that completely kept his composure and went head-on, did whatever he needed to do as a champion was Rise. In my opinion.
Completely agree with you. I think my MVP will be Rise also. This guy roamed the map, played the map very well. Even though he got solo killed within the first, 3 minutes, he still played the map well. He got a hit. He helped his team won the game. So I think the MVP would go to Rise for me. What about you?
Yeah. Well, definitely, bro. Definitely. Like, he played every single fight perfectly. He played it front to back, you know, and like, whenever he needed to engage, he knew what he needed to do. You know, he perfectly understood his skill set. He did these amazing ganks top lane that really did not push back like the blue side top lane that much, but you know,
it was. Wasn't give a shout out to the bot lane though from the blue side. They also played very well. But
But in my opinion, I would say like the red team played amazing as well. You know, they really put up a fight there. I think they did like one or two silly mistakes here and there, but so did blue team. But regardless, I think if that Xin Zhao kind of kept his composure a bit more, the game would have been a little bit more, you know, on their side. But I guess
they had a goal lead. They could have just not gone for a lot of tower dives. Could have just played it smart, get objectives, end the game. But they went too deep. Rice scaled way too fast, and in the end, the scaling just took over the game.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Anyways, I would say both teams played so well. Thank you so much, guys. We're gonna take like a quick break. Please don't go anywhere, and we will return to you shortly.
suppose I could have a few words?
May we take him into the bedroom?
You will sleep now. I'm gonna make you take that chance. Like you said. More coffee.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. All right. I guess we are moving into round 2 here. Lemons, please tell me, man, how was the first game? Like, oh my god.
Honestly, that was a clown fest. 50 overkills in what? 28 minutes? I mean, red team could have just made it boring. They could have just choked out the game. So it would have been fine, but they decided to tower dive left, right, and center. So
I would say A for effort from red team for like completely making it interesting, not gonna lie.
yeah,
That's for
Eh.
sure.
knowing that they could just play it smart and just play around the map, and they would have gotten away with it because they had such a huge lead. But
True, true.
they
And
made it fun.
As we're going into the second game, it seems like they're up against Benjamin Uglyface versus Team Seyara.
Right.
I wonder what behind that one,
Someone on blue team really hates Benjamin. Then
man, that's an interesting
what a
one.
name, Benjamin Ugly Face. All right, we are just slowly getting our teams in to the lobby.
Yeah, pretty much.
Honestly,
Yeah.
this game I would like to see even more clown fest. I would like to see the other champions. They are banned.
Yeah,
They were
true.
banned away in the first game.
But I will say I am expecting to see a lot less mistakes and a lot more, pressure in this game. In my
No
opinion.
less mistakes.
Hey, as we said, like, I'll be honest, if there were players like the Rise from last game, there are definitely some really interesting players on this one. I would say, like, this will be, yet again, very interesting.
I mean,
But,
I think this might be quite a close game judging by their ranks. If they are on the same team, I don't know.
what do you think? What are the odds for there being another Zinzao. What do you think?
That being what?
Another Zinzao. What do you
Another
think?
Xin Zhao?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. Xin Zhao might be seen a lot today. But who
Yeah,
knows?
you're right.
As we go through the different ranks, who knows? As we go through the different games also.
I think the potential for Zinzao is like so crazy. Like throughout the whole game, early game, mid to late game, everything was just fantastic. You know, except of course they like. I mean, I think like the player somewhat did force a few fights, which could have completely be like ignored, and like he could have probably scaled up a little bit more into the late game, especially that bot fight. Where the Rise just completely cleaned up. The Zinda was absolutely in the back line, and also that Baron fight. I think in that Baron fight, Zinda re-engaging things did make a little bit complicated, but hey, the whole game, I would say he kept his composure still. He did his best, and he tried his best to like push the lead as much as he can. I think it's just the blue side just playing everything so well, especially the Rise. And also
Yeah.
the Kaisa. We can't deny the Kaisa. The Kaisa, like just she was so confident with every single one of her moves. She was confident she was gonna kill that Zoe. She was confident she was gonna poke that Senna out. And because of that play, blue team could really force that fight that she made. When you think about it, right?
Wait till we see a Master Yi.
Uh,
Wait till we see a
I would
Master
be
Yi.
shocked. I would be fast. I'd be shocked as well, to be honest. I don't know how that's like. At this point, I think in this meta, like he has about 20 billion counters. But regardless, I think it'll still be interesting.
Yeah. The only counter to Master Yi is stopwatch. There's no other counters to him. But what I can see, the ranks are actually quite close this game. I think it might be a close
Yeah,
game.
for sure. Yeah, very true, very true.
Alright, we're jumping into banning phase right now.
I'm pretty sure this game will totally be a little bit of a. I don't know. I have this hunch, because of like, especially the ranks and everything. It seems like they are gonna go for, especially the more boom basket. What do you think?
I don't know. We can just wait. Oh, of course. The void is banned. No, I want to see this champions in play.
Now,
Viego is just not gone.
Well, I guess deja vu. Who knows? Do you think a Zinzao's gonna be banned though? I think a Zinzao would be very fair to be banned over here. Quite curious.
I don't. Oh, a Zek ban.
Zach.
Zek.
Okay.
I mean,
Vladimir. Huh. I mean, to be honest,
very interesting bans.
I mean, I understand this compared to the ranks of what they have.
Maybe it's because they have checked their match history of them playing the champions. Maybe.
Yeah, that could be a case. That could definitely be a case. But regardless, these are not. I would say these are not terrible bans because they do have Gwen and Diego.
Oh, yep. There
Ezreal.
goes the Ezreal first pick that I was predicting last game.
Alright, let's see what the best ADC picks
Pongo.
right here. Yeah.
Best ADC team, Pongo. Alright, let's see if he lives up to his name.
Barrett,
Oh!
are you gonna be seeing that Lethality Varus today?
Lethality Varus!
Oh my god. You got your dream come true, man.
Don't get hopes up. It might be a Tex Virus.
Yeah.
Lethality Virus, I really don't think it's viable though.
Yeah, after the nerfs, I think...
the Prowler Store changes? Is it viable? I don't think so.
Probably not. I mean, the Prowler Store was completely gutted.
Yeah.
So, like... I don't know if he should use that. But, you could go for that dust bait. Wasn't that still a thing,
Ezreal, yeah, it's a good thing to take with the Karma. Ezreal Karma is actually a very unplayable lane. They just poke you out and just run away. A trash! Yeah, that's an okay pick. That's a very okay pick.
So, like... Janna?
I mean, Janna is good into high engaged champions. I mean, if you're gonna pick Janna, why would you ban a Zek? Like, it kind of doesn't make sense. Because if you pick Janna, a Zek is pretty much useless. Plus, if a Zek does jump in, Janna can just press R. A Seraphine?
I understand all that, but like, with Varus and Karma, I don't know how much of that... Oh, Sion.
Sion.
Okay, I was really hoping I would see some Sion because like
We might see a set. We might see another set.
they're really like completely different from like the meta champions that we know, honestly. And I'm not surprised, that's completely fine. People are really going for like, their mindset. I'm pretty sure he's really good with that champion.
I mean, if you ban the Gwen set, if you ban the Gwen for Sion, it does make sense because Gwen is actually a very good matchup with the tanks.
Yeah. With that passive, oh my god. Silas, man, I really wanted to see some really cool Silas with, like E-Flash, like Everfrost.
I mean, Silas is too OP of a champion. Like, look at the ulti you can take. You can take a Jara ulti which can disengage. You can take a Sion ulti which can engage. You can take an Ezra ulti which kills off ability power, by the way, and deal like 50 billion damage to the enemy. Like,
Yeah.
oh, a Rise ban. I think they were watching the previous game.
Probably, but even if so, like, I think they're just making sure like nothing goes into that late of game, or like I think they're making sure like they don't have any kind of a like team fighter that's gonna like completely stay in the backline,
Yep.
Because if they did pick Varus, Varus is a great pick. I mean, now.
I don't think the Rise ban was.
Yeah, Rumble. Okay. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's not surprising. The jungler hasn't been picking a Kane ban.
Kane is still pretty decent. I would say Kane was like very decent right now. But I think at this point, another Camille.
Another Camille. Honestly, I would prefer Sadia, but another Camille is not that bad. Though Sion.
You see, like, I think they already know it's Irelia mid.
Honestly, the problem right now is Red side lacks ability power, which is very good for the Sion.
Yeah, because right now all I'm saying is that they're not really trying to bamboozle the enemy's minds here. They're really going for like what they're confident with. And
the only flex is Irelia and Camille. Camille could go mid.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if I saw Carter's jungle or something right now because he is last pick. The jungler is last pick. Somebody spoke of this. Somebody did,
Did somebody hear me talking? No way, he picks the Master Yi, man.
I don't know about this one because Irelia Camille as well. Like, I don't know. And they also have a Sion.
Oh, it's a Sion. It's a Sion. It's a Nocturne.
Nocturne. Not bad. That's actually pretty nice. Like, he could really get into that barrel pretty nice.
Nocturne Oriana is actually kind of a potent combo. Oriana can just put her ball on Nocturne and Nocturne can just fly in with Oria. It's actually kind of broken.
Oh, wait, they're going for that Nunu. That would be
Really?
actually nice. They do need some good AP here.
But I don't think Nunu is an AP champion though.
Diana.
Diana makes more sense.
I'll be very honest. Like, very recently, I've experienced some AP Nunu, like some AP scaling Nunu with some tank items as well. And so far, it was absolutely
I don't think AP Nunu will be good here. Ezreal, just destroy him. He'll be so squishy.
Right now, it seems like Red Team does have a really engaged-ish comp, don't you think? Then again, Blue Team does have to. They have the Sion, that late game. Also, if Sion can get at least 2-man or like a 3-man, knockouts, Nocturne can beautifully engage in.
Honestly,
and Oriana, I think.
Blue team draft is actually kind of broken because Nocturne could just turn off the lights and you won't see where Sion is coming from. So basically, you can't see anything. And then the Oriana shockwave to follow up on that. So if you do get knocked out by Sion, you're just basically back to base.
Yeah, that's true. But you see, like, I feel like they have Irelia and Camille still. These guys are so good at like making all those sorts of flashy outplays. Because when you think about it, right, even if they out, like at least those mid to late games, even if they out in those group fights, they'll at least have a decent idea of what is going on, right? And if they just position properly, and hey, any chance if Sion does hit only one champion or one or like two, like at least if it's more than one champion, I think it'll pay off really well. But if it's less, then I would definitely say the red side can like perfectly like turn it around with that Varus R as well. I think it'll go really well because Karma is like a lot of healing, right? And she has shields as well, and Irelia is really good at outplaying in these situations because like even if like everybody goes in, if they all don't focus in on the Irelia with her R, a well-placed R, and I'm actually expecting really good.
Honestly, the only problem with Red Side right now is that the Varus doesn't have pills. So basically, could just get one-shotted by Nocturne and they won't have an ADC anymore.
Yeah,
On the other hand, Ezreal is a very safe champion with Janna by his side. So basically, if anyone tries to engage on him, Janna could just press R. So Camille couldn't jump on him. I don't think Diana could jump on him because that might be a Janna just there. Unless you just delete the Janna straight off the bat. That might be the best play, honestly.
I think, to be honest, this game will really factor in on how the early game is, you know, because like if I think if the blue side has a decent lead, it'll be very complicated for the red side to like really match up that kind of power, because all Ezreal needs is like a decent um all Ezreal needs is like a decent gold lead, and I think regardless of what happens, he would still have quite a lot of damage because yeah,
Ezreal
like
might not go Divine Thunder here though. It might go the Dustblade build,
yeah,
which
probably.
which was more popular before Divine Thunder got buffed.
I mean, right now, like, yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, I'm only expecting the Duskblade because it's the red team doesn't really have a legitimate tank. They only have that loser Camille, and I don't know how that's gonna work out really well with what the blue side has, because Sion in itself, well, Sion if he disarms, you can already see like a heavy absolute tank.
But honestly, this will be a bloodbath game though.
Yeah, pretty much. But like I said, I think it'll completely factor in on how the early game goes. Because if blue team does have a lead, I think they will have enough power to commit to those engages. Because if blue team does not have that lead, I still think the red team can really turn it around. Because the red team has really AoE engages, Because Diana ult, if all Diana needs to do is to position properly. And with that ult and Irelia, when you think about it, right? With that ult and Irelia, I think it'll be just a lot of damage coming in, Because if this is a really good Irelia, we will be seeing a lot of like accuracy and precision.
The only problem is that late game, if Nocturne does ulti and Diana doesn't go engage,
True.
red team is very doomed.
I think what red team should be doing right now is, at least in those late games,
Oh,
is that
it's Lethality Varus.
because we're going into the game. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, Oriana took the attack. Looks like he's going in for the kill in mid lane, but Oriana to exhaust. Very smart. Very smart.
Yeah, but like, I'm not quite sure about the press the attack earlier. Is that a thing right now? Because
I mean, press the attack is meant for killing in lane, but due to the fact Oriana took exhaust,
Yeah.
I don't think it's very viable. But who knows?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, she still has like ignite. I think I'm pretty sure this Irelia is very confident with her moves. She is a 319 points Irelia. I believe this Irelia has like a lot of potential. I think most of the plays will be made from how the Irelia and Diana positions throughout the game. What do you think? At least for red side,
Yep. Honestly, Camille is also playing for lane because he took teleport ignite, so she doesn't have the flash.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
I don't think Sion can kill a Camille. It's very unlikely.
Yeah. But then again, Simon doesn't need to. In my opinion. He just needs to wait. He just needs to take it easy. He can just wait for Nocturne. He can wait till they have R, wait for that like ultimate engage. And even if they don't make any plays, I think Sion is not. I think the blue side in general is not really focusing on the top side. They're more focusing on, in my opinion, their bot lane. Because I feel like their bot lane is gonna like take up the game pretty well. Oriana in itself, like Oriana with that exhaust, I think she'll be fairly fine.
Exhaust is actually a broken summoners.
So true, man. Well, I have like a lot of experience, at least against the exhaust bot lane, and at least early game, like the damage is like it's just too much. Like the damage decrease like it's way too much.
Okay.
Let's see what's gonna happen here. Janna and Ezreal bot lane. Very interesting.
Janna Ezreal, yeah, don't expect much bot lane. Like this is a less of a kill bot lane than the previous game.
Yeah, true.
And Janna even took exhaust, so basically they are not going for kills here.
Mm-hmm.
Who exhaust? Oh wow, dude.
I mean,
Diana and Irelia is gonna be quite useless when they try and hard engage in the late game, because exhaust just destroys them so hard.
I guess in general, I think blue side is a little bit ahead in the draft phase, but we shall find out how it goes. I mean,
I feel like
last
Karma
game,
should have 2 exhausts also. Just for the Varus. Cause Nocturne is Nocturne.
very good. I mean, we can't blame them. You know, I think they're really
Yep.
focusing on just making it to the maining phase. You know, they might even play a little bit aggressive. It is Karma, and there's, you know, Karma. I think Karma does have a lot of kill pressure early though, doesn't she? Like, she's so fast, and she's
Yep.
really tanky as well. Like, and
But the
it's,
problem is they have no lockdown, so it's quite hard to actually get kills. Alright, the junglers are starting on different side of the map, so Diana will be buffing bot while Nocturne will be buffing top, so this will implicate who they are playing for probably.
from like Oriana, like exactly how I guess we're gonna expect the early game to go for Irelia. So
Aurelia is just once Aurelia get 2, Ariana can't play the lane. She has to let Aurelia take control, otherwise she will just die.
very decent.
Oh.
game, like,
Trading in the top lane already at level 1.
yeah, I know. Like,
Oh,
actually surprised.
I'm pretty sure Aurelia is gonna hit level 2 off 1 more creep.
Irelia kinda a little bit overextended over there. I think she could have just waited it out.
She can just wait for 2, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she expected the Oriana to like play that, you know, poke game this well. You know, the Irelia really like, you know, managed his minions, and it's the damage.
Varus might not go. Oh, what a stun by Aurelia though.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
The Varus might not go for powerless. Oh, she's going in.
It's nice.
Oh no, she's dead. Oh, this is a disaster.
That is very unlucky for red side. That really like I think that really puts the comp into question right now because
She should have seen the exhaust.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, even if she did, I mean, like Oriana already had like a decent wave of minions. Like she was way behind the minions. Like she was way behind Irelia's minions. So like there was no way Irelia really had any kind of backup there.
The
But
thing
she's
is,
so red side.
Aurelia with 5 stacks is actually kind of broken. But due to the exhaust, it reduced her damage by so much that she couldn't continue the trade. She had to get out.
I think at this point, Aurelia is a little bit underestimating like the Oriana, you know, because she could really just like respect Oriana's damage and her poke.
Oh no, Camille wave is frozen,
Yeah,
and the jungler is bot side. This might be very bad. Nocturne is currently top.
Camille is really playing very confident here. They don't really have like a decent ward. Oh, Nocturne thinking
Nocturne doesn't want a gank yet. I think he wants a reset. I don't think a gank is viable. Oh, Aurelia going in again? A lot of fighting going on in the mid lane.
Oh, okay, that was a pretty decent trade. That was a really decent trade.
That was a very good trade.
Yeah.
Yep, you see, Oriana without exhaust is actually kind of hard to play into Aurelia. She just does so much damage.
Yeah. I mean, if we look at the CS here, Oriana 17 and Irelia is 25. Irelia is still keeping up with the CS. No matter how much poke she's taking, he is making sure that he is not
Oh,
behind.
Aurelia with another beautiful stun. Oh my god.
I have so much
Aurelia, no.
That is really not
No, that is not the play, my friend.
This is what I said. Like, I think Irelia is not respecting Oriana at this point. You know, like I think Irelia should really respect like Oriana is. Like I think the player she should respect the player because Oriana is playing this fight so well. Like she knows like how to like play it out. She knows she needs to like use her E at the perfect time. She knows that like she needs to walk in the turret. Like I think Irelia just needs to take it easy. Personally. Because at this point she is very deeply behind. Camille taking those really nice trades there. I think Camille really has kill potential here.
Camille could really kill Sion right here. Oh, and she has ignite. Yep, that is a dead Sion. That is a very dead Sion.
Very well played from Camille. Really like punishing that Sion for overputting there. Nice, well done. Bot lane,
Bot lane is just bot lane.
yeah,
There's not much going on there, it's just farming. It's just classic bot lane.
yeah, pretty much.
But as you can see, both junglers are currently top side though. Irelia will probably be down Oriana a level due to her dying during the first fight and her dying under the tower the second time and not having teleport.
Pretty much.
Irelia is still going in though. This is very aggressive by her. She really wants to get...
Yeah, I think she's trying to abuse the fact that like she does have 30 attack. I think that is where the issues come in. I think at this point, if she had Conqueror, maybe she wouldn't have like not done much like that early game, but at this point, her scaling potential is very much reduced.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. At least we were expecting this time. Oh, what a dodge!
Oh my
What a
god!
that was beautiful. That was
Both
beautiful.
sides.
That was worth it though. It's a shutdown.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was well played from both sides. Like even Oriana with that, like, but I would say like, as I said, like at the champs leg, I am expecting such nice play from this Irelia. I think this Irelia is confident with what she is gonna do, and if she is confident with her like abilities, I believe late game she can make a lot of plays.
But that dodge from the out, that was beautiful.
Yeah, that was.
If
that
the
was
Oriana
really
hits, there was no way she wins the fight.
I think they both like mind gamed each other at that point.
Oh, Sion's actually winning the trade.
Yeah. And both junglers are bot side. It seems like something's gonna go down there.
They're
For the
gonna
dragon.
they're gonna go for the dragon. I don't think Nocturne's gonna contest this. The ball is currently shoved in. There's no way they contest this.
This will be pretty nice to find on too. But like, yeah, very like well done.
But Nocturne just hit 6 though, we could have been expecting some ganks probably in the mid lane. Because Irelia is constantly pushing.
I mean, with that play, like I think now it's fairly even. I think the comeback because Oriana is out of exhaust. Is that correct? Yeah, she does not have exhaust yet. She doesn't have flash either. No sun on Oriana, and Irelia will have her flash up very soon. I think they will definitely try to make a play there.
I mean, there's not gonna be much going on. I think the Diana might try again top with his stacking, and Saya is gonna be overextended. But
yeah, because over here, Jana is trying to cover for like the game that is potentially like gonna happen. I think they're expecting the game on.
they're probably
Oriana.
expecting the gank.
Yeah, because like Oriana does not have any sounds and they're like on homes there.
Oh,
That's very-
Nocturne! Look, Nocturne is looking mid lane.
Oh, that's very good because they had actually like Red Team had vision there.
Oh,
Maybe-
and
oh
now
my
Nocturne is going it up. That's a very dead Irelia.
That is no, I don't think so. Oh,
That is a very dead
oh my
Irelia.
god, that was very well played. I actually I didn't expect the Oriana Nocturne. I completely forgot that was the thing. Like the Oriana.
Yep, Oriana Nocturne is not a fun matchup to play into. It's just RER like. Oh, somebody, Camille is TPing mid.
Okay.
I don't think she can get him though. Wait, Camille is out. Oh yeah, that's a free kill. That's a free kill
No,
onto
no,
Oriana.
Oriana, yeah. Very well done with the comms.
Why was Sion TP mid now? I don't think that's a good play.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, wait, no. Diana missed the ultimate. Very unlucky. Sorry, not Diana. Diana missed the ultimate.
Nah, it's still fine though.
Yeah.
I mean, what Sion burning a TP there was very questionable. He could have just shoved the wave in and just
Yeah.
get some blatings because
Yeah. I don't think.
Oriana was already dead.
I don't think they could have still killed. I don't think they could have still killed Sion there because he does have flash up. But yeah, that TP was like.
That TP was
I don't
very
think-
questionable.
Yeah, he couldn't have gotten anything off of that. So it's alright though. I would say the blue side is playing it slow, taking their time, making sure like they don't make like one of those simple mistakes. I will definitely say the Oriana is really like ahead.
Diana is currently looking bot though. Varus has R to engage, so I think this might be a good play, but Diana doesn't have R, so I don't know if they have the burst to do it.
I mean over here,
If Diana is looking over the reset.
yeah. With some casual trades in the top lane, it seems like Camille is ahead in kills and in CS right now, but then again it is Zion, Whatever happens in the late game pretty much. As for the jungler, Nocturne is up, like I think 210, pretty much. 75 to 60.
There's really not much going on in the game right now to talk about it.
Yeah.
But I guess we could talk about.
I mean, if we notice
I mean,
it, right? I mean,
There is a hero right now, but I don't know if other junglers are gonna go for it.
but
Diana is gonna go for bot side.
like Irelia is like Irelia.
Oh no, he missed the
Yeah.
kill.
Yeah. I don't think.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no, I think Oriana is gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Very well played for Oriana there. I mean, Irelia didn't have a choice at that point. Like, he
Yep.
was out of office, he already
Irelia was basically dead. She had to go
Yeah.
back in.
But as we, like, if I've noticed, wait, Irelia is 1 and 5.
Yep.
But considering she is 1-5, she is still ahead in CS, you know. But like I said, like Oriana is playing like I think like in the mind game she is a little bit like a step ahead.
Oh,
Because she is
then they're gonna get
managing
hair
her-
out also. They're
Yeah,
gonna bust open the top lane.
yeah, pretty. But did they get her out?
Yeah, they take a hair out.
Oh wow. I actually didn't hear it.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh my.
Could have probably gone for the Janna there instead of
Yeah, yeah.
Ezreal, because Ezreal's still at E.
I thought yeah, I thought it did not either. That would be perfect though. But like, yeah.
But unlucky. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I would say mechanically, Irelia is doing very well, but so is Oriana. Oriana is definitely like managing her resources, managing her abilities. She knows how much damage she needs to input to, like, kill the Irelia who does have Ignite, So, like, she is making sure this Irelia does not get the opportunity to push as much as she should be with that fuzzy attack.
So, right now there's Dragon is about to spawn in about 30 seconds, I think. So, they are probably gonna run bot side for it.
Yeah, but Nocturne is top there right now. Are they like, they're probably not gonna, are they gonna go for it?
I think Janna is fine here because Janna still has R, so I don't think it's a bad thing. Oriana also has ulti. The only person without ulti right now is Ezreal, but I don't think that's a very big deal. Right now, all ultis are up for this dragon fight, so someone might go for it. Meanwhile, they summon Herald in mid lane. This is a good play actually. Because now they have pressure in mid lane. Now they can just run the dragon.
Sion ulting in.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Diana just got caught out. Oh no! That dragon, they have. Oh, Arena getting caught out, yeah?
Okay.
Oh, what a flash by Oriana!
Oh my god, this Oriana just does not stop to impress me. But let's just talk about what a wonderful ult that from that Sion was. Sion knew that he needs to take this turn way off into that enemy jungle, and he knew like he would find these two precious bot lane straight up right there. And he got that nice kill on that Diana. I don't know if he was aiming for that, or if he was just like aiming for that mid lane, because he might have thought like, Irelia was gonna go in. But that was a fantastically like, well done.
Very well done, very well.
Yeah.
Oh, Sion going for a solo kill top lane?
Well, Ignite gone from Camille.
Yeah, I don't think that's very feasible. He doesn't have R. Yeah, right then that was a solo kill.
Yeah. But I
Nocturne
think
still has R though, but Nocturne doesn't have
yeah.
R. All R's is currently on C cooldown for blue team, so I don't think a lot is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Diana hasn't been that active for quite a while.
I'm really surprised, like considering like the force that like Camille was putting on Sion. Sion is actually ahead on CS. Like I'm actually very surprised. I'm pretty sure he played that tower game really well, under the tower farming, and all that stuff.
Oh no, I realized down a whole item right now.
Down a lot.
It's not fun.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she still has skill potential, but like, I mean, her farming is on point. If you've noticed, like, she is making sure she stays up on farm. But like, at this point, the difference.
Oh, Camille going in on mid lane. Oh my god, the damage he went through the exhaust. Oh, that's solo with the Camille.
I mean, it's with that 3 damage, right? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that's
disgusting. That really nicely shifts the pace a little bit. Camille is making sure, like, Oriana can't enforce
Camille
that
is
record.
really keeping them in the game right now.
Yeah. Camille is currently 3-0 with 101 CS. Honestly, I still have a lot of faith on this Irelia. Even though Oriana has been playing so well, so calculated the whole game. Like, she hasn't been focusing too much on that CS, but she has been keeping up. But she was mostly focusing on how she will make sure that Irelia does not come back. She's trying to make sure Irelia stays on where she is right now.
I have a feeling the Diana just wants to farm up and not gank. Probably right now.
I mean, it's not that bad of an idea.
Oh no, Camille missed a hook shot! Oh no, she's so dead. That is a huge shutdown over to the Nocturne, man. Oh no, it's a disaster. He missed the E on the wall, it's a disaster.
That just hit the power a little bit, not gonna lie.
I mean, that shutdown has gave Nocturne about 500 gold, which is which is a lot.
I mean, right now, like, the blue team has, like, a 3k gold difference, like, on the red team. So, like, that is
But
something
we need to
they
see
like,
how does We'll need to see how does blue team play the mid game though. We have seen
What a nice
people
thing
come
to
back.
earlier. She even hit.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
my lord, this is what I meant. I was expecting this from this Irelia. Like she straight up like she did everything on that fight. Like she was pretty sure. Like she was confident with what she was gonna do. I think Oriana was just a little bit caught out there, but that was very well played from the Irelia, I must say. Like I'm surprised. Like except
Are you keeping far right now? There's another fight. Oh, this is a very good fight for the blue team. They could get everything here.
Oh, Lord. I think the Sion have arm. No,
I don't think they're gonna go any further. It's too much.
It's being a little bit too ambitious, but it seems like Jenna does not have arm.
Alright, but that was a very good play to catch out the Karma. Now they are they just accelerated at least by another 500 gold. Oh, they're going for it. They're going for the virus.
That is not bad.
But this is a good fight.
That is okay.
Alright.
Very well played.
Nice, very well played.
Yeah,
There's a double kill to the doctor. Now they are hit by 4k gold.
I don't think Red Team really had an option there because like they were already completely in. I think Diana was kind of like redeeming what she could do over there because like it was a very difficult play for the Red Team. But I'd say Blue Team so far has like pulled off such impressive map plays. Like what do you think? You know, like I'd say Blue Team has like
That's Oriana.
That's key damage.
This community is actually playing this game very well.
Yeah, very well. I just really hope like it'll like it'll really matter late game. I think Red Team really needs to like take it easy on like these aggressive plays. But regardless, so far I am very impressed. Both teams are both teams have so much potential in this game. Like I'm like completely confused, Like,
As expected, Virus did went for the last blade instead of the Prowler's Claw, which is probably the best option right now. Surprisingly, Camille did go for Triforce instead of Divine Thunderer into a Scion though. That's a very interesting pick.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that Divine Thunderer is more of a tank shredder than Triforce.
But it seems like Red Team is gonna get another dragon.
And it's Cloud Soldier's game.
Yeah.
Cloud Soul does help Red Team a little bit because of Diana R.
Yeah, with those ultimates and with the Varus ultimate as well. That'd be very nice.
I feel like they really can't give Cloud Soul to the blue team because if you have Oriana Shockwave on a 20-second cooldown, it's actually kind of unplayable. They're actually pushing quite out. Oh my god!
Okay.
This Karma is actually 1 HP. Oh, Diana going back in, but they don't have the damage. Oh, Nocturne going back in. Oh, they really don't have the damage right now. They are way too far behind. Oh my god, a Sire with a 3-man knockup. Oh, that's everything they wanted.
This is like remember like I like told you guys like at this point like this is what the blue team should have been focusing on, whereas like like they have like this team fight power, and I think if Red Team did not give like all this pressure early game or like all these like like gold early game to the blue team, I think at this fight they would have straight up won. At least with the earlier, it was
this
like
was very good by the blue team.
yeah. True. I think that.
They knew they were hit. They knew they had items advantage. They knew they could force it. Very well played by them.
Yeah, true. Then again, a little bit grim for the Red Team, but I would say they still have a lot of potential. Like mistakes can happen anywhere, and I think if the Camille just pulls up at the right time, anything can work. But right now, I will definitely say that Diana and the Irelia are a little bit behind. They really need to focus up on farming up and getting back those gold. Because right now, there's a 6k gold difference. Like between the blue and the red team. Like blue team is like 6k gold ahead.
Honestly, they not taking the inhib there was probably the best play for blue team right now because they really can't end the game. If they took the inhib, it would just be giving free farm over to the red team. So it was very well played by them.
Because Camille already got back on that, so. But very well played from the blue team throughout the whole game, I would say. I think it was very ambitious, like really nice for the red team to like give that a try. That Diana really picked up really well on the back, and Irelia with the ult, that was perfect. Except I don't think, like I said, like she is underestimating like a little bit. Especially with her damage. She's expecting like a lot more to output. Yeah, I think it was like kind of like that from the early game. Where he kind of thought she could kill Oriana, but
Side outing mid. He might look to engage on Varus. Oh, no, it's too.
I mean, dude,
Honestly, right now, what red team needs to do is use Camille's lead to their advantage and play the side lanes because realistically, they really don't win the team fights right now. They really just need to play the side lane and then farm up.
yeah, because like Irelia, I think if Irelia can farm up nicely here, she can still make very amazing plays. Because her mechanics, I would say this Irelia's mechanics is very amazing, you know, in my opinion. So like she can really like make a nice effort. All they need is some decent gold. But blue team is not giving them a chance.
And they are punishing Arela yet again for overstepping here. So well played by blue team. Seeing the enemy team is just overstepping and they have all the vision in the red team jungle, they could just go for it. Camille noticing that they're all top side going for the kill, but this is the problem with choosing Triforce over Device Hunter. You really can't do anything to a Scion.
Yeah, pretty much. And it seems like Scion built a Locket of Island Solari. I think he's focusing on supporting, like, I guess the Ezreal or like Ezreal or the Nocturne or even the Orianna when they pump that in KD.
I mean, them stopping the Baron right there was a very smart call. Just burn the TP and get away with it. Just take it as a reward. Now Camille can no longer play side lanes because he has no TPs.
And also like Scion right now like very well played on that like the split, so he can probably get like 1 tower off that.
I don't think he could. Scion doesn't push towers that fast, unfortunately.
Now that I think about it, yeah, like Frozen Heart and Iron Slurry.
But the good thing about Red Team getting Dragon right now is that now they won't be forced to fight for the following Dragon because it's not Drexel yet. So it's not the end of the world. They can still come back from this, but it's looking kind of unplayable for them.
I don't know if they should like make it like Dragon at all. They can probably just like
yeah, they should probably just give this Dragon. They really can't contest this. If they did contest this and midway for in blue team favor, they could just end the game straight up. If they lost the fight.
They're just trying to play off their you know, I mean considering blue team's up in a lead. They're just trying to play off like, you know, how they're basically behind at this point. They don't have really much to do as well. The lanes are pushed up really nicely as well, so it'll be very difficult for them to like farm up all those side lanes. Yeah, they're like completely sacrificing this dragon.
This dragon will go over to the blue team and that will be the fourth streak of the game.
Yeah.
Diana is getting some on the other side of the map, which is kind of smart.
Yeah. As you said, it is actually pretty smart for like the red team to have that dragon lead from the start. So like now they can't, you know, really have to start anything. So that is very well done by red team.
I mean, right now, blue team could just probably turn to the Baron because they are all block side. This is actually kind yeah, they do have vision, but the problem is Kirby doesn't have teleport anymore. So I think this is a very good fight. They just need to play well for the Ezreal. Oh, they are re-engaging. Nocturne going in. Nocturne does have the Frozen Heart, so he's very tanky.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is a dead Varus.
And
here comes they are way, red team are way too far behind right now. They really can't win any fight.
Yeah.
The Scion is practically taking no damage right now. He is a beast. That's another kill for the Scion. I think they can just run it down mid and end right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm surprised, but like then again, Nocturne built with that.
Come here looking to catch up Janna. I don't think a Janna is worth your Nexus.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're deciding to go for the Baron instead of the Nexus.
They should have probably gotten one inhale, I think, and then should have like maybe gotten for that because I don't know, like I don't know going for the Nexus pretty much because like there is Diana coming back up. But to be honest, at the rate of how behind red team is right now, they're probably gonna get that. But I guess they're just trying to play it safe, you know? They're trying to keep their lead, you know, they're trying to take it easy. They know like, you know, they're gonna win the fight, so they're not trying to rush anything. So that's completely respectable. Then again, I am very impressed with the Nocturne building that Frozen Heart. Like all that damage I could still just with a Stride Breaker and the Frozen Heart. Yeah.
That's kind of disgusting.
Yeah,
the damage with a defensive item, like what?
You know, right? Like I'm so surprised. You know, I was pretty confident that like I thought Nocturne was getting shielded by Janna a lot there, but honestly speaking, it was especially the frozen heart coming into play, and it seems like he went Sterak's Gager. They're actually going for a rather tanky build, which is very smart because they're already in such a lead. They have the damage they need. You know, they're not worried about damage right now. They're trying to make sure every single engage they can survive long enough for everybody else to regroup, take that fighting because they do have sign off. So overall, I would say blue team is playing so well. You know, blue team is taking every single lead they can take. You know.
Right now, I feel like the Sion shouldn't be still pushing. He should just be running down mid with his team because they could just easily force a fight with Nocturne, Oriana, and the red team really can't do anything about it. Oh, speaking of which, there goes the Diana.
I believe that is a little bit pretty much game.
I think the red team is actually way too far behind right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Sion going back in. Oh, a 2-man knockout.
Oh, wonderful!
And,
Oh my god!
And there goes the only saving grace right now is that Camille could actually do anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
They are playing both sides pretty well, but like I don't think that's enough. They are really tanky right now. There is about that's pretty much game. You know?
That's game for the blue team. They played this game well.
They played the mind game much better, pretty much. You know, like they knew like you know their combat wise they weren't really that effective early games. Even though Irelia did make quite a few mistakes, but like I would say Oriana and like especially the Nocturne focus all kinds of the silence and really well. I would say.
Okay, I think that was very well played by them. Who do you think you will give your MVP to right now?
Wait, what?
Who do you think you will give your MVP to? I honestly think Nocturne did the best, even though
Same. But then again, I would definitely give the MVP a little bit to Oriana because I would say she set up the game quite well. You know,
I feel like
she set up the mid lane really well. You know, she set up majority of the ganks. You know, Nocturne, of course, playing it up all the lanes was perfect. That late game engage was amazing as well. But like, I think all this was possible off of like Oriana completely shutting down Irelia. Because if she did not do what she did, it would be very difficult for blue team to especially those team fights would be a little bit complicated. I would say.
yeah, but I feel like Nocturne did do a very good job on his own half by ganking the lanes, knowing which lanes he could gank.
Definitely, for sure. You know, he really know how to maximize his potential, especially with the Oriana and the Nocturne comp. That was like beautiful, pretty much. But I would say that comp kind of worked out early game because late game, like with all the shields and everything, especially with Sion as well. You know, I would say I think in my opinion, everybody played really well. Like even in the red side, they really had their potential. They really had their moments. You know, and I would say like definitely A for effort from both teams. And I guess the victory goes to blue team. You know, they really worked it out well. So well played, blue team. Okay, so I believe we're gonna be taking another short break. Please don't go anywhere, guys. Thank you for being with us. You know, like it is very interesting. These games are going super well, and hope to see you guys very soon. BRB.
East-West smoke, boy.
Hey everyone, welcome to the TeleMatch League of Legends 26 June 2021, organized by SuSus. I am Mr. Hong, and joined by me is Phantom GG, and we are your community casters for Tri-Zone versus Dodge List. Our video schedule is available in the link below on Twitch. Also, do like and follow our Teletrade Gaming Facebook page and Instagram for more TeleMatch updates. Join our League of Legends SuS Facebook group to stay in touch with other League players as well. All links are available below on Twitch. Anyway, hey, Phantom GG, I just want to ask you, how do you find the game so far actually for today?
Thank you for introducing me, and I honestly, I love it. I love the break from the more serious games we see from LCK, LPL. Like, they are fun to watch, but what they kind of take away sometimes is they get too organized, they get too clean, and we no longer really see people in the highest top level really challenging each other in like risky 1v1s. Like, what I love about these small community type competitions is you really see people go all out and not care about risk. We just see a lot of violence, and I love it.
Yeah, definitely right. Also, because this is a community match, all the teams are much less organized compared to what you compare in professional leagues like LCS, LCK. LCS, not so much, but anyway, back to the point. Also, another thing about this is that all our games here are best of ones. So, when you talk about when you talk about how organized the games are or how random the games are, I would say they are actually pretty random compared to a best of 3 or best of 5, right? Where you can actually prep against your opponent and prep different picks and different strategies.
So it's not, I wouldn't necessarily call it random. I would say it's best of ones really favor, even on a professional setting, a very chaotic and over-aggressive play style, because a lot of times what happens in these competitions, in my opinion, is the team that shows up like a little bit more drowsy, like a little bit more tired, is very often the one that loses. Like, I like to call it the battle of hype, where the team that shows up more awake with more like the desire to assert their dominance, they're often the ones that come out with the leads. And a perfect example of that would be the last game where we see Noctur and Sion just completely diving whenever they get the chance. And honestly, it was beautiful to watch. Like, clean be damned, I just love watching these aggressive team fights.
Yeah, definitely right. With all these picks like the Scion, the Nocturne, we just want to look for these aggressive picks and just to pressure the opponent, especially on the games like this where people might actually feel a bit more nervous, a bit more edgy, and as such, these picks actually help to, what do you call it, pressure the opponent effectively and also make sure that all their mistakes are very easily punished. Just like pressing one button, like the Siren R or the Nocturne R, is actually really easy to execute, and also is really very punishable as well.
So, I'm really curious what we'll see more of. I'm wondering if we'll see more Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao, really big power pick, really loves these over-aggressive type environments. Curious if we will see more Nocturne.
Yeah,
All of it's a possibility, really.
yeah. Personally, I think when it comes to this type of tournaments, right, and as you mentioned, people want to be very aggressive. So I believe people will actually tend towards the more what do you call it, more skirmish picks, the early skirmishes. And as you can, and from what I noticed so far, it also sort of leaks into professional leagues. When you look at the mid lane meta, for example, there are more people picking these melee matchups paired with a very strong jungler as well, so as to actually secure these early game leads and actually push forward and actually win the games from there.
What I really like about these smaller competitions personally is right now in this specific season, mid lane meta has actually been pretty open to playstyle. A lot of different characters are really viable right now. You don't really see a lot of those in LCK and LPL, and it's not necessarily because of the meta, but more so because there's only 10 mid laners. But when you go to these diamond competitions, these plat competitions, there's thousands and thousands of players in those elos. So you're much more likely to see people really express themselves with their favorite characters and just show what they're made of.
Yeah, definitely. And because, as you mentioned, it's a mix of so many different ranks, you can actually sort of see like in different ranks there are actually different champions that are more OP than others. Like for example, if you go to like a challenger game, you see Gwen is really OP because as you mentioned, it can be triple flex. But if you go to like a bronze game, for example, Annie is like the instant god of mid lane really. Just press one button, punish the enemy, and they just disappear like that. So yeah, I think this competition really just shows how many picks there are in the meta that can actually be played. And especially when you're facing against many different teams in a certain day, right? How do you actually adapt? How you actually find the comfort picks that actually work for you and actually secure you these wins?
So makes drafting kind of hard from the drafter type perspective. Like, I know these teams aren't necessarily like hardcore tryharding with drafting, but they're still trying to come out with advantages. And in these competitions, it can be a real pain in the butt to draft properly because in the top tier competitions, you're just used to people playing the meta picks, and there's some meta champions that have counters, but you don't really see them played in high elo. And then you go down to mid tier elo where we're at right now, and then out of nowhere, you used to draft in a certain way, and then boom, just someone pulls out a Zyra out of nowhere. It's like, wait, who plays Zyra? Well, this guy does.
Yeah, definitely. The randomness is just like so. It can be so shocking for different teams to see, like as you mentioned, the Zyra or like some random any pick or Master Yi. Yeah, it's just like it's really exciting to see actually, like just how these teams actually face out against each other, how they actually play into the different picks that they pick. And also, I just want to mention, right, like specifically for these two teams, from round one, these two teams were actually winless. And I think this game will actually be quite crucial for them as well for the future rounds to make sure they actually can secure at least a semi-final finish.
Teams are returning today to the community, so we wholeheartedly welcome them back. And may one of these teams find their first victory today, and hopefully they keep on coming back and just contributing to the community.
Yeah, definitely. And anyway, just to mention as well for one of the rewards, we also have the team with the most spirited team will actually also win prizes. So if they don't give up, they just try their best, get as many kills as they can. They can also stand a chance to take away something from this competition as well. Okay. Anyway, if we look into the future games, right, I just want to mention that we have been seeing quite a bit of variation. Like, first game was actually quite a high ranked game, I would suppose, with a lot of diamond players, even the Grandmaster Challenger players. And the second game was a bit more toned down in terms of the ranks, like see the platinum players and things like that. I think when it comes to the semi-finals, the matchup will be very important. Like which team with the lower rank can actually match up with the teams from a higher rank. Because in this setting, right, you see all these rounds, people are actually playing within their own bracket or really their own elo, because these teams were actually seeded into the rounds according to elo. But once they match up in the semi-finals or finals, that's when they actually get to play like with different elos and different styles. And I think that will really challenge and really push the players. And I think they will really learn a lot, especially if you're someone who is low elo and you're playing against someone who is high elo.
Have any players caught your eye yet, Mr. Hong?
Sorry?
Has any players caught your eye yet? Anyone from the previous games interested you?
Oh, for me personally, I think, as the two casters before mentioned, I feel that previously the Nocturne pick, the person who played Nocturne, I think he really managed to open up the game a lot for the team, right? And because, although yes, this is a competition setup, I feel like it is still not as organized like compared to a professional league, and of course they'll make a lot of mistakes like in solo queue, and I feel like these kind of players who are actually just very aggressive, it's just basically the type of players I like to see. And it's basically because I'm also personally a very aggressive player myself, and I prefer to play with people who are very aggressive. So I feel that the previous jungler, the Nocturne, I feel that he is someone that I will look out for personally. What about you?
I was actually a big fan of the Orianna. We saw many different types of laners today, but the Orianna was the first person today, in my opinion, to really properly display lane dominance. And I always love watching a good Orianna because Orianna has this really negative stereotype where I don't know where it came from, but a lot of people think that Orianna doesn't really do damage, that she's a supportive character. But nah, this guy, he showed what Orianna can really do if you actually know how to control her Q.
Yeah, and to add to that, she was against someone like an Irelia, which is makes the matchup really very, very volatile, and the fact that she managed to stand her ground is really good. Anyway, we're into draft right now, and we are in the ban phase. Let's see what we ban first. Oh, and they actually banned the Ezreal first.
It doesn't surprise me that they banned Ezreal because right now, while he's not the greatest of ADCs, he's pretty high up there, and what makes Ezreal really annoying to face is when you're facing a good Ezreal, even when he's not that powerful, he's just nearly impossible to kill, and he just scales really well.
Yeah, because of his mobility and everything, right, and his Q shots just keep shooting out, it's just really very annoying to face. Meanwhile, on the red side, we actually see the Lulu ban and the Silas ban following after. What do you think of this?
It's not that she's a bad character. I think she's quite good, especially if you draft around her. Maybe someone on TC likes playing hypercarry ADCs, so on RGS they're probably like, you know what, let's just get rid of it.
Yeah, better to just stand the butt early, right? And especially playing against these hyper carries is really so annoying to do and to play against. Over here on this side, we have the Set ban and the Kai'Sa ban as well. I feel the Kai'Sa ban is a bit
focus bans.
Yeah, precisely. I think that at this point they're just banning for comfort, right? Like, for example, if you play your solo queue games, I personally don't like playing against Rengar. I think it's a similar mentality as well. And as you can see, there is a unit ban on the red side as well, which further adds to that. Yeah. Alright, let's just see the first pick. Oh, they actually opt for the first pick, Nocturne. Yeah, this Nocturne basically will help to open up the map and basically, just like in the previous game, very aggressive. Oh, we actually have the affiliates into the Nocturne, which is kind of strange in my opinion.
Actually, the first affiliates today.
Yeah, precisely. And as you all know, Aphelios, although he's the 200 years champion, he is actually quite difficult to pilot. And the fact, yeah, first picking him into a Nocturne is something that I feel really scared for personally. Alright.
The affiliates enough peeling characters, but yeah, it's something that the affiliates player will have to be very cautious of going into this game, making sure that the Nocturne just doesn't R1 shot him. And the Nocturne's going to be backed up by the Senna, which can be a pretty mean wombo combo.
Yeah, definitely. The Nocturne and the Senna. Alright, well, over here we see the Heimerdinger hover actually. Oh, it actually goes in.
Yes.
What do you think about this Heimerdinger? Personally, I think it's really quite interesting.
I am hyped. I am so glad I came by today. I had some thoughts, but now I have absolutely no regrets. Heimerdinger, we're gonna see the upgraded RW one shots, and it's gonna be a grand old amazing time. We're gonna see the donger.
Yeah, the donger, man. That's what everyone likes to see. And also, I feel Heimerdinger can potentially be flex bot if they have the willingness to do so, but we shall see later in draft. Anyways, you can see over here they pick a Janna on the other side, so it's a Nautilus Janna. I am very confused what is going on right now.
If you were blue side, what you want to do right now is really pinch away the jungle pool, take away the good junglers because red side hasn't picked any junglers yet, and red side to go for the Camille ban, but I kind of slightly disagree with it. Personally, I would actually try to pinch the mid lane pool. Wait, what am I talking about? I already have a Harmony. It's probably going to be... You know what? Forget what I'm saying. The Camille ban's fine.
Yeah, Camille ban is fine. And usually when it comes to the last two bans, it's usually for comfort. So banning out the Camille, maybe they want to play something like a Scion or something favorable. I think that is pretty good. Oh, the Victor ban comes out, so they might actually be thinking the Heimerdinger can go elsewhere.
When people flex pick, it's really annoying to face because you're just looking at those flex picks. Even Nocturne's technically a flex pick. You're just like, okay, I have no idea what to ban because everything is a flex pick.
Yeah, precisely, and that's what makes draft so fun, right? Picking all these flex picks, making your enemies actually think, oh, what's this champion gonna go? What's this champion gonna do? And I think that is the fun part about tournament draft, where you can actually see all this play out. Anyway, over here we're gonna see Rock 1 and Rolla gonna pick his pick. I wonder what's gonna R4 with. Oh, actually R4's an Orianna. This pick that you mentioned is very fun and very flashy.
I'm prepared to go with it because right now the Orianna has a Nautilus, but normally the Orianna wants a more reliable delivery system, something like a Hecarim, something like a Nocturne. That being said, really excited to see how this Janna works out. This will actually be the first time I've seen Janna in a comp. Oh, great! Exciting pick. We haven't seen Get Free yet. We have not seen Gwen today because Gwen has been permabanned in every single game so far.
Yeah, precisely. And just now when we were talking, right, you were mentioning that Gwen is actually the new Master Yi, right? She is so powerful, she is so strong. I am so excited to see what damage she can bring to the red team over here. And over here you actually see the Yasuo in response. Oh no, it's actually going to be the Darius. The Gwen to the Darius matchup. I'm not sure if this is actually favorable for the Darius. What do you think?
Honestly, the Darius matchup is, in my opinion, favored for both Nocturne and for Gwen, regardless of who he faces. But here's the thing about Darius. Even if you beat him in lane, even if your character is supposed to win against him, it just takes one mistake to make it so now he's the one who counters you. And that's what makes Darius such an annoying character to face, where one mistake and you're suffering for the rest of lane phase.
Yeah, precisely. Even in team fights as well, when you talk about mistakes, Darius with that reset and the bleed and the passive, it just makes every team fight so volatile and like something that you have to constantly keep in your mind. Like, oh, is Darius going to reach the 5 beat stacks? Is Darius going to ulti and get all the resets? That is something that is very important to take note of. And lastly, I just want to point out, it's actually Nautilus jungle. Recently in the patches, we have actually seen buffs to Nautilus, and I'm actually very curious to see how this actually plays out.
It's actually fine. The clear's not bad. Where people are hesitant to play Nautilus jungle, where they weren't afraid to play Morgana jungle, is Nautilus jungle is in danger of being invaded by these more aggressive junglers like Olaf, for example. But Volibear isn't really the king of invading, so in this case, Nautilus jungle can actually work out. Talking about Darius again, I want to rewind again. A lot of people probably notice they're not facing as many Dariuses in solo queue, and a really big reason for that is if you go back 5 patches, actually kind of gutted his passive by almost half of the damage it's supposed to do. So curious to see if this person can make it work despite the nerfs that he suffered.
Wow, half of the damage. I actually didn't realize that. There's actually quite a bit of damage that's gone. And also, you talk about Darius and Strikebreaker, right? These are actually like couples in League of Legends. And the fact that they actually started to remove some of the mobility creep from the Strikebreaker, I think that will actually hurt the Darius quite a bit as well. When it comes to the team fights or it comes to playing around objectives, yeah, I think this will be something we have to consider as well. Okay, so personally, what do you think?
Interaction between Gwen's barrier and Darius' hook, does it block the Darius hook?
You mean the Gwen W?
Yeah.
I believe so. If the Darius is not within the W, I believe that Gwen will be immune of the Darius pool. Yeah, I believe that's how it works.
That's actually how it works, then if this is top Darius, then Gwen might actually have a really easy time. Because another thing that Darius really dislikes facing is people who can actually have a lot of mobility and get within his inner circle. Because Darius is what I like to call a sweet spot champion, meaning he has to hit you with very specific parts of his skill shots. Another good example would be Aatrox Q.
Yeah, definitely. And if you hit those Q shots, it's actually really very rewarding, and also you can get off really good trades. You can turn the tide of the fight very easily because of how much you can heal, how much you can sustain. We actually have to see how this Darius actually sets up all these skills in order so they can actually get output the most damage, and also how his team will actually play around him. I think that is something that will be very spicy, especially when you look into this top lane matchup. Lastly, I just want to, with 30 seconds left, I just want to touch on the Senna Heimerdinger. What do you actually think about this matchup over here? How do you think it's going to pan out into the Aphelios and Janna?
I know a lot of people disliked Senna when she first came out due to the fact she was overloaded, and some people still feel that way. Personally, I am the biggest Senna fan, largely because with the way her character works with her passive, she enables so many different unique type of bot lanes. So Heimerdinger can actually work if you put Senna onto the support item and you just have the Heimerdinger farm. And so now what you're getting is two really hard scaling characters who can deal a lot of DPS in the late game. Where Red Side's going to have to be really careful is they do get outscaled. So what they're going to want to do is try to abuse their Nautilus in the early game to try to create these early game leads.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see, the Nautilus actually went for the Predator over here. So I'm guessing he's going to look for those early game ganks, those early game engages, so that as you mentioned before, they don't get outscaled and they don't get rolled over in the late game. Anyway, we're into game and let's see how this pans out. Alright, all the characters are loading in. There was just a bit of a technical issue, but yeah, the game is starting right now. So I just want to touch on one last thing over here. I just want to look at the rune setups from all the players over here. Basically, I am seeing right that this Gwen is actually gone for the TP Ignite instead of going for TP Ghost or even a TP Flash. What do you think about this setup over here with the TP Ignite?
It should be really interesting. It's actually really common to see specifically Gwen doing it because she actually has a lot of mobility naturally. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Just my personal playstyle when I'm playing Soki, call me a chicken. I like having Flash. I like having the comfort of flashing away from danger. But a lot of Gwens love having Ignite instead of Flash because with her E, the way it works is if you get one auto attack between the E's, you can actually reset the cooldown by half. So basically, if she is steadily auto attacking between her E is basically permanently on a 4-second cooldown, which is a lot of mobility to work with.
Now that you put it into perspective, Gwen is really quite broken with that 4-second dash and that mobility. That is really quite crazy. Anyways, you can see here, Nautilus is starting from the top side, whereas Volibear is going to start from the bottom side, so I don't think they'll meet each other too much. Meanwhile, Aphelios and Janna are just sitting in the bush. I don't know what they're trying to do with sitting over there, but let's see if it pans out. Senna just does a little leash for the Volibear. And he actually walked into the lane.
Oh, different poking. Here you go.
Yeah, just get a little jump scare over there, but I think it's fine with the Heimerdinger card and the passive to actually recover his hit back.
Fine, because it's a Senna sustain, but you know what? It's the little things that count. It's the good morning presence of, hey, hello, Heimerdinger. Have you seen our poke? It's a fun time.
Yeah, just a little teaser to see how this lane actually go, how pokey and how annoying this lane actually go in the later stages of the game. Anyway, just see over here, everyone just farming it out. And honestly, the Nocturne does not seem too bad into the arena so far. I thought he'll be poked out a bit more, but I think he's doing well.
It was pretty hard to face because he has a surprising amount of really good wave through level 1, and most mages actually get pushed into him in the early game. And then with his passive, he has a decent amount of sustain, and it's actually only going to get harder for Orianna as Nocturne starts to get some levels. Up here in the top lane, we're seeing just a really good display of that E-dash abuse from Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen is balanced, guys. Gwen is really balanced. Alright, and now in bot lane over here is Aphelios and Janna actually took a little bit of damage, presumably from the Senna with that long range. Oh, actually you can see the knock.
Game.
Okay, not let go of the hook and serves at the top there, but you think I didn't go for it. Hammer top but I don't think he's gonna get killed. Okay, I think Senna is a bit of trouble right now because
Behind, here's Gwen.
okay.
First blood for the Nocturne!
That was so actually quite amazing. Just see the oh wait, oh Gwen actually sneaks into half and Nocturne is trying to run away with that 400 HP. Oh, that does not land, just barely reaches him. If it landed, maybe he could have gotten the kill. But honestly, that was quite anticlimactic, seeing Orion just TP and then Nocturne just feared him and died. Just dying like
That is
was
going.
easy.
You may have got my bot laner, but I got your recall.
Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. It's a fast recall, man. Let's be careful about it. Yeah. And yeah, exciting game so far, honestly. A little bit of action. 2 kills in 4 minutes. That's actually not too bad. And as I mentioned before, these games are community games. These games are supposed to be aggressive, supposed to be a lot of fun. Alright, so everyone is
Now,
just...
while they are a lot of fun, Red Team is not having a lot of fun themselves because you're facing a late game team, and you did what you're never supposed to do against a late game team. You fed them early, so they have a hole they're gonna have to climb out of.
Yeah, that would be really tough for the red team. I'm actually curious to see how they actually get that out of this. I feel they have the tools to do so, right? With the Nautilus and the Aphelios and Oriana, maybe they can look for some CC, maybe look for some catch that can potentially bring them back to the game. But of course, this game is far from over yet. It's still 5 minutes in the game. We can actually just see how this game plans out. Maybe Big Team needs to turn it around, but we shall see.
Did get flashes out of the bot lane, so he could potentially look for a repeat king in bot lane. He could do, for example, Raptors into Wolves into bot. And he also has a Darius with Ghost into top lane. He has tools to work with, so it's really just up to him to see what he actually wants to do.
It was a very, very quick trade over here. As you can see, Gwen is balanced. He just slips into half. Oh, and there you go.
Oh, that's me.
God, the 5-stack,
That
man.
full set Q actually just takes, I think it takes away roughly 50% of his HP every single time.
Yeah, precisely. And because Darius was in the middle of it, right? Anyway, just for people who are not very familiar, for Gwen, if you stand in the middle of the scissors cut, actually does 2 damage. And the fact that Darius took a trade 2 times, the max stack of the Q, and he was in the center of it, he really took a very unfavorable trade. And you can see he's already half HP and Gwen is looking to reset over here.
What they're saying about Red Team's team comp is Varus actually has a lot of bodies to stand in front of with these team fights. He has a Nautilus, he has a Janna, he has a Darius, and he has the Oriana shield. If Blue Team really wants to reach Aphelios, they're gonna have to genuinely work for it coming into the coming team fights.
Yeah, definitely. It'll definitely be a tough... it'll definitely be a mountain to climb for the Nocturne especially. You can't just randomly jump in because they have the Darius pull the Nautilus to pull him away, and Janna to actually offer some form of disengage. So we'll see how this actually goes for the red team. If the Aphelios manages to farm up and they play front to back properly, I can actually see them winning this game. It is far from over.
The team chose to get with the Drake. They recognize they're a little bit behind right now. Said, alright boys, it's alright to just farm up, and first Drake goes to Blue Team. It's not the greatest of early game Drakes, it's just Blue, which is like, I think like is it 1.5 or 2.5 healing every 5-ish seconds?
Yeah, honestly, giving up this Drake is not that bad because it's not even the soul, and plus the fact that it's just a first ocean Drake, I think it is the wise choice to just give it up and farm up and actually look for the later team fights. So as you can see, Darius is actually walking hand in hand together with Nautilus in the top river. I don't know what they're doing there, some cheeky stuff. Meanwhile, see this bot lane constantly being pushed in. We'll see
The
how-
highway here is really impressive. I'm gonna have to try this out myself in solo queue. It really looks like a grand old time.
Yeah, precisely, and especially into the Aphelios, right, who is like really immobile. If Heimerdinger just lands his first, I don't think he can even get to play the game. anyway, we just see them.
Is it why whenever you look at pro competitions and you find out that somebody knows how to play Heimerdinger, it's just literally permabanned because none of the pros are like the pros see it and they're just like, no, get that out of my game. I faced it once on solo queue. I never want to see it again.
Yeah, precisely. These pocket picks really just make like pro games like so much more volatile, and this is something they want to avoid. Actually, speaking of that, that reminds me of the Husi Orion slow back to the CLG days. That was also something that was perma-banned, and that was something really hard to play against.
You're getting so many free stacks. It's only 8 minutes, and they're already down to 2 armor platings left on that bottom tower. Something could potentially happen is maybe Volibear just says, you know what, let's just finish it off and ult it.
Yeah, precisely, right? And the fact that, as you mentioned, it's Sama handling so much killing. Anyway, you can see the top lane is a trade. Gwen actually pops the ulti.
5 stacks.
Okay, just a kill. I don't think he survives this though. Yeah, Darius gets the bleed and he just executes him with the ulti like that. Honestly, I could have seen that going Gwen's way, seeing how good and busted this champion is, but yeah, it's just very
Despite it being a 2 versus 1, but luckily where this came out really nice for the Darius is once you get those 5 stacks from Darius in a 1v1, it's basically over because the ult actually does more damage for every stack he has. Doctor ults in with those flashes out of the way.
those HP bars are so. Oh wait! Oh! Janna actually does the stand up. Well, I don't know if I can return a kill over here. Okay, this looks actually really dicey. I have 4 people in the bot lane having the Fiesta right here, but they eventually just walk it out and they manage to trade 1 kill.
He just gets this tower here. This is gonna be really tough to defend out, but Natu just gets caught out by himself, hit by the Nautilus hook. Orion ults, but Nocturne switching flashes away. Thari says, get over here, just like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, and finishes him off with a nice clean cleave with a W.
What was Nocturne doing there? He was all alone, and they were like, and there was a mid push, right? And you can see the Oriana moving over. It was just so weird. Why was he there? It's like there's basic mistakes that you should not be doing on stage.
He's looking for a tower dive, but unfortunately he was probably not keeping track where the enemy team was, and eventually realized he was not in the correct neighborhood.
Yeah, he really stepped in the wrong neighborhood this time. Hope he learns from the mistake and doesn't get caught out as what? Yeah. And we just see.
This is playing everyone's favorite game, the farming game. He gets to hear the kachin sounds. It's my favorite thing to do on League.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, over here, just see the vomit there, just taking the Shadow Crab away, nothing much happening. And surprisingly, you can see this Gwen and Darius match up. It honestly doesn't look too bad. I mean, Darius did get the gank, right? But overall, as you can see from my simple eye test, it does not look too bad for the Darius actually. This one actually has been a 500 IQ pick. Oh, actually, anyway, you can see here, Janna going for the position. Wow, this is the most aggressive Janna I've seen in years. Australia's going. Oh, but there's a TP behind. I'm not sure how this will actually pan out. Oh, the Gwen is there with W early. Oh,
Gwen just finished him off. Gwen is still chasing. She has stacks on her ult. The needles mean her ult is still up. All she needs to do is hit someone one more time and she can recast it.
Oh, but it timed out.
Expires.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter because Nocturne just says, hey, I have an ult.
Yeah, it just makes everything dark, man. Can't see anything. Just stop the team fight right there. Okay, as you can see from the few kills they got, they're trying to get some trades in the mid lane, or to accelerate the game a little bit. Oh, meanwhile, Volibear actually randomly summons the Rich Arrow. I think if this pressures, this will actually kill the turret. Yeah. And the mid tower goes down just like that.
Because the kill lead is actually not that big, it's only 6-2. I've seen bigger kill leads. The gold lead, however, is almost 7k, and honestly, this is purely because of tower platings right now.
Yeah, as you can see, they made quite a few good rotations, got a few plays off the map, and especially from the bot lane, right, you see that 2v2 prowess, getting an individual lead just from their own. Honestly, it's okay. Just now when I mentioned early game, oh, it's 4 minutes, it's not too bad. This actually looks pretty bad right now. 7k lead at 12 minutes. I am not looking forward to how the Ricky will get smashed later on.
Here's how the Nocturne's building. If he's going the assassin build, the face is going to be in danger at all points. He could alternatively go one of the bruiser mythic items, and if he does that, it'll allow him to be a bit beefier. But I don't think he exactly needs to be that beefy, because he does have the volleyball on his team, and he does have the setup to hack him up with these heals and shields. So Naka goes in, he's blocked down by the Amniger RP ultimate. Re-engagement.
Oh, just like that. How unfortunate. Alright, we'll be translating this kill to the top main part. Oh, they're actually just getting kills all around the map. This feels so good for the blue team.
Actually, you get every single plane possible.
I think they might be actually able to do it. This is an absolute horror. I don't know why it is on Twitch, but yeah, this is really a gap. Oh! Logan's looking for a pick. To turn around. I don't think Lagana can run this. Oh,
She can truly run this.
yeah, no, I think she got both. Oh, but the Jana ulties to save herself. I honestly think she could ulti a bit. I didn't really see that. But
You have so much to live for.
yeah, I think she's just like, oh, I need to save myself, and just saves the ulti for herself. But yeah, honestly, very good and cheeky hit from the Gwen over here. I don't think in a solo queue game you actually expect a Gwen sitting in the bush right there trying to kill you. Especially when you have the Janna at your side, you feel that sense of security. Yeah, Gwen just 2v1s.
See, in my opinion, the scariest people to face in sports is the people. This is going to sound so lame to say, but it's honestly true. And you face these type of people in solo queue. The scariest people to face are the people who know they can kill you. Because sometimes you'll be facing against a less experienced player, and they can kill you, but they don't go for it, because they don't know they can go for it. And when you're facing the people who actually understand their damage, and actually understand they can outplay you, that's when you gotta be on your toes.
Right? Especially if you've played the champion so many times, you understand the ins and outs of the champion, you know when to limit test, when not to int your team. And I think that is the beauty of League of Legends, like going through that learning curve, learning each and every single champion, knowing what the champion can do, the champion cannot do. And as you can see, it was like clearly demonstrated just now, the Gwen obviously knowing her limits, going for the 1v2, something that maybe a lower elo player wouldn't actually go for, because she understands the champion, she knows how broken Gwen is. Anyway, you can see here, time to pick up the ulti. Oh, the double whip! Oriana keeps the ulti and he still stays alive. The volleyball, the angry bear tries to chase the robot, but he just runs away.
That's something to note, that Voidbear's ultimate is still up, and if I'm reading reading the map correctly, Nocturne's ultimate is also up, so a lot of plays are open for blue team right now. And if red side is not careful, they will be picked apart by these ultimates. And speaking of being picked apart, the Ferris just annihilated, barely alive by a silver as hell.
Oh my, Nocturne flashes in back for the return kill. Oh, the nearest out is a bit early, but
This gets a double.
yeah.
Trying to give it the thumbs up, like, thanks man, thanks brother. I saw my life flash before my eyes.
Yeah, precisely. That was so tragic for the failures right there. Honestly thought they could just get a clean kill and walk away, but Nocturne just flashes, whoops in, and he just gets sent back to base. That is so sad for the ADC player.
I'm fun to play ADC this year. We got the new Volibear, we got Nocturne with the new items, we got Gwen. It's a fun role to play this year.
Yeah, especially it's really not fun for ADC players this year. Especially when you see across the board, right? Nowadays, all the ADCs that are really in the meta, those that are really immobile, like the Kog'Maw, like the Varus, the Senna. These and the fact that these other champions are in the meta, like these dive AD champions, it's really not fun for the ADC player, especially if the team doesn't know how to play around you. You can see Oriana just giving a little peek at the woof, but nothing really happened.
It's knocked out.
Yeah, that's actually so much hope from the Senna. I guess that is what happens when you get so much of a goal lead, right? Actually get so much damage off, and you actually get the mountain.
Goal lead is 10k at 17 minutes.
Alright, we know. And they're at Soul Point, Mountain Soul Point. That is so tragic for the red team. This would be such a huge mountain to climb. But honestly, I am really
Intended.
Honestly, I am really in awe about how these teams actually manage to escalate their lead so perfectly. Especially in this kind of setting where it's more coordinated and more organized.
So yeah, they actually are playing pretty organized this game. They really are pulling their punches. They are pressing the go figure every time. Like, Trizone is really doing everything they can to escalate this lead further and further. They've been TPing at the right times. They have been flanking on the right times. When someone's overextended, they have been punishing it. Honestly, in my opinion, they're going to be an interesting team to watch if they go further into the competition.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, you see her not left out of the burn. I don't think she can. Oh, she actually turns back. Okay, the very best time. Not left actually possible to turn back. But this actually looks so disastrous for the red team.
Cannot keep them down. Trizone just has too much mobility, too much tankiness, too many ways to defend each other. They think they can finally kill somebody on the enemy team, and then they just have to send an ultimate to rescue the day, to stall enough time to move to re-engage happen.
Precisely right. Oh, but you see over here that there's just a chain CC and a blue dice. Oh, Jana falls as well. Honestly, I don't think they should have went for that. They are already down members. I don't know why they went to face check the Red Herald. But as you can see, oh, Arena just gets slapped. And quite a lot of kills for the blue team over here. But yeah, as you were mentioning, right, this team comp over here, just a press R team comp basically. You see the Gwen pressing R, the volleyball going in, and often going in. It's very easy to execute, and it's something that if you're ahead, it's actually very hard to play against because yeah, it just makes team fighting so much easier with all these simple execution buttons.
So if you are on the side of dodge list, your goal right now is to find some way to get control of these mini waves. You want to push these mini waves in, and really your best shot at this point is to make some type of death push and just kill whoever goes in first. You actually have a decent amount of burst. You have your auto QW, you have the Darius hook, and then you have the Nautilus hook. You have an alright amount of burst. Like, really what they want to go in right now is just sneak up on somebody and just throw everything at them and hopefully get these shutdown goals one by one.
Yeah, these shutdown goals would be really essential for them to come back to the game. And also, you mentioned about the players, how it is hyper carry, how it's protection from the Jana, from the Nautilus. If he's able to catch these waves, able to get pumped up, there might actually be a chance for them to actually get back into the game. But meanwhile over here, it does not seem to, it seems quite dire for the side of RGS, and we shall see. Okay, meanwhile, Volleyball just randomly summons the Red Herald, trying to get some mid-try over here, probably setting out a vision for the Baron. But I don't think this is
They probably would run out of time. It was a bit of a random Rift Herald, but it looks like they'll be using it to stall for time. And you know what? Nothing just says, come boom onto the Aphelios, but Aphelios is rescued just in time by Dejana. And like we said earlier, Aphelios is thankfully given a lot of different forms of peel.
Yeah, that's how I managed to stay safe. But I guess the Rift Herald was actually 500 IQ, right? Because Aphelios walked up, he hit it, and he actually gets knocked out feet, so it's like, oh, Bella just boxing for that. Oh, that looks so oh man, that was something. Oh, the ball is going in, it's out of feet. Oh, barely hits the turret. Let's see how this game fight goes. I think every time you really nice for the Red Team, Gwen just slips Darius into half, and it's eventually just a 3 for nothing. I think they can look for the Baron here.
Trizone was eavesdropping on us. I said what Team Dodge had to do to make a comeback in this game was just sneak into jungle and just death burst somebody. Trizone said, well, Mr. Phantom, that's a really nice strat. You mind you try it out ourselves?
Yeah, precisely right. Just making the punishment for themselves and just specifically punishing them for the lack of vision and for just randomly walking into bushes like that. And they actually secured a very nice kill. I'm pretty sure in the next 5 minutes this game will be over with the Mountain Drag coming up soon. If Trizone manage to get this Mountain Drag, yeah, it will be really very hard for Red Team to come back. I think almost impossible if they don't make any mistake. You can see they're actually walking towards the Mountain Drag here, trying to get the soul, and eventually maybe just close out the game from here.
If they want to end it the clean way, or as I like to call it, the boring way, all they have to do at this point is just get Soul and 1v1, and just make the game impossible for Team Dodge to play. But alternatively, what they can do is say, you know, we have like almost 20k gold lead at this point, we can just bomb rush it mid and activate every ult at the same time.
Yeah, because you
Now,
just
this is risky. You could potentially throw the game, but between you and me, which one's more exciting to watch?
obviously I want to see some NA ramp here, man. What's this 1-3-1? What's all these kind of professional terms? What are you talking about? Just run down mid, just kill them. That's what we like to see right here. Anyway, as you mentioned, they are actually allocating 2 people to both mid and bot lane, pushing out this slowly over here. Playing this very methodically actually. Normally in a solo P game, to get such a lead you just want to find more kills, right? But they're actually playing it quite slow. They're actually playing it quite safe.
So being pretty organized this game, and we're seeing proper macro out of them, we're seeing really strong picks come out of them. And once again, but Glenn said, you know what, I tried having fun, I tried playing safe, I'm just gonna jump back in, throw in the EQ, and you know what, I don't like it here, I'm just gonna hit that shot, I don't like it here anymore. It was a break.
He just goes in, sticks comes out. Oh wait, she's actually looking for the 1v4. I don't know if she actually can do. Oh, she actually put it off.
Game.
Oh yeah, that's definitely game. With these 30-second timers, I don't think they can come back from this anytime soon. Wow, but like, when Damage is really landing those optimals very, very well. I think he might be the MVP of the game, but we shall see. Oh wait, the players from behind him got the thumbs up. I think he's good great here.
It's down with his ship.
Yeah, that was really quite cool, honestly. He just wanted to send it, man. Wanted to end this game ASAP and move on to get more wins in the future rounds.
Instead of ending the game and just taking them out of their misery, Team Trias are saying, we're just gonna take everything from you. There's gonna be nothing left of your base. We're taking every inhibitor. We're taking every tower. We're taking every dragon, every Riftchild, every Baron. You shall have nothing. And we are honestly, at this point, seeing the most brutal games we have seen so far today, with a 20k gold lead.
You see the scoreboard, 22-3, Mountain Soul, 10k lead. This looks really brutal, but I'm glad they're actually having a lot of fun here, and just trying to make the red team as miserable as possible, slowly just strangling them out, making sure they can't play the game. Although now they can't play the game, but make sure they can't play the game even more. As you can see, right? You see, if you look at
To moment they pick Heimerdinger. Like, when you pick Heimerdinger, you're basically telling your lane opponent, you shall not be allowed to have fun this game.
yeah, precisely. Heimerdinger can be such an obnoxious pick, especially in this game. So accelerated, I don't think the red team can really do much. Okay, meanwhile, Julius is just farming with the minions, maybe getting some gold, injecting some of that copium into the system, hoping maybe they can come back out. But this looks really, really dire. And you can see the bot lane pushing in the 7 minutes. Oh, the Brain goes in for the 1v2.
Dude, I'm very like this.
Oh my god, they have 10 beast. Okay, he goes in for the Drana, he gets pulled by the Darius. I don't think they'll do anything. The volleyball, easy, running towards Darius. Darius tries to play, I don't think they'll do anything. Meanwhile, you see the top side, Nautilus gets here, another don't follow up. Another just extension base, trying to farm them, trying to
So again, just taking everything away from them. Like, if they could, I'm pretty sure at this point, if they could, they would take their fountain away from them. But that's not an option, so they say, you know what, we'll settle for your Nexus.
Wow, honestly, that game was a banger. That was so fun to watch. I am so glad we were able to cast these games, honestly. That was really, really amazing.
The most brutal game of the night. Genuinely the most brutal game of the night, and really highlights the conversation that we had earlier about the pure destruction that Glenn is capable of. But also, we got to see some interesting stuff. We got to see Senna Heimerdinger bot lane. I believe this is also the first mid-Doctrine of the day. We got to see Volibear with the tower dives. A really pure, raw, aggressive game, but it wasn't your type of aggressive game where it's just mindless. There was an actual method to it.
Yeah, it was just such a pleasure to watch everyone just coordinating and just syncing up so that we can slowly get snowball and escalate these advantages. Anyway, I just want to talk about the MVP of this game. Personally, I am very biased towards the Gwen, seeing her pull off the 1v2s, actually absorbing so much pressure for the team. Who do you think is our MVP for this game, actually?
My vote will be tied between both bot laners because what they did an amazing job at this game is it basically completely removed the enemy bot lane for the game and took every single plane possible. But a person I actually do want to give credit toward from the opposing side is I want to give credit where it's due. This Darius actually did a pretty good job with the cards that he had to work with this game. I thought he was going to be much more behind this game, but he actually had some pretty good TPs in the early game. I mean, not TPs, but I mean hooks necessarily, like onto. He set things up. I liked it.
Yeah, the fact that Darius was actually able to stand his ground against such a stacked team, I think that's really something that is very commendable and something that we should take notice of. Anyway, we'll be heading off for a short break right now. See you later for round 4 games.
Dad, are you sure you know what you're doing?
We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. Well, you better.
Haven't you had enough?
One third.
Remember, don't hesitate to call on me for anything.
Is this any concern of yours?
Hi everyone, welcome back to the TeleMatch League of Legends 26 June 2021, organized by Sus, which actually means horse in Hebrew, by the way. As you know, I am Yunhong, and joined by me is Phantom GG. We are still here, we haven't gone away, and we are your casters for Team versus Hantu Busters. The viewer schedule is available in the link below on Twitch. Do like and follow our Teledream Gaming Facebook page and Instagram for more updates. Join our League of Legends Sus Facebook group to stay in touch with other league players. Hey, Phantom GG, just now that game was such a banger. What do you think this game would actually be like?
For sure, but I have a very serious question to ask you. Have you been practicing for radio? Because you definitely have a voice for radio. That introduction, masterpiece right there. Couldn't do it better than myself.
Thank you so much, Ben. Really appreciate it. Anyway,
Seriously, great voice for radio. Good. Seriously, consider it. Radio. You. Do it. As for my thoughts going into the next game, honestly hard to say for sure because I'm pretty new to this scene. Seeing that it's going to be all new faces from here on out. But after seeing two really dominant Nocturne games in a row, I think if both teams are on either side of being serious about winning for this particular competition, Nocturne might be the go-to band to do. Because two Nocturne games in a row, one-sided wins. What do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially Nocturne with the global ultimate, it is so easy to punish people, especially if they're left on the side lanes, if they're left alone. Also, Nocturne with the fact that he can bring so much agency to a team, I think that is really very, very valuable, especially in this round where most of these teams are actually a bit more inexperienced, I would say. Nocturne is actually something we should really look out for. Also, I just want to mention.
Honestly, sorry.
Oh yeah, you can carry on. It's fine.
And honestly, like, we talk about Nocturne and low elo, but when you watch pro play, it's even something that high elo people will struggle with. We see Nocturne being flexed into 3 different lanes and being good at all of them. And what's just really scary about Nocturne that even high elo people can't avoid is his ultimate really says, you have no choice. I'm going to hit you.
Yeah, precisely. And also because in the previous patches that we have seen, Nocturne has actually quite a few good matchups. For example, when you see the Nocturne into the Na, for example, or Nocturne into Lee Sin, it's just such a valuable priority pick even throughout all the leagues from this to like even the professional leagues. Actually, what other picks are you actually looking out for when it comes to these matches?
I'm wondering if we're ever going to see a Seraphine pick.
Right.
It's still a really good character. Seraphine really good at actually punishing these aggressive comps because basically what Seraphine does to characters like Nocturne or Volibear is she says, okay, engage on me, but now I'm going to charm you. I'm also wondering if we're going to see any Silas or Akali. We haven't seen any of that yet. And both of those can be really exciting and very aggressive picks.
Yeah, precisely. As you mentioned, the Akali and Silas is actually a pick, or rather a matchup that I really enjoy watching because to me, the Akali Silas matchup is really 50-50, right? Akali is a bit weaker in the early game, but as the game goes on, Akali can actually match into the Silas, and the fact that Silas can actually take away the Akali out, you just see like 2 people just flying around randomly in the mid lane. It is really quite a joy to watch. Also on the Seraphine pick, I think that will be really very interesting, right? And something that is very much an enabler for most teams because when you talk about the ultimate range, is something that extends through a lot of people. It's something that maybe other teams might not actually anticipate. Like, oh, I was just standing here randomly, very far away from the Seraphine, and suddenly, oh, I just got charmed and I'm dead.
Picks I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen too much of yet is I was expecting a lot more Hecarim today because Hecarim is very much capable of all the things that Volibear and Nocturne does. I'm also surprised because I know for a fact we haven't seen a single Olaf game yet. And Olaf is the king of just mindless ganking, more so than any other character. Debatably only rivaled by Xin Zhao when it comes to just over levels of I'm gonna gank you over and over and over again.
Yeah, precisely. Especially with that Olaf, with that clear, you can actually full clear so fast and actually like enable so many lanes so quickly. I think maybe the one thing that could limit Olaf when it comes to these kind of games, maybe because of the scaling, Olaf might not be as good as compared to before when God Drinker and Strike Breaker were stronger. But yeah, I really would love to see these champions like Olaf who can actually gank very early, actually snowball the team. And as you have seen before, right, these teams, when they get a lead, they really push it to the maximum. And I think Olaf, besides the Nocturne, the Olaf, the Sinjao, these kind of picks can actually be very valuable for these two teams over here.
So a good example of what these early game junglers are really capable of in the very first game of the day, where we literally see Xin Zhao just tower diving the bot lane and just pushing the poor bot laners away from the tower. What's cool is that about this competition today is while we're seeing a lot of aggression, we're still also seeing a lot of well thought out aggression. It's not totally mindless. We definitely see clear cut fought patterns and how these teams want to play and really pushing their objectives.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is something that I actually underlooked when I actually went into this community matchup. I think I was thinking at first maybe it's a community match, right? Maybe these players are not so advanced, maybe they won't push their lead so easily or they won't be as coordinated. But I'm actually really quite impressed with the level of play we have seen so far, especially utilizing their picks properly, being able to execute team fights quite flawlessly, and also just playing the map pretty decently as well. I think that is something that we can actually praise on, especially when these teams are really just five people coming together, having fun, playing together, and they actually play at this level. I think that is really impressive.
Now, what I want to see going into this game is while we've seen a lot of really well done organized aggression, we have yet to see a team do proper defense and set up comebacks. So as we start draft, hopefully we see both teams draft proper with comps that can actually offer like a 50-50 chance on who wins, and we just get a game where it's just toe-to-toe. So that's something I'm really hoping to see this game. And it's actually quite likely to happen because if you look at the rankings of both teams, we're seeing a mix of diamond golds on both teams, so should be evenly matched going into this game.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what the first team actually bans over here. Oh, it's actually the Morgana ban. That's actually quite interesting, especially when Morgana has all these nerfs. But I think they still find it a priority pick that they don't want to play against.
Still doable. It's not the greatest scene. You have better AP junglers right now, but Morgana jungle is still doable, and maybe they have information that someone on the enemy team is just like a really good Morgana player. Just get it gone. Or perhaps maybe there's a Braum player on their team, because Braum actually really hates facing Morgana.
Yeah, that's very true, because Morgana can just stop in its tracks so easily, and especially if that Q, when it hits, it lasts for like 200 years. Yeah, I think the Morgana ban, if it is done in this way, it can be justified. Anyway, as you see, the Nocturne ban going off, they have been seeing at previous games, they have known how OP this Nocturne has been in these matches so far, so just take it off the table, they don't see it at all.
It's kind of interesting. We're finally seeing people like who perhaps watched the previous games and just adjusting to the competition meta. Like, okay, we saw what Xin Zhao could do. No, we saw what Nocturne could do. No, and so maybe this will actually slow down the paces of the game now that these super high priority picks are gone.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the Cassadin ban. This is actually very specific. I didn't expect to see it in the first round of ban phase. But yeah, Cassadin, very specific ban. Maybe he wants to look for a AP mid to play, or maybe he's just uncomfortable playing the Cassadin. We shall see how this goes actually.
must not fall.
Alright, anyway, the Leona band coming out for the red team over here. I think that is quite an interesting band as well. Oh, that's gonna be the first pick, Vayne.
First pick.
Oh, okay.
First pick, Vayne. First pick, Vayne.
Vayne.
First pick, Vayne. First pick, Vayne. It'll be the first Vayne game of the day, I believe, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'll be the first Vayne we actually. Oh, he switches
Oh,
to the.
Draven.
Oh.
Why you doing this? You show us the Vayne, you show us the Draven, and no, it's just the Sip. That is not a polite thing to do, sir.
Yeah, precisely. Oh, the answer with the Samira. Okay, that's actually more exciting than the Silver, but yeah, playing for Phoenix, that wasn't really very nice. Oh, actually, with the Samira and the Galio combo coming out, I think that is something that maybe can synergize very well, right? The Samira dashing in, the Galio outing for the extra protection. We shall see how they actually use this Samira Galio combo.
So, what's actually interesting is on the side of. Sorry about that. On the side of Red Team, Hantu Busters, they actually did a really good job getting rid of a lot of stuff that Samira hates. Samira really hates guarantee CC. She actually really hates Leona because Leona can just instant press Q when she dashes in. And she also hates facing Gallia because of the W. So now she doesn't have to worry about either of those. But retracting to my earlier statements, Olaf is here.
Finally, as you mentioned, the early game jungler which can provide a lot of agency. As you can see, all these bands like the Nocturne band gone, the Sinjao band gone. That's when the second tier of junglers actually start to appear, like the Olaf, as you said, over here. Alright, we just see what this low lander actually picks. Last 2 seconds. Oh, he goes for the Lee Sin. This might actually either be jungle or lane Lee Sin. We shall see how it pans out.
So on blue side, we have Team Noob, and so far they have a Sivir, a Nautilus, and an Olaf. And this is a really terrifying one at your type team comp that does a lot of DPS. And so far, my concern for Hantu Busters is they neither have the damage to match them, nor do they have the defense to stop them. So there are some ways where they can repair their team comp to match them into team fights, but they're going to have to make some major adjustments now, where they have to decide, are we going to match you to DPS, or we're going to find some way to stop you?
Yeah, precisely. I think at this juncture, it's very important for them to actually make sure what they actually want to do with the comp, whether they want to protect the Samira, or they want to just go this line of being more aggressive, being more have more pick potential, which we have seen success from the previous teams. Anyway, I can see over here is the Akali band. Oh, the Akali and the Gwen band from the side of Hantu Busters. They saw the previous game, they got PTSD, they don't see that anymore. Meanwhile, on the blue side, with the Team Noob, we can just see the On band.
The Team Noob, almost aware that we don't want to see any defense on the enemy team, just say, we're going to get rid of probably the most reliable defensive top laners in the game, and now you really don't have much left to actually defend yourselves against our assault.
Yeah, precisely, and the fact that the On has so much late game insurance as well, they just want to get it out of the picture, making sure this game is more stable, and we can play towards the win condition. Oh, the Vi! Is this a Broxar player or what? Oh, and the Fiora comes out as well. This is actually really very spicy.
Into that, we're gonna run you down type theme with your team comp. They really know what they want to do. I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, precisely. This team.
Now,
yeah.
I'm curious what this Vi is really aiming for, because I don't believe she's gonna be able to 1v1 the Olaf, but perhaps what she could do is just provide some access onto the Victor or the Sivir. But Vi is really gonna have to work for it this game.
Yeah, precisely. And personally, I think Vi is quite the volatile pick because when you're talking about the matchups, right, the Olaf into the Vi, what happens if the Vi misses a Q onto the Olaf? I think she's just doomed from there. But if they can actually pull this out, manage to catch people off, I think this could work on the side of Hantu Busters. Oh, the Zoe as the last pick to round off the...
So probably Galio support that.
Yeah, I think it's Galio support right here. Samira, Galio just want to look for the CC chain, they want to look for the picks. I think this will be quite interesting to see. The Samira Galio haven't seen it in a while into the severe Nautilus.
What would you give the edge for?
Personally, I really like the blue team's draft. basically Team Nook, because I see a lot of agency, right, in the bot lane with the Severe, Nautilus, and the Olaf. And although Fiora, yes, it's a very volatile matchup, but I just really would like to see some good Fiora play. Just being biased at this point, I really like to see very flashy champions. That's why I picked the side of blue team. What about you? What do you think?
So yeah, I'm really curious how hunters are going to play this game because they have a very tall demand to make this game. They have to say, we are going to somehow survive Olaf and Saber ulti at the same time. And then on the other note is they are facing a scaling Fiora. And when you look at the people from Hunter's side, on red side, they really don't have anybody who can match Fiora and decide when if she scales. Now, what they could do is Fiora is not the best of early game characters, and Vi is a superb ganker. Is perhaps they can take advantage of Fiora maybe pushing too much, and maybe they can shut down top lane and bleed that lead into other lanes. Will that happen this game? Hopefully in their case, yes, because bot lane's going to be tough, so the win condition, in my opinion, is going to be for mid and top.
Yeah, definitely. We have to see how these junglers play to the lanes, see how they manage to snowball their leads, and eventually, hopefully, we can see that lane advantage coming out from the Vi ganking top, making sure to punish the Fiora for oversteps or being too cocky. I feel that is a very good win condition for the side of Hantu Busters. Oh, anyway, just to mention, I think something that we should look out for is actually the Gwen into the Lee Sin. Not the Gwen, sorry, the Fiora into Lee Sin. They are so similar. How do you think about this Fiora into Lee Sin matchup?
Lee Sin's a pretty scary character because people realize that his E is a really annoying ability to deal with in lane. And if you manipulate it right, you actually win most lane matchups. But that being said, I don't know all of Fiora's matchups by heart, so I'm not exactly sure how she does in the Lee Sin in particular. But I do know offhand that Lee Sin does beat most melee characters.
Yeah, definitely. Although we have seen some nerfs to Lee Sin, right, especially on the cooldown of his E, I think this would still be a pre-lane dominant for the side of the Lee Sin into the Fiora. And meanwhile, actually, just want to say that on the side of the Hantu Busters, right, they have all these picks like the Vi, the Galio, and the Lee Sin. Honestly, okay, the thing is that Galio and Vi are relatively easy to execute, but the thing is that you have the Lee Sin and the Zoe, which I think might be quite difficult to pull off, especially when they're so mechanically demanding.
Actually, got Lee Sin top really popular, and I know a lot of Lee Sin fans are going to eat me up for saying this, is Lee Sin top is actually a lot easier to play than Lee Sin jungle. Because what makes Lee Sin jungle so hard to play is you gotta land at QQ, or else your gank is almost worthless. But when it comes to Lee Sin top, you actually don't have that issue anymore, because you can do these point-blank E's, walk up to them, auto-attack, and you can't miss the Q anymore. So yes, Lee Sin is a very mechanically demanding character. It is much harder to actually execute in jungle because it's mandatory to land at Q, while Lee Sin top just has to spam E.
Definitely. I also feel the same way, that it's more mechanically intense for the Lee Sin in the jungle. And also the fact that you have to think about jungle pathing as well, right? I'm not saying that top lane is easy, but I feel, honestly, in my opinion, jungle is a relatively complex role as well. So in addition to the mechanics that you have to pull off, you also have to think about jungle pathing. That is actually quite a bit to handle, especially when it comes to jungle Lee Sin versus top lane Lee Sin. Anyway, we are into game right here. So we shall see how these teams actually set up. Alright, looks like it's
Let's say though, it surprised me that Lee Sin top got so popular so fast, despite him being a mechanically demanding character. Like, once word got out about Lee Sin top, honestly, it became pretty popular just about the next day.
Yeah, precisely. And I think it's also because Lee Sin is so fun to play, right? And if they see any buffs towards Lee Sin and of that, I think it really excites people quite a bit, and maybe that is why this Lee Sin actually started showing more priority in the top lane. Because not only because of the boss but also because of the nature of the champions. That oh, it's so fun. I just want to play more. I want to play in more roles and all of that. And Lee Sin, I really like to see Lee Sin in solo lanes. It reminds me of season 1 a lot, when Lee Sin used to be a solo laner as well. So that actually brings back quite a bit of memories. And yeah, Lee Sin is OP, but okay, it's an unpopular opinion, but I really want to see him stay in this solo lane meta.
You like to see it too, because the meta can feel a bit dry sometimes, so it's really refreshing to see other characters come back into other roles. Light's not a big fan of it, but I would also like to see Lee Sin stay. So pretty standard start, both teams basically did a 5-point. Really standard leashes from both sides, nothing out of the ordinary here. And honestly, hopefully just get a good clean game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I agree. And also you mentioned about the Vi taking top, right? The fact that she's starting from bot side to top. Maybe she can do something after the full clear. Maybe she can look to punish the Fiora. Depends if she plays her lane properly. You know, over here we just see some very standard farming, very standard trading. Anyway, these teams, as we mentioned before, are slightly more inexperienced, so it'll be really good if you can show some support in the Twitch chat or just in general.
So that is going on is that Fiora chose to push early. So what could happen is maybe, we got a fight coming out of bot lane, Autos goes re-engage, and Galio counter-engages with the W, and Sivir gets a decent amount of pokeback, but what Xkara actually did a really good job doing is trading auto for auto, which is something that can't be understated enough, where countless people will give you advice on bot lane that you have to do is just always reply back with kiting as an ADC. Like, don't let people hit you for free. Like, if you are actually capable of doing it, hit them back. Otherwise, you are going to be at a healthy deficit. So, really good job out of the Samira Kara to just actually reply.
Definitely, with this basic ADC mechanics, is actually pulling off the well. Now, top side over here, there's a little trade. Nothing much happening so far. Honestly, are you familiar with this Samira Galio into Silver Nautilus matchup? Personally, I haven't seen it a lot. I don't know actually who wins when it comes to the level 2 or level 3 tricks.
In my opinion, it's Samira favorite because Nautilus isn't able to freely EQ in. But like I said, if I elected to go for the top lane gank, personally I thought it was a bit of a lazy gank. I would have tried to go for a river gank, but it was warded anyways. But at least she went for the gank. So she's going into evil part of river, probably calling Miss Scuttlecrab right now as they speak. Perhaps she goes for a mid lane gank right after. If not that, maybe she just goes for Krugs and elects to back. But Olaf is actually looking to invading, getting some deep vision. So this is going to hurt the Vi a lot because essentially blue side is going to know where Vi is at all points of the game. Like, so much vision being put down early. Very impressive.
Yeah, and the fact that Vi is so reliant on pulling off those ganks, knowing where she is 24/7, really makes it much harder for her to pull off this win condition. Anyway, as you can see, as I mentioned, she's just carrying her card while looking for the base very soon. Honestly, not much action this game compared to the previous one.
It's really due to the warding that's going on right now. Both teams are doing a really good job actually paying attention to the enemy junglers. I'm a bit biased as a jungle main. I personally say as a jungle main is ganks are only possible to do if laners make mistakes. And if the laners aren't making mistakes, jungling becomes more so a vision game and a supportive role.
The fact that they are able to play around the jungle is really, anyway, Olaf walks into the Vi actually trades right. Oh, actually, this is quite an even trade, quite surprising. I really thought that Olaf would actually win this trade pretty hard. Anyway, Vi is half HP. I think when looking for the Olaf over here, the Victor provides some assistance. So, Zoe learns to shoot, there's the exhaust. I don't know if this is a Reaper. Oh, wait, Olaf battles away Zoe to 200 years of experience right here, and he goes down, he goes
Real nice. Olaf at the last minute smites, but then Zoe steals the smite and gets her health back just in time. We see a full-fledged fight going on, and Samira commits to the trade, but unfortunately gets no kills, and it looks like it's just going to be a simple 1-for-1, but Silver is coming out for blood.
Yeah, look at her, so just fully prostrate. Oh, but she gets hit. Oh, very nice LT over there. She flashes.
And here comes Lee Sin from the top lane.
Alright, it's basically a Fiesta right here. So, if seeing this Fiesta so early in the game, but eventually. Oh, wait! Olaf just come from me.
Everybody's in the jungle.
Yeah. Just appeared from nowhere. Okay. Oh! The Olaf blind snipe onto the Lee Sin trying to cancel the
Lee
back.
Sin has W, hopefully. Lee Sin, W, Warhop, and Lee Sin is out here, but
Oh.
Olaf misses the clip, but he's continuing to chase. And this is where Sivir becomes a really impressive character to face. Misses the last axe and gets the execution kill. But one thing I want to talk about Sivir is I personally feel she's a very underhyped character. And she's actually going for the build that I personally like with the Dark Harvest, so what she will probably go for here is like a more mana with some lethality. And essentially what you get is, you know the lethality virus strategy? Imagine that, but even more annoying.
Wow, that actually sounds really, really bad to play against. Varus is already so annoying and so passive, and the fact that you have something more annoying than that is really hard for people to imagine. But wow, that was a very, very bloody skirmish just now. Meanwhile, everything is calming down, everyone is playing the links normally. But wow, that was some action we saw so far. This is becoming a very interesting game. Okay, he doesn't really go for the kill, he's 2 levels down, he knows he can't take the trade. Well,
Trivia. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Blue Side has actually won every game today so far.
yeah, I think in this meta over here, right, you see that blue side might be really very valuable, probably because of the picks, priority picks you can get early. But that is just a hypothesis that I have. But yeah, that is probably why blue team is actually winning so much today.
Specifically today, there wouldn't be like a specific reason why Blue Team is doing so well, but I do find it rather amusing if Blue Team actually wins for 4 straight games.
Yeah, precisely, that'd be really funny. Oh! Gary actually tried to E away, but he got stopped by the Nautilus, so
Another thing that's really obnoxious about facing this Sivir is she's really hard to run away from because her auto attacks are so reliable with the boomerang bounce, and then just when you think you're finally out, she can just tag you with the Q.
yeah, precisely, and you can see that they won a 2v2 so easily. Silver, yeah, you're right, she is really a hidden OP pick. She's actually doing so well.
You gotta be careful with the Sivir is she really hates facing Alistar, and she also really hates facing Vayne, which is why some people will not blind pick a Sivir, but if you pick her at the right moments, she can be a tough cookie to deal with.
Yeah, right. Sylvia does really well into people that she can spell shield against, but as you mentioned in the case of the Vayne, the Alistar can just use a pulverized headbutt, cancel the first spell shield, and that makes it really hard to play. You know, over here, Fiora is actually positioning quite well in the lane. I think this will be really hard for Lee Sin to play. She's just letting the wave slow push to her. Lee Sin can't even touch the wave, it's so sad.
Yeah, Fiora's starting to get to that point where even Lee Sin will start to struggle keeping up with her in the 1v1 moments. But maybe Pontu Busters can take advantage of this and bait Fiora into going over aggressive so Vi can punish it with a gank. But they'll have to clear this vision first. Like, the Vi is trying her best to get these ganks in, but Team Noob is just doing an amazing job at warding every square inch of the map.
Yeah, I believe that is something we solo queue people can learn about. Please, ward for the jungler, ward their own lanes. Oh, meanwhile, Lee Sin and Fiora are going for a little skirmish, but she's greeted by 3 people, as you mentioned, trying to punish. Oh, she actually lands the parry, but she actually survives that. Wow, the 3v1. Very impressive.
Something that is interesting about Vi is she actually shares the same mechanic that Gwen has with the dash plus reduced cooldown with auto attack. So right now we have a power dive coming out of the bot side. Now it tries to reduce it with DW, but there's just too many people, and Olaf just does not care. Activates his ult, completely ignores the anti-CC from the Galio, and just finishes him off cleanly. And this is where Olaf can be a really deadly pick, where if you draft too much CC in the early game, it really insensitizes somebody to pick Olaf and just say, CC, no problem.
Yeah, and the fact that you have seen in earlier games, right? CC is the key for people to win the game, but they don't realize that actually the Olaf that can actually control the CC. Anyway, that was actually really very nice map play, seeing the Fiora getting there in 1v3 as blue team actually choosing to respond, team not actually choosing to respond by getting the bot lane. I think, yeah, that's actually pretty good awareness from them.
Yeah, Team Hanzo's not giving up yet. There is still some life in them. Vi coming in mid lane with the gank, Zoe trying to assist with the best she can, with the E, with the Q, trying to do whatever she can to get this last bit of damage, but Victor replies with the ultimate, forcing the Zoe to back away.
Right, the clash was actually so crap for the Victor right there, actually managing to escape the gank with a slimmer of health. Meanwhile, Fiora just clearing out from top side vision, making sure this thing continues to get zoned from this wave and just play the game.
I'm afraid of Vi this game. Vi has had a tough job all game because what makes Vi such a good solo queue pick is she excels at lane ganks. She is a really good lane ganker. But when the entire map is warded, those ganks are no longer so easy to pull off. And what makes Vi also a good pick is since she's gonna get these lane ganks to work out, she has a lead she can work with. For around the mid game, she can almost one-shot people for RQ combos. But she doesn't have that lead right now. Her R is not that threatening right now because there's no DPS to actually support it.
Oh, you know, over here on the top side, we're still using the gank 1v2, which just gets blown up. So yeah, you're right. Vi really needs those items. She's very item dependent. Because those items, she can look for those RQ one shots. I'm not sure if she's going for the cheesy equips build that we see, or just going for standard builds that Vi go. But yeah, as I mentioned, Vi really needs to get ahead early. Really needs to get that item. Oh, Marcellus actually misses Q onto the crutch and he gets hit by the CP trouble bubble, but nothing happens to the CP. I don't know if Olaf can trigger out this. This will be an overstep. Oh, the Olaf pops out. He flashes away. Oh, Vi flashes in. Gets a shutdown upon the 50 goal. Rather than some very nice common to the Fiora. The Fiora.
She might actually survive this. Finds with a sliver of HP and they will continue to chase. And Nautilus is just getting a gunned down, finished off with the Zoe Q.
Oh, okay. As you can see, that was good punish onto the side of the Hantu Masters. Seeing that Olaf was actually a bit overstepped trying to grab his hands into the cookie jar, but he didn't manage to get the crux and actually back for it. Meanwhile, Vi just chooses to use the Herald Talk. I believe it's because it's expiring. With Herald always expires at 40 minutes, so he decides to use his top lane, make sure Lee Sin gets a bit more picks, and make sure he gets to be a bit more even in this matchup, as you have seen has been quite one-sided towards the Fiora.
Yeah, if you guys were worried if this was going to be another one-sided game, fear not. The Busters still have life in them. They are still trying to find a way to claw their way back into this game. They were down 9-1, and now they're back 9-4. Shutdown goes onto multiple members of the team. Items starting to come in for them. Perhaps they can actually make something happen here. But what I will say that Team Busters on the red side has to do is they need to make sure that they're being very selective on who they hit. Vi ultimate, very crucial. Galley ultimate, very crucial. They're a very ult dependent team, and they cannot afford to waste it on the wrong target and for it to not work. Setup is going to be very clear demand for them. They need to make these ults count because every time an ult is down on their team, that's essentially a whole minute to 2 minutes that they can't do anything anymore.
Yeah, precisely. They have to be really coordinated in this team fight to ensure they're landing are on the same target or the correct target, as I mentioned, making sure they burst out the target and making it basically a 4v5 and making the team fight a bit more playable for them. Meanwhile, as you can see here, Olaf is forcing to get the Inferno Drake. I think they managed to get it. And oh, Silver's actually looking for the right here, the ultimate. Oh my god, you just
The Dark Harvest Q.
yeah, the Victor laser into the silver Q, he had no chance of surviving. That was wow, that was a really lot of damage. I didn't expect that. Okay, meanwhile they're actually looking pushed
Like,
out.
what this build feels like. Just imagine how annoying Varus lethality is, and then double that, and then you get Dark Harvest Silver.
Oh my, that sounds not fun to play, to say the least.
Now, this is where Team Buster's life becomes really challenging, where Blue Side has a lot of really effective zoning tools, and they have a lot of anti-CC tools, where even if Vi Arson onto the Victor can just easily apply with the W, force field people to the ground, and then Silver just goes in, doesn't care about her life at all, and just says, I am perfectly comfortable flashing into your entire team by myself. Silver right now, trying to make a last-ditch effort to try to save her team, goes in for the ult, but is just clean whipped away back to the rest of her team.
Yeah, just really very beautiful and clean play by the side of Hantu Masters over here, showing off the prowess of the Silver. He flashing into the face of the Vi, with the most the opposite, Zoe trying to clean up the scraps, but I don't think he's able to get anything. Oh! The Nautilus hook actually hit the Dario. After, I think Omega might be dead here. Yeah, and Silver actually shoots the tower, but I don't think it'll matter. Oh, she actually gets a
To be able to clean this up by herself. Oh no, she's out of mat, but Spellshield will be coming back soon. She does have the auto attack, she does have the items, and this is only a support Galio. Goodbye.
Oh my, that was actually looking so dire for the Silver at first, but she managed to turn it around so perfectly, fighting and
Good guiding.
yeah, that was actually really nice to watch, to see the Silver spacing properly, to see the Silver landing her ability, and the damage, and actually keeping the lead of 9-0 and a bounty of 700 gold.
Actually, it is the build that I was thinking of, lethality with Demora, and some scary news. Demora's not complete yet. This Silver is still scaling. She is not done yet.
Sounds like my man feel right there. The fact that she is actually not at her peak yet. Wow. I don't know how these teams are going to play into this Silver pick right here. Yeah, that's not sound fun at all. Side of Hantu Busters.
Once again, it's just gonna come down to just getting the right person at the right moment. Figure out the jungle. Once again, look for picks. Like, when you're this far behind, really the only realistic option you have left is just make picks on the person who walks into the wrong place at the wrong time. But with how clean that blue side has been playing, Team Noob, they might need to look for a name change, because so far I'm not really seeing the noob here.
I think they should just rename themselves Team Noob. I don't think they'll do bad. Also, seeing this score 15-5, close to a 10k lead. Yeah, they seem to be dominating right here. And I think they are most likely the favorites going to the semi-finals. I say so myself. Okay, meanwhile,
How about that? 20k goldie last game.
yeah, SSC honestly not that bad compared to the previous
There's a lot of people that can do some damage in finals. I'm really excited to see who will actually come out on top in finals.
Yeah, I agree. This should be. Oh, meanwhile, this takes to the Zoe bubble. The Shira tries to parry it, but no chance at all. The 3v1, he has no chance of getting him down. Now, meanwhile,
The one thing I didn't mention that I probably should have is what you could look to make some comebacks at times is just think about Roderick overextending top laners for just been pushed a little bit too far by themselves. And if they make this mistake multiple times, then you can get a little bit of gold in your pocket to help your team come back. Now, we see the engagement coming out, all pops the orphan, and Vi just doesn't last long, just doesn't have the items she needs to do the DPS to get the job done. Silver ults in, and this might actually just be a game right here.
everyone's just falling apart. This is, once again, it's very one-sided. Oh, but actually, Samira might actually die to the... Oh, wait, Zoe actually dies to the...
Your fountain is safe, and at this point, Silver is just playing soccer, and her opponents are the net.
That's actually, she's just having a blast. As you can see, she's actually popping outside the fountain, trying to wait for kills, just shooting the Q, trying to get them down.
She's just trying to get more tier stacks and wondering, like, she's just like, I wonder how much damage my Q will do this time.
Yeah, precisely. But that greediness is punished as the 1000 shutdown goes to the side. Then I think now they have to back off because the main damage source is down. Oh wait, actually no, Nautilus goes in for the hook, Lee Sin goes in for the Q. Let's see if they can actually kite this out. Oh, Lee Sin just CC chain. And then it's more.
So she's doing everything they can to try to claw back in the game, really generally trying to just stop their base from falling apart, but it might be too late at this point.
Yeah, I can really see the fighting spirit on the side of Hantu Busters, but yeah, it's just simply not enough for now.
Honestly, it looks like this game might be closing out right here, so he's really going to have to make a miracle play happen right now to stop her base from falling apart. Gallia just spawned, maybe they go in for one last engage, one last hurrah. One tower left standing, the low tower that could. Gallia looking for the W, barely misses onto the Victor. Victor very little health left. Going to try to get the last hits apart from the tower, and they're just going to back away here because the entire side of Busters is back alive.
Alright.
But their base is left in shambles.
Alright, they actually choose to play it safe, choosing not to end yet, trying to work with the crowd so, which although most people might say is quite not as valuable, but you can see on the side of the blue team, right? Team Luke, they have things like the Ola, things like the Nautilus, things like Silver. Crowd so actually gives quite a bit of mobility and just made them all that scarier.
Is that a good news for Team Busters right now on the red side is, in my opinion, kind of useless soul spawn, so when blue team does get the soul, at least it's just a wind soul. It's not going to be a fire soul that just nukes you off the face of the earth.
Yeah, precisely. At least there is still some hope because of the RNG of the dragon. We don't have to face the Infernal Soul Silver just yet. Meanwhile, they are actually starting off the Baron. I don't think the Hantu Busters can actually contest this. They're just gonna beat it away, try to farm up the waves, see whether they can make a comeback. And yeah, looks like Baron will actually go to the side of Team Luke. Oh, meanwhile, Lee Sin is going in for the kick. She's trying to get a pick off with the Fiora. Oh, she had a very nice inside kick. I think Fiora wouldn't be able to survive this. She's just trying to stall for as much time as possible. She died actually.
Calculated limit testing. It's calculated limit testing.
Yeah, that's right. We don't call it instinct here, we call it limit testing. Meanwhile, Nautilus also tries to limit test with the poke. The power, oh, Zai just dies. Straight away, Zai is trying to salvage the situation, but it's not gonna work. Nautilus power hits the Samira, she tries to block it with W, but it doesn't do anything. And that's a triple kill for the Victor actually. I think.
And once again, Saber's playing soccer with the enemy team as the net.
Yeah, and I think it's going very well. She seems to be scoring a lot. Oh, never mind that one miss. Let's see if she can get the Lee Sin. No, the match ends and it's a very clean 28-8 score for the side of Team Noob.
How much do you think Silver did that game? I'm guessing around 18 over 20k, perhaps.
Yeah, I think I also think she did around that much damage. The fact that she is 12-1, right, with so much gold, 13k gold compared to her counterparts with an average of around 10k gold. I believe that the damage output that she did would have been really massive. In addition to items like the Dust Blade, the Manamune, and even just building those very OP lethality items and snowballing the game.
So I'm enjoying this competition. We're seeing a lot of unique picks coming out. We saw Silver this game. We saw Heimerdinger in the game before that. We got to see some really exciting Nocturne games. Like, really good games today so far. Really exciting, really bloody, lots of action. Good effort from both teams. I'm glad that they didn't went down just giving up. They really gave it their full effort. My personal MVP this game just hands down to Saber by far. Like, Saber was just landing every single Q and just being an oppressive beast.
Yeah, I agree, but MVP has to go to the Silver as well. Although, when I first saw the Dark Harvest, I was thinking, wait, could this actually work? But she actually pulls it off so well, managing to land all these clutch kills, managing to position perfectly in team fights to do the damage, and she helps to net the win for her team, just like that.
Honestly, really fun build. Like, if anyone hasn't tried it out yet, Dark Harvest Silver, you get your Moral Money, you get your lethality item, and you are just a insane poke bot where a single Q is doing a guaranteed 200 to 300 damage, depending on who you're hitting. It is an oppressive build, very fun. And what makes it really nice is, and this is not me talking off of the server, it's just, it's a really simple build to play. Like, if you want to play League of Legends, but you don't want to put too much brain power into it, just play Sivir with Dark Harvest. It's fun times.
Yeah, fun times. But as a disclaimer, do play your normal games first before going to ranked, because your ranked teammates might actually report you playing the Dark Harvest Silver, something that is not picked very often. Anyway, we'll be actually moving on to our next match, but before that, we'll have a 2-minute break, and we will see you there very soon.
Don't call on me. Bullet hit the bone and broke it, I guess. He's bled a lot. You just gotta realize that everybody's gonna be on your tail from 5 o'clock until the day you die.
And welcome back to the TeleMatch League of Legends 26 June 2021, organized by Sus. My name is Yun Hong, and together with me is Phantom GG, and we are your community casters for this Synapse versus LLC matchup. The video schedule is available in the link below on Twitch. Do like and follow our Teletrip Gaming Facebook page and Instagram for more updates. Join our League of Legends Sus Facebook group to stay in touch with other league players as well. All links will be available below on Twitch. Anyway, guys, just to give a bit of a context, these teams are actually at the bottom of the standings currently. Synapse is currently winless, whereas FLC is actually only has one win. Hey, Phantom GG, what do you think these have to do to actually get themselves the last win for the day?
Honestly, it's going to be a pretty fair game. We are looking at the ELOs right now, and they're pretty dead even. So I may have jinxed it last game, but this game for sure, I'm pretty sure we can expect an even game. Honestly, when it comes to these best of ones, the key factor that you always have to keep in mind is that people always come in a little bit with not the most ideal mindsets, like a little bit of underprepped. So it's really ideal to just come in with a really aggressive strategy and just take those teams that are just kind of a little bit drowsy and just take them by surprise. And they just, despite the fact they just really never see it coming. They never expect a Nocturne, they never expect the Olaf, they never expect the Xin Zhao, and you just see these characters just quite easy just taking apart these less prepared teams.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that you have some of these very aggressive picks, some of these extra tools, actually also gives a bit more pressure to both teams, especially in this setting where they're a bit more nervous, a bit more jittery. Having those tools to actually push forth and actually look to skill check your opponent is something very important. I think something that we also have to take into consideration is their level of comfort. So whether they can get their comfort picks and whether they can execute them correctly. Like you've seen before with the Severe, we have the Heimerdinger, and all these very special pocket picks that actually help these teams to secure victories.
Once again, that's really what I really enjoy coming into these competitions outside of pro play. Because when you're watching pro play, you're honestly seeing the same things game after game after game. You're seeing a set routine of meta, and it's not just because that's what the meta is, but it's also because there's only a certain amount of people in a league. Then when you have a league with only so many players, around 100 players, variety becomes a lot less. And what's really cool about these world competitions is you really get to see the meta broaden. You get to see things that you normally don't get to see. Once again, you get to see the Heimerdinger, you get to see the Janna, you get to see the mid lane. Well, actually, Nocturne's a pretty common pick, but still, like, we get to see a lot more exciting stuff to just add in some extra flavor.
Yeah, definitely. And when you mentioned about the fact that there are only a few people in the league, that is actually really very true because these teams often they only get to scrim against each other. They don't have any external interaction with the other regions, and that's why the meta seems actually quite stable. When you look at these professional leagues, they have the priority picks actually set very clearly. They also are very familiar with each other's playstyle and what kind of picks they can pull out so that they are actually more aware. As compared to something like this, a community match where everyone's actually just fighting against each other for the first time, so you don't know what's coming, you don't know what to prepare for. Maybe at most you can come up with like a few maybe red side drafts or maybe a few of blue side drafts to actually try to get a few cheesy wins. But besides that, yeah, when you look at matches like these, I think what it comes down to is actually basically number one, of how prepared you are for strategy, and number two, how you are willing to execute it. Anyway, we are into draft. We can see Blitz Cannon actually actually not harboring anything yet for the bands. Probably actually thinking about these band very seriously. Oh, never mind. I'll take it all back. They just banned the Shaco right off the bat.
That's disappointing, because Shaco is a very specific character. So you know when you see the Shaco ban, it's because they have info on the enemy team. So kind of disappointed that they banned the Shaco, because I'm really curious what the opposing side could have got done with that Shaco.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the fact that we don't see Shaco so often. I think it would have been very interesting to see. Anyway, on the side of the red team, we have the Virgo band and you have the Shen band to follow up after. As you can see, the blue team here, they have actually really very specific bands. So you look at Synapse, they ban Shen, they ban Shaco, which are honestly very, very specific.
Viego's a specific band, because while Viego's a really good character, we haven't seen any team pick Viego yet, despite it being left open. So both these teams are coming in with information at each other.
Yeah, definitely. With all these very specific picks, I think we can confidently say that, yeah, they do have the information. Oh, and you can see...
Like Wukong, once again.
Yeah, Wukong, as I mentioned, right, all these very aggressive picks, those picks that are very simple to execute, like the Wukong, you just fly in, you press an ulti, and you have 2 charges of it as well. Something that maybe they don't want to face against because of the fact it's so simple to execute and it's so stiff. Meanwhile, on the red side, you see the Nocturne band. Oh, and you see the Akali band as well. Maybe something that...
focused on mid lane type picks, mid and jungle type picks, taken away from red side, and here's what Shaco would have been. And like I said, this is why I love these type of competitions. When was the last time you saw a Kayn?
Yeah, precisely, right? Besides the LCS game when Speaker didn't manage to get form until like 20 minutes.
We don't talk about that game.
Anyway, the Kayn first pick actually coming out. Very high priority on this jungle pick right here. No, as you can see,
Cool about picking Kayn is Kayn in particular doesn't really have bad matchups, where the big problem you get with Kayn is not a lot of people know how to pick with Kayn. A lot of people don't know how to play with Kayn. What Kayn really wants is he wants a mid laner that can consistently get on priority, so he can just power farm through his jungle, look for these type of invasions, and honestly, LLC needs to be more careful with the type of characters they're picking, because with all these really tanky characters, they're really setting up Goredrinker Red Kayn for success right now.
yeah, definitely, right? With the amount of tanks you have, Red Kayn becomes actually really quite valuable, but it's actually paired with the Lux, as you can see over here. I'm not sure.
Right here to stop the Ornn. There's a lot of things that can stop Ornn right now. The Ornn early pick's a bit of a risk, because there's Ornn, there's Yasuo, there's Samira, there's Gwen, and Heimerdinger, once again, we are seeing blue side coming in to impress. We are seeing some really wild picks right now. Now the big question is, can they actually pull it off?
Yeah, precisely. As we've seen from the previous games, the Heimerdinger did find that success, but I'm not sure if this team is able to pull it off, especially with three very unique picks.
Yasuo. Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, they just opted for the Orianna, the safe pick. Really wanted to see the Yasuo, but oh well. Alright.
Here's what they end up banning Yasuo or Braum just to make Ornn's life easier.
Yeah, true. I think that would be very valuable bans and can actually open up the on to so many engage opportunities because of you don't have the wind wall. Actually, the Leona ban coming out into this. Leona versus Nautilus. And on the blue side, we have the Samira ban. Maybe just a ban that they don't want to see, or AC they don't want to face against.
I'm curious what they're going to choose for the beef of their team, because they have some really capable long-range poke on their team with the Lux and the Heimerdinger, but who's going to be that beefy frontline? Because Kayn definitely can't do it by himself.
Yeah, definitely.
Perhaps they go for something like a Scion.
Yeah, I think Sion would be really good, especially into the on where you have this free matchup, you're able to scale, you're able to get the free HP from your passive. Anyway, let's take a look at what this R4 will potentially be. Actually, what do you think is missing?
Options on the table.
Yeah.
DPS. They want like a stable DPS ADC, something like a Tristana. Just any character will do at this point. Like any simple marksman DPS character will do. Boom, Ezreal. Yeah, that'll do the trick.
Alright, yeah, Ezreal is a very safe pick. He has a lot of damage as well. He'll fit really well, especially into the on where they can actually scale to the late game perfectly. Yeah. Oh, the Grand actually coming up.
And
Oh,
so this is basically a really aggressive hypercarry comp that can snowball very fast versus a team that's all about very stable team fighting.
yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pull it off. Hyper carry to me sounds actually really quite risky, especially with the coordination. But if they actually are able to pull off this go and pick here, I think that would be the pick that actually secures them the victory. Meanwhile, we have the Warwick Harbor over here. Not sure if they're actually gonna lock it in for the jungle. I think that might actually be the pick. With 1 second going down. Yes, they actually go for the Warwick jungle into the cane.
We're in for a shoot. We got a Kane, we got a Glenn, we got a Warwick, and we got a Lilia. Like Heimerdinger Lux, like you name it, it's here this game, folks.
Yeah, the last game. I think it's also because it's the last game, right? Everyone just wants to give it their all. They just want to have fun.
Wait a minute. They don't have an ADC. Is this Heimerdinger ADC?
Yeah, I actually think it might be the Heimerdinger ADC. Oh wow, this is okay. This is actually really interesting. Heimerdinger Lux. I wonder how this lane will actually go, especially into the Ezreal Nautilus. I think okay. The one
It would be
thing,
a lot like the last time we saw Heimerdinger. I imagine it'd be a lot like that.
yeah, definitely with all the poke, with all the long range spells. I think yeah, Ezreal might have a bit of a hard time here. But also the thing I want to
Heimerdinger is actually a soft counter to Nautilus
Mhm.
for the same reason that Cyber is. Because basically, whenever Nautilus goes for a hook, he can just summon one of his pets and block the hook.
yeah, precisely. That also I was thinking of as well. The Heimerdinger with the turret just put it in front of him. The just looks stupid hooking the turret in. But I'm not. I just want to hope. I just hope that they can actually pull this off, right? Because as you know, Nautilus, the when you talk about Nautilus and his hook, is actually really quite infamous for having these very weird hitboxes. And the fact, but I believe that if you're a very practiced Heimerdinger player, you should be able to play this lane decently well into the Nautilus. Also, want to talk about this Kane and Lilia over here. I'm actually not sure which one is going to the jungle.
And then I'd actually be Kane top because Kane top actually does a really good job countering most melee top laners, especially the tankier ones. But I will say that while I don't like criticizing drafts, the one thing that I will strongly disagree with is like I don't like Lily in this comp. Like they either needed a character to help the Kane go in, or they needed like one more frontliner here. And so while they have tons of DPS and with the Kane have a respectable amount of AD, where their comp is going to be very careful is if Ornn lands an ult on anyone, that person is most likely getting one-shotted. There is so much reliable engage coming out of red side team LLC, where anyone who overextends, especially this Lux, you're not going to be alive for very long. So once again, we got a comp that's all about being a hyper carry. Everybody's a carry, and it can snowball very fast, very aggressively, versus a comp that's very stable, very clean team fights, and a lot of different ways to win the game. So this game is going to be either they snowball very fast, or they fall apart very fast. There's going to be no middle ground this game.
So I guess it'll be like the previous two games. We don't see anything even. Well, I certainly hope not, but I think that is how it goes. Seeing the drafts we have here. Actually, which draft do you prefer? Personally, I prefer the red side draft because of its ease of execution.
You can be biased and say blue side because I like Kane. I'll be biased. Do I disagree with it? Yes. Do I believe what I'm saying? No. But I want to see Kane win.
Yeah, me too. Kane is actually really such an interesting champion, right? Well, okay, besides the fact that he can dash through walls and people complain about the fact that Blue Kane can just dash through walls in and out so quickly. I think Kane itself has a very interesting design, the fact that he can champions, he can transform, and can actually choose between two forms depending on the state of the game or the draft. Yeah, I think it'll be really exciting to see how this game will actually play out.
So Riot's worst nightmare when it comes to skins.
Yeah, precisely. But I think they are releasing a Prestige Kane skin very soon, actually. From what I saw from their roadmap, I think that will be something that you might like a lot since you are actually a big fan of Kane.
It's not a fun time. Oh wait, he's going for blue cane to get. Okay, so basically they said, to hell with any type of stability in frontliners. We're just gonna go in guns blazing. And you know what? I respect it. I respect the hustle. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, I think it's really very ballsy to pull out something like this. Especially when it is actually like really so volatile with the Ignite, with the Dark Harvest, with the Blue Cane. But yeah, I think okay, what this actually tests, right, is whether LLC is a coordinated team. Because if you look at Blue Cane, what Blue Cane punishes the best is mistakes and catching people out. So if you can, so I believe this game would be actually a very good test to see how LLC works together and actually fights against this King Kong over here with the Cane.
For how the early game plays out, neither team has these hardcore aggressive early game junglers. I imagine both junglers are going to want to, for the most part, just full clear in the early game. Although I could see a world where Warwick works with his Nautilus and tries to go for a bot lane gank.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, actually, we see over here there are 5-man stacked in the bot river. I think they're trying to look for cheese, but the Cane fortunately spots them out with the Lux actually covering the bottom bush as well.
It's actually mid lane Kane.
Ooh, okay.
Mid lane Kane is an Orianna, so I don't know anything about this matchup, but I would suspect that Orianna just beats him up in the early game.
Yeah, I think it'll be really rough for the Cane, right? Especially with Orianna, she has that natural resistance when you put the ball onto her, and the fact that she's ranged into maybe match up. But I believe with items, and if Kane somehow manages to snowball this, it won't be a fun time for the Orianna. But yeah, we shall see how this actually goes. Well, over here you can see very standard puffing from the Lilia and the Warwick, puffing from bot to top. And yeah, so far nothing really very interesting happening. Gwen looking for the trade with the E. Oh, nothing actually goes for the hook, but it goes wide, doesn't even hit the luck. You see here, Heimerdinger just finding his lane out, the turret's placed. Yeah, so far really not too much.
Heimerdinger doing normal Heimerdinger things where we'll probably see a similar tone to what we saw with the first Heimerdinger, where it's just Heimerdinger just being able to get this really easy push and most likely having reliable poke on him around level 3, level 4. They'll be slow in the early levels, but yeah, once again, we're seeing Heimerdinger and Lux get pushed in, and it's going to expose them to ganks. So I'm really curious if Warwick is actually going to punish this around the next part of his clear.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that you see both junglers starting to top, this actually gives a bit of a window for the Heimerdinger and Lux to push their range advantage. Oh, the Q actually lands on the Ezreal, but nothing happens, nothing to get back. Yeah, it'll be actually really interesting to see how this Heimerdinger and Lux manage the wave so that you don't get punished while being able to maintain this level of obsession. Meanwhile, the Cane tries to go for a W onto the Orianna, but misses. Orianna procs for phase rush. Cane actually managed to push in the wave and might be looking for the reset right here.
So, fun fact about Kane mid. Some people tried it out way back when, and I actually know some high-elo people who did try it. And so, basically what you do instead is you put about 2 points in your Q, and then you just start to max out your W. You max out the Q to like 2 points so you can have some good reliable wave clear, and then you put the rest of your points in W, because when W starts to get some points into it around the 3-point mark, the poke is actually quite painful. So now we see a top lane game coming out of Lilia, or swiftly dashes E away, and honestly I think he's going to survive this, and no flash will be needed.
On just struts away with no damage, not much damage taken, taking the blue pot. Meanwhile, Warwick is just chilling, he's just doing his full clear. Alright, actually so far as you can see, the Heimerdinger bot lane seems to be working really well. They're relatively healthy compared to the Ezreal. Ezreal is just trying his best to use the Mystic Shot to clear the turret away, but to no avail.
Activates a W. Oh no, he's actually gonna elect the back here, so no gank. I guess I just don't want to risk the possibility of Ornn dying. Although I don't think the risk was that high, but the wave is kind of big.
Oh, actually, they actually might be looking for the gank here. He pops the W, he pops the fear. Okay, yeah, he has the fear, but the Ornn is actually just trolling. Okay, he tries to go for the flash. Oh, they actually pulled it off.
That's blood.
Yeah. Okay, that was honestly pretty unexpected. I didn't know that would actually happen. Meanwhile, the team mid actually flashes in, trying to look for returning field. When he gets speared, he gets 50k for 1000 years. Oh, the Ornn almost hit the knockout, but it doesn't land. I think he gets it, yeah. Meanwhile, Graham just looks
So it's pretty good in my opinion. Really, there was no way he could have got either of those kills. Even with the Ignite, they were just way too healthy, so surprising one for that type of play.
Yeah, it was just a very valiant effort, but he didn't really consider how much damage he could do, things like that. Yeah, A for effort nonetheless, but yeah, as you mentioned, might not have had enough damage. Maybe could have done something else to gain a significantly larger advantage. You know, over here you can see Gwen just taking the first trade casually or knocks out, nothing happens. Oh, as you can see, this kid is actually very aggressively trading onto the Orianna. If you actually did the W max like you mentioned, I think that would have done a lot more damage to the Orianna right there.
Oh well, I'm gonna have to pay attention to next time he actually lands his W, because you are supposed to max W on mid lane Kane.
Oh, right.
So curious if he's actually doing it or not. We'll find out later if he was a good boy and did his homework. So, what's going to be interesting is while Glenn does counter Ornn in the top lane, what is nice about playing Ornn is he's a really good character at playing safe, and he's an even harder character to turret dive. So even though Glenn may win against trades, she's not going to just want to flat out turret dive against him. So we know this Ornn's going to be safe, and we know he's going to get to free scale.
Yeah, because Ornn immediately has so many tools in his kit, right? He has the W, the Unstoppable, which makes him unstoppable. He has the Ultimate, which can provide some opportunity for him to turn, and there's dice. Yeah, I think this Ornn is actually quite a good pick in this sense. It's very safe, it gives them the scalability, and into the brain as well.
It actually doesn't look like he's maxed his W, because that really didn't do that much damage. It looks like he's just looking to max Q and just get perma lane prime, possibly look for some roams. But we've yet to see any of those roams actually work and pull off.
Yeah, maybe he's not as practiced on the pick as he thought he was. The fact that he didn't make the W, he didn't do his homework. But yeah, maybe that's something he can take back in the future.
When we're seeing Lilia jungle and Kane mid lane with the Heimerdinger bot lane, this isn't about the victory anymore. This is just about coming in, having fun, and proving a point.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the thing also, right? Because it's the final game as well. The fact that it's a bit more chill, the fact that they're just having fun like this instead of really trying to, what's it called? Just the fact that they're having fun is something that they're just really nice. Now as you can see, the Warwick is posturing over the top side. I think he might actually look to clear some vision. Oh, the Lux Q actually almost hits, but Ezreal manages to escape. Oh, the Orianna ulti actually lands over the case.
Lands in, and Warwick does have ultimate open. It's gonna land, and it's gonna suppress him down, and free kill for the Orianna. And honestly, they might get our first red side win of the day. I know it's a little soon to say, but the lead is getting bigger and bigger, and honestly, they are the more stable team comp. if blue side gets behind too early, they really lack proper comeback plans to make comeback into this game.
Yeah, I don't want to discount them too early, right? But the fact that the team comps are so different, the fact that a red team is so much more easy to execute on the side of LT, this might actually look like a one-sided matchup. But we shall see how blue team will actually use the tools and the resources to actually get an edge back into this game.
Fun feeling when you go to mid lane and just one combo immediately puts you down to 80% of your health.
Yeah, right. This really so tragic feeling again. Oh wait, actually he likes to sleep on the Marcellus, no, just focus away. Oh, the Lux actually follows up with the ultimate
And with the nuke.
really well played. Actually, that was actually pretty clean. And as you mentioned also, right, the fact that the blue team needs to actually try to snowball and get hit, that still would have been actually quite valuable when it comes to that mid condition. Oh, meanwhile the all is actually looking to trade the square. The Gwen actually W, but doesn't block anything. Meanwhile, oh, the Gwen actually looking for the 1v.
1 HP curse.
Oh, as you mentioned, on the tanky boy, really hard to die, really hard to die as well. I think his on take has been working pretty well.
Don't die to minions. Don't die to minions, or.
Okay,
He's fine.
yeah, he's chilling. All good, man. All good. Nice.
He likes to live dangerously.
Yeah, that's right. He's on. Just wants to kill, just wants to chill. Just doesn't want anything, but the Gwen just keeps going in and he just responds and yeah, so far not really working out very well for the side of the Gwen trying to look for his ages because the jungler is always there to cover him properly. And yeah, we shall see how this Gwen take actually scales throughout the game. Gwen actually does really well with items, so maybe if she gets a few items, if she gets good skill, maybe she'll be able to match this on in lane. But for now, it doesn't really look like it so far.
A reliable win condition that blue side could look to do is unless Warrior gets really ahead, there's actually nobody on the enemy team that can match Gwen in the side lane. Warrior can maybe do it if he gets really fed, but outside of that, Gwen will be unmatched in the side lanes.
Yeah, the Gwen, if this game goes late enough, right, maybe Gwen can be that. This will try to, oh wait, the one just turret. Yeah, but anyway, I was mentioning, yeah, to saying the fact that no one can match the side lanes with the Gwen in the late game, and could be something that could help turn the tide of this game, and actually provide a pressure point for the blue team to actually, oh, anyway, Warwick actually goes for ulti, but
Yes.
yeah, he was completely, oh, the Lily actually is looking for the two-man sweep, oh, they just flash at the same time.
The synergy was just not fully there.
Oh,
Suddenly you don't want to be, and just going bowling, really up going bowling. Well, as I was saying earlier, something that people don't realize, the big difference between a sleep and a stun in this game is both are basically the same thing, but the core difference is with a sleep, if you hit the person who's asleep at all, they will be unstunned and able to move again. So when you have these sleeping characters like Zoe and Lilia on your team, you want to make sure you're actually coordinating your attacks with your teammates, because what happened there is that Lilia pressed W too early before Kayn was ready to actually respawn. So Kayn's Q and W completely misses because Lilia unfortunately woke him up before Kayn could actually go in.
yeah, it would have been really nice if the Lilia actually didn't do the damage so that she didn't proc the sleep so that Kayn could have landed both Q and W. Honestly, I think if Kayn actually managed to land both of those abilities, the team fight would have actually looked much better. I mean, they did get a kill in the end eventually, right? But yeah, as you mentioned, if they had the better setup and they actually played to the sleep condition correctly, they might have actually been able to get a bit more.
Something that people take getting used to is because, like, sleep is basically stun, but there is that one tiny difference. And you gotta learn how to play with that difference.
Yeah, I believe it's something that people have to get used to, and yeah, that's what high elo players know the best as well.
Fun fact, it doesn't apply to this game, but Misfortune Ultimate doesn't wake up people from Yumi Ultimate. I mean, not Yumi, I mean Lilia Ultimate.
Oh wow, that's actually really cool. So that means they can do something like MF into Lilia and the MF can land a guaranteed ultimate.
Yeah, full channel, won't wake anybody up.
Oh, that's actually quite insane.
Like a really popular combo back in the day when Lilia was a better jungler is you would see like Yone mid, Lilia jungle, and Misfortune, and just everything would just be guaranteed to land, and you were not coming out alive.
Oh, that actually sounds really
Think about not coming out alive. Ward comes in for the ultimate, Kane goes in for the safe ultimate, Oriana replies for a wombo combo ultimate, but Lilia is here to save the day, and I don't think Oriana's coming out of this alive.
Yeah, it's a very clean 2.0 on the side of Synapse, managing to slowly claw themselves back into the game with these picks right here.
Sin Jim, we actually got ourselves a game.
Yeah, they've actually managed to claw themselves back to the game quite well, and they even managed to secure the Cloud Drake, which will be very helpful in building towards the soul condition. Oh, it's the Infernal Soul as well. There might actually be hope for this, for the side of Synapse.
It's where they might not really have the greatest of grasp, but what needs to be said is they have a lot of champions that will hurt you very fast and very quickly. So any form of slacking out of red side, you will get CC'd and you will eat big ultimates to the face. And that is not something you want to put yourself through in this game. Kane has Shadow form, so Ezreal and Oriana will have to be under toes about this moment forward.
Yeah, the biggest power spike for Kane is actually when he gets his form, and the fact that he managed to get his blue form is something that, yeah, everyone should actually take note of. And as I mentioned before, right, LSC playing against this team comp is a test of how coordinated they'll actually be. And if this team is actually able to get a few kills, able to snowball with the blue Kane, it will actually be quite disastrous, especially for the more immobile targets like the Oriana, who will really have to keep herself up and up and ready just in case the Kane actually looks for the kill. You know, over here
It's pushing. Ezreal and Nado is starting to struggle with this, but no TPs on either side of the map, except from the... Well, actually correcting. No TPs from blue side, but red side still has plenty of TPs left over, so Amidir and Lux do need to be careful here.
Yeah, the fact that they have TP advantage is something that they might be able to utilize in the future, maybe when they're fighting over the next dragon, oh wait, the on just W's the other direction. Maybe that was not intended, but Wave is looking for aggressive trade onto the Gwen, but eventually nothing happens.
Gwen just says, sir, do you know who I am? Do you know what these scissors are for?
Yeah, you just...
You look like a rock, but I will cut you like paper.
Yeah, it's quite true. Maybe that's probably why Malphite does really well into the Gwen, right? Because rock beats scissors. Anyway,
Gwen says, no, we're not playing that game, and I will turn rock into paper.
yeah, definitely.
And then took eyes onto Lux, and Amidir immediately counters back with some of his abilities, and they're both gonna walk away from this, but top lane Ornn ambushed by the Kane and jumped upon by the Gwen, and goodbye Ornn.
Yeah, the fact that the Kane and the Gwen are mentioning, like, they managed to let their ultimates together.
And Luke said it earlier, because Kane still does have ultimate, so you can ult out right now, and this is probably the end of work right now.
Very well played on the side of blue team, being able to get those two kills. Or more luck actually looking for a snipe, but the ultimate actually doesn't connect. Wow, and this time of Dinger priority has honestly been looking pretty good. They're so chunky.
That's what Amidir is really good at. Just give him someone who can help back him up, and he will always have this lane power. He will always have this obnoxious amount of poke. And there's very few things that even good ADCs can do.
Yeah, definitely.
And it does have flash to work with, she does have ultimate, and she missed the Q, will not be getting the ult off, and the play is just an absolute disaster.
Well, that was really such a tragedy. She managed to land the kill, has gotten the double but just meanwhile, as you look at the top lane here, on it, but the boss side there's actually a fight as well. Handling falls down. When you're looking for 1v2, oh, so close. Oh, and on just Max Spectre against the hammer. Oh my god, that was so good.
Kane avenges his fallen brethren, ults to Warwick, and Warwick's E will miss, will have no effect, and Kane will most likely be finishing Warwick off here with the final Q.
Oh, this game seems to be really accelerated right now. Basically, every solo queue player's nightmare. A very fat blue Kane, showing off the Kitty emote, showing that he's the best player in this game.
It's a delayed Dark Harvest stack, but okay. What we had earlier is Blue Side Draft. It's not exactly a team fighting draft, but what it does offer is a lot of range and a lot of explosions. So if there's ever anyone with slightly low health bars coming out of Team LLC, they will die quickly.
And that was definitely shown just now in the bot lane where he just went in, WQ, managed to Beyblade them and get a double kill successfully. Meanwhile, as you can see over here, they're actually posturing for the Infernal Dragon. It's actually quite important for the blue team because it brings them closer to soul point. They actually don't contest, the red team actually needs to do this up. Oh, they actually almost snatched it away, but Heimerdinger secures it somehow. We're looking for the turn, Leah lands the 2-man jump.
Good, and she does not have flash open. She might be trapped inside the pit. She's gonna have to fight for her life here. And Lux will be able to avenge her fallen comrade, but this will be the end of Lilia right here. 1 for 1, but they do come out with the dragon. And Gwen is gonna be able to free farm into the top side and maybe just take apart this tower too for her troubles. So,
yeah, as I was saying, I think this is actually really worth for the side of TeleMatch. The fact that they only managed to go 1 for 1, get the dragon, and also managed to get the top side as well.
And here, you cannot come here. You cannot walk through a Gwen like this, and Gwen will just be able to flat out 1v2 here. They are both going to die if they're not careful. An ultimate. And they're both really low health bars. Who is Gwen going to go for? And she's going to try to go for the Nautilus, but he gets away with a sliver of his health, and Gwen doesn't have any mana left. Going to be taken out by the... Does she actually make it to the blasting cone? Nope, range from the Ezreal. But Kane is here to avenge the Gwen. Can he actually escape this? Yes, he can.
Well, that's actually... maybe if the Gwen played... I don't know if the Gwen have played that bit better, but the fact that she was able to only to just like that just shows how good she is into these tanky picks right here. Oh, the Lux actually tries to interrupt the recall, and I believe she actually did.
And Ezreal just saw his life flash before his eyes. Like, where I said earlier, I don't really like the team fighting that's going to come out of Team Synapse, but if they can actually get Firestone, team fighting really doesn't matter anymore. They can just one-shot whoever they want. And while the gold lead is closer compared to the other games, I want to see it's just making their lives harder, where they have this really good team fight team comp, but we haven't really even seen them team fight at all yet. It's just people getting picked apart one at a time. And Synapse is doing a good job playing this really high tempo gameplay, and they said, okay, you may have this team fighting comp, but we're not going to give it a chance to team fight.
Yeah, they're actually really playing to the win conditions really well, and also the fact that LC might not be able to find these actually very coordinated team fights, the fact they're getting picked left and right might actually bring a glimmer of hope to the side of TeleMatch. Well, meanwhile, Mama just hack Princess over the wall, but nothing really different. Yeah, and you can see
And Blood Pro is really very down on them, just like, not even fighting, and Israel's already at half health.
yeah, the amount of poke that comes from the Lux, the amount of poke comes from the Heimerdinger, actually something not to be trifled with. So meanwhile, Gwen might be actually caught here.
Oh, no, never mind. Gwen is, I spoke too soon, and maybe Kenko's down here too. Yes, he is, and...
Oh, this is actually good move. At least they get the mid turret in return. Oh.
Okay. Maybe catch out to Lilia. Lilia is getting pretty low right now. Nautilus looks the hook, and Lilia should be able to crawl out of this just fine.
He has a speedy gear where to just get out after landing out his spell. Ezreal was looking for a snipe, but the blue team are actually aware of it and they cancel the recalls. Let's see if we can actually get the oh what? Oh, last ulti just came out again. That was really low cooldown.
A desperate attempt to try to save the tower. Whereas since Lux ultimate is such a low cooldown, sometimes what you see Lux players do is they'll do what Ezreal players do and they'll just ult the wave to repair it. And I feel like that was probably our thought process, but the tower was so low that there really wasn't much point in even trying to defend it.
Yeah, I also feel that maybe if they manage to not defend the tower and maybe farm sideways, maybe they could have gotten the advantage, or actually just reset and maybe give the tower away. Meanwhile, as you can see, Inferno Drake is actually spawning pretty soon. Let's see how Synapse actually sets up for this, because this is actually a very important dragon when it comes to the team comp. Being able to get an Inferno Soul, being able to one-shot and isolate the carries, making the team fights a bit more even with the people with the numbers advantage.
Because Gwen is going to be able to split push Unrivalry, and one thing that Synapse's team comp does do really well is they have a lot of poke coming out of them. So if they can shove to an objective first, LOC has to be careful to make sure that they pull the trigger quickly and they do it on the right person. Because if they wait too long, they are just going to get poked out.
Yeah, as you can see, as you mentioned, the Heimerdinger W lands, it's a little poke on the Nautilus, but he just breaks it. Oh, meanwhile, you can just see this blue team just dancing around. Good jet caught by the Nautilus.
They're gonna try to turn onto the Gwen. The Gwen activates the shield, so Ezreal is helpless as she just barrages onto them. Donald's already down. The rest of the team is gonna go in on this, and Gwen goes and takes out the rest of the team. She's just taking apart the entire team by herself.
Okay, but the thing is there, right? Orianna managed to get the wait, this is oh my god, this is Jessica right here. One manages, oh, doesn't manage to leave. Oh. But as I was mentioning, right, at least Orianna...
Dragon, you take your team, says blue team.
Yeah. And also the thing I want to mention, right, is at least Orianna on the side managed to get the Inferno Dragon, so it's not as bad. So they don't get the Inferno Soul. You know, they're trying to do the Baron here, let's see how this goes.
I can't cook at this point because Gwen has spent enough. Lilia burn damage does add up. And they have Heimerdinger who just melts apart towers. And honestly, they could potentially close the game out within the next 5 to 10 minutes if they play their cards right.
Yeah, really good call from the side of Synapse to actually start the Baron, doing their Baron damage, and being able to take the Baron under the nose. LLC. Well, as you can see, Gwen is hitting off the side lanes with the Baron, looking to pressure that lane. Meanwhile, the other team members are moving towards mid lane, trying to look for that two-man push. I think we can end the game here.
Having Siege to come with it, and Siege comps love anything with the poke, is they love to have Baron, because then they can just pick a tower, just sit on it, and force you out, and that's most likely what they're going to aim to do here.
Yeah, definitely, as you can see, they're going to push the lane in. Trying to land this down with the poke, as you mentioned, with the seeds, and the going side as well, matched by the Orianna. Oh, the Nocturne actually look for the ultimate onto the Lilia gets knocked up, and Water trying to land the engage.
One time, yeah, Blade's trying to rescue. Lilia is not dead yet, and Kane comes into the rescue, and everyone is still left alive, and they still have the poke left to work with. Baron's still up, this tower is most likely going down.
Yeah, overall I would say it's positive for Synapse, the fact they were able to chunk LC out and actually managed to continue sieging. Oh, the Gwen actually tries to land the ulti on the Ezreal, but I don't do much. It's actually just using the ulti to clear the way.
Just use it as a zone tool, take the tower, and now you can potentially just back right now and come back in the next round and take that inhibitor.
Oh, yeah. If you see Lux just randomly ulti, knowing that her ulti is on the regular cooldown, just trying to pound them on the shore. Alright, so far this has actually been the closest game that we have seen so far. And the fact that Synapse were one on the back foot in the early game, the fact that they actually managed to crawl their way back, I think that is really impressive. Good job to Synapse.
This is definitely, again, both teams are actually fighting here. Both teams are generally trying their best. Like, this is a match. And it's not over for LLC yet. They still have win conditions. They still have the better team fight. They still have the Orn to pick apart. Orn is very effective against poke comps because most poke comps are generally unmobile comps, which means dodging that Orn R is going to be a very difficult task, which means in return, Oriana can reply the Q into an R, and if she has enough items, she can just completely gun down people.
Yeah, we just have to see how they actually manage to use these tools properly, and maybe with the dragon spawning, we can actually see how LC can actually manage to use the fighting tools properly and maybe slowly crawl themselves back to the game when they were actually in a winning position from the start. Now I can see they're pushing in the waves, getting ready to set up for the dragon. Nautilus talks to a sweeping ward, trying to clear a vision on the top side before walking in, doing his homework, making sure vision is cleared. And meanwhile, On is actually okay, he's just carrying the vision ward in the hit. Everyone just copy.
Whoever wins this next team fight is most likely just gonna flat out take the game.
Yeah, definitely. But seeing that the death timers are so long and now it's already 30 minutes in the game, doesn't make it against King 8 definitely win. Oh, Kane actually trying to look for the Ezreal. The Ezreal returns with a 2-shot barrage to the face. Kane is actually pretty chunked. Not sure if he can actually participate in this team fight.
It's finally scaling, so Ezra can just free fire these Qs left and right, and if you ever get close to him, he's just gonna E away from you. So getting onto this Ezra at this point in the game is gonna be pretty quick turkey.
You guys can see over here, Olympia's the wall.
Team goes in with the bear. Still has ultimate activate, has one more shot, gets CC by the ward, is actually finished off by the Oriana. And Kane goes in onto the Oriana, has the Ash open, but it comes out ineffective.
Oh, actually such a tragedy for Satisfying Hands. They wanted to get a dragon so badly, but they used the team fight. And I actually lose the dragon as well.
Once again, you're seeing what I said earlier, like, really come into effect, where Ord is actually putting a lot of work with these ultimates. It's not easy for Synapse to actually go in now, because Ord can just do such an amazing job zoning so many people, and then they have to be careful of the Oriana ult that's going to come right after.
Yeah, I think now what's going to happen, right, is Synapse really has to work the drawing board. We can't really do these team fights, we can't really do these 5v5s. I think the better play for them is to actually start to catch people out before the dragon, making sure they have the numbers advantage. Instead of going headstrong like that, I think that will be the better play when it comes to securing this dragon for themselves and closing out the game.
See, I think it would just be better for them to go back to doing what worked. They were winning because they were taking a lot of... There's two types of team fights. You have jungle team fights, and then you have open lane team fights. And jungle team fights are quite different because you have all these different choke points to work with. And when Synapse was winning, they were taking most of their fights in the lanes, where they could see everybody and just poke them out and force them away from towers. And if they want to win, in my opinion, they need to go back to doing that. Because they started losing when they started taking team fights in the jungle.
Yeah, especially when you have when you have tools from the side of LLC with the On, which actually really likes that kind of fights in the jungle where it's like more constrained, there's lesser space. It's much easier for them to set up, and they also have the tools like the Oriana to control space. Definitely they will want to position themselves to fight in the jungle. Over here I can see they're actually clearing our vision, preparing to start this Baron. But
It's actually they are actually in great risk of actually losing their entire bot side. And honestly, at this point, if you are a Synapse, just take the risk. Stop them from backing. Like, just throw everybody at the enemy team. Let Gwen actually go in. And no, Gwen's actually going to let the TP in. Can Gwen actually turn around this fight? She has W in. She has her ultimate. She's going to go way laced on the backline. Kills one. Can she actually go for two? She has a full health bar left to work with. And she goes for two. Gets free. And is this going to be one going down? Gets a triple kill. They can get Baron right now. I stand corrected. Gwen turned around that entire fight by herself.
Really nice TP, like kind of going throwing out with the ultimate managed to hit multiple people in a team fight. honestly, the brand wasn't there. I'm pretty sure the people would be very lopsided towards the side of LLC, but the fact that she comes in with the touch flank, the TP onto the turret actually helps to secure them in the game.
So at this point, if you're Synapse, just group mid, put Gwen in the top side, and just end this game. You do not want to keep on going for these team fights. You're not going to always get these lucky TPs coming through. Was it low executed TP? Absolutely, yes it was. But you're not always going to get those opportunities. So while they have this Baron, they want to close out this game before it goes too long.
Yeah, it's basically a ticking time bomb for the side of Synapse, right? You see LLC, there's the options like the Ezreal, the On, the even the Orion as well, which scale very decently well into the late game. Is this especially something that Synapse does not want to deal with, and the fact that they have the upper hand now with the Baron, if they play the wave right, they manage to play the Baron play right, I think they'll be able to close out this game. And actually,
Synapse with the scale. They have some really good scaling tools, but at the same time, since they're so squishy, it just takes one mistake for it to be game over.
yeah. Oh, and you know what? Because mistake Ezreal. Oh.
Gwen's on side, actually 1 versus 2, has Kane to back her up. Orion is actually going to 100% die through this. Moonsliver and Silver his teeth, but they have a super minion to work with, and they're not able to recall. Lulia is not letting them, and is willing to die for it, but can they actually make a play off this? They get mid inhibitor, they still have a wave to work with, and this might actually be game.
Oh wait, Orion actually goes to the turn ulti, lands it onto 2 people by nothing too much. How did they not stop waters, but not just ulti? So Orion actually gets snaked by the twin. You know, the back we see that Hammerdinger actually dies for the Hammerdinger actually kills the Nautilus, the Gwen stop watches, trying to feature. Oh, Mira Ezreal is 1v1 with the cave. Oh, she gets one shot.
Wow. That was our first game. It was a close game. It was a well thought out, back and forth. Both teams trying their very best to win. And for a moment there, it looked like LSC was going to make a full-on comeback. But Synapse gets to act together, and they're able to close out this game. So,
yeah,
Mr. Honk, who do you give MVP to?
Personally, I would give the MVP to Gwen. Like the fact that she managed to find that TP flank at the very end and actually help secure the victory and actually absorb so much pressure with against the On, against like even 1v2ing, 1v3ing. I think that is something that's really commendable from the side of Synapse. The fact that they had this Gwen pick, were able to leverage on it and actually get the win. I think that is something that I would that is something that I actually look forward to a lot.
I have to agree. Like, her KDA may not be the prettiest with 866, but what she did an amazing job is she got these good flanks again and again and again. Like, it wasn't just that Baron TP we saw in the bottom dragon fight where she just 1v2s everybody by herself and she creates so much pressure. Like you said, the pressure she created is just nothing to understate. It might not be the greatest KDA, but the work she put in was huge.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that our viewers can take note as well. In the end, when you see KDAs, right, that's not the only indicator of how good a player is. You must also see what he does in the game and how much damage he outputs. So that, yeah, honestly, although it's just an 866 scoreline, she was actually the MVP of this game, being able to get so much done for the team and actually secure them for the win. Meanwhile, we'll be moving on to our semi-finals very shortly. But for now, we'll be actually having a break. We'll actually see you soon and hope to see you there.
Sit tight.
Why did she send it to you?
She wants to come back. Herman prowls around the streets all hours of the night, just like an animal. Maybe he's the vampire.
I'm sorry to consider that, Cricket. Heaven only knows where it might be.
Very soon, right here on this island, there's going to be a miniature reproduction of an overpopulated world. Yeah.
I try to remember, but when everything is coming back to me, I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Take this mild drug and you will have a nice sleep without any worry.
hiding in the cemetery.
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
Sometimes wind and sometimes rain. Then the sun comes back again. Sometimes rain and sometimes snow. Goodness, how we'd like to know why the weather alters so.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the TeleMatch League of Legends tournament of June 26, 2021, organized by Seuss. I'm Kyosuke and joining me is Lemons. We'll be your community casters for the specific teams, but currently we are having a little bit trouble deciding basically who the 4 winners are. So please be with us, and we are tremendously sorry for the technical difficulty. But as of yet, I was kind of curious about one thing. Lemons, so far, throughout all the games we have seen, right? What do you think, not the player, but as the champion that stood out the most? The champion that really had a big impact onto the game. Which one do you think that is?
Champions that really big impact.
So far we have seen a quite big variety of champions, and they all have their own decent roles. But in my personal opinion, I think leaving Gwen open should never be an option, really.
As we can see, Gwen was almost banned every game. I think there was one game where she slipped through, but about that, other than that, again, I think it was almost permanently banned together with Viego. So Those
pretty
two
much. But
champs needs to be looked out for.
yeah, definitely. For example, like our last game, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, a big shout out to like the like LLC team. Like they stick to like trying their best throughout the end. Like they played so well. They even defended. They almost came back. It was such a close game. I will definitely say. But one thing I've noticed is that no matter what they did, like just the sheer existence of Gwen, maybe I mean, it's not to say that the Gwen was like that fed. Gwen wasn't even that fed. Like she was like in a decent state, but like just her kit in general with all the items she built, like it was very difficult for the enemy team to actually have an impact against her.
Yeah, I mean the champions is rated broken for a reason.
Definitely, definitely. And honestly speaking, with that very ballsy pick on the Kane, I will say it went so well. Like considering like how well Gwen did, and also I was very unsure about the Lilia as well. Like the Lilia was kind of like all I thought was like how squishy their team was. Like that's all I was thinking. Like how difficult it might be, considering they literally allowed the game to go to that late of a game. Ornn and Warwick were starting to actually become, somewhat tanky. But as I said, just the existence of a Gwen absolutely shredding them. I think it put the whole comp into question. So I just think, like throughout all these games, as far as it goes, I feel like Gwen and Diego is a very good threat. There are quite a few champions that can handle them pretty well, and I'm pretty sure we will find those out. But like, it really depends on how the matchup works out in itself. Because like talking about the last game, like the whole team, like on Synapse, was so confident with everything they picked. They picked like they didn't even hesitate on picking that Kane mid. They didn't hesitate picking that Lilia. And that Heimerdinger. And so far, like I feel like we are gonna be seeing a bit more of the Heimerdinger because of how much pressure, like he just has throughout the whole game. Like
I mean the only problem with Heimerdinger is that if it's punished early, it's pretty much gonna be kind of useless.
Yeah, that is very true. But like, I think if you can build up like a nice comp, I mean, considering this is we are coming into the like much higher tier games, like the semifinals and the finals. I think whoever is going to be like picking that, I'm pretty sure they're gonna like have a really decent comp around it. For example, last game, right? Because I would say like the pressure Heimerdinger had, like I mean, of course, just Gwen being there made things a lot more easy. But just I think the bot pressure that Heimerdinger had is not to be taken lightly.
Yep.
Well, as much as it goes, I am really excited to see at least Silas once. I'm hoping that Silas would stay open. Maybe see some nice plays off of that. But I'm pretty sure anytime that the Gwen is open, I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing that at least once more. Because it's definitely a solid pick onto like majority of the stuff that we have seen. I think 2 games we've seen the Gwen, and it was I would say like it is definitely not fun to face a champion like that.
Yep, most definitely.
Yeah, and not to mention, one thing I really enjoyed was that throughout the whole game, like both the teams were giving their 100%. Even the same, like it was the same with the game, like before that round 4. Every team like they're trying their like very best to like make it through. They're giving their best. It was round 5. Obviously, there was like peer pressure. It's getting to the semifinals. It definitely matters. And like, I would definitely say like the effort from LLC was not to be taken lightly. Like it was very amazing, and it was such an entertaining game. And
it was props to all the team.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And congratulations to Synapse for making it. Like they totally deserved it. But now I would say the pressure gets on. it is the semifinals. Everybody is trying to win. Who's gonna bag that sweet prize? Like who do you think? Who do you think? Which team so far you have seen? Which team do you think has the most potential?
Most potential.
Yeah.
Honestly, I have no idea yet. You will just have to see because they were playing in different groups, so it's quite
Very true,
hard
yeah.
to say.
Yeah, that's very true. But honestly speaking, throughout all this, I feel like Trizone's game was very interesting. Like just they were just so aggressive throughout the whole game. And honestly speaking, I really hope to see like more of that sort of play, especially the plays like Synapse made. They were like I really hope to see like all these types of confident playthroughs, throughout the game.
Yep.
And as of yet, I think especially the finals. I think the finals is. I am really hoping that it could go into that like 1 hour mark game. Like I'm hoping like it'll be very intense, and I'm pretty sure it will be. Like they are here for the win. When you think about it, everybody's here to have fun for sure. But like that prize is definitely going to that one who, like gets that sweet victory. So I'm hoping like some really interesting plays can like come through. Thank you to you viewers for like staying with us all this time. Like it has surely been a long ride, and like I would say things are really heating up, but I think the best is yet to come. So please do stay with us.
Most definitely.
Yeah. As of yet, though, so far, who do you think like would be your MVP? Throughout all the games we have noticed, like who did you like? Whose play did you personally like the most?
Whose play I like the most?
Hmm.
Honestly, that first game we casted, that was probably the best one, I would say. In terms of quality, I would say. Because it was so back and forth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very true, very true. I think personally, it has to be the severe player. Like throughout the whole game, he was so consistent with everything. He did not hesitate. The same with the Kaisa player. Like they're so confident with their plays. That like they're literally shifting like the balance of like who has the lead here. You know, Especially the severe. Like honestly, I was completely stoked with the severe game. Like I don't know, the match was like very short lived, and I will say like as per a competitive game, like it was definitely short lived, and like hats off to this severe. Like he completely uh dominated bot lane. And as of late game, like I feel like the severe was the only one who was making almost shaping up the whole team fights. That Q damage, even onto that Galio, onto the Lee Sin, it just, and shout out to the Fiora as well. Like she held in pretty well throughout the whole game, I will say.
Yep, most definitely.
Yeah. So, like, I hope to see more from these players, especially the Severe. I wonder what, like, what tricks they would pull up next, what they're gonna go for, especially considering, like, there are some really deadly contenders coming up. And um, I just hope we do get to see like a very explosive game, like with a lot of team fights, and like I hope both of like four of these players would give their best. Shout out for these players, like like for these teams, like for making it. Like I'm pretty sure they gave their very best, and they totally deserve this spot. To be honest, everybody's a winner. Like everybody did their best. Thank you. Like it's especially thanks to everyone for like joining. Like it's all about the community, and yeah, pretty much it's looking forward to a lot more interesting games.
Yep. We're still currently finding the winner for one of the brackets, so please be patient for a while. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, so sorry. Like, just a little technical difficulty. Like, we're still having a little trouble figuring out who, like, I guess one of the winners are. Just investigating on the situation, but I'm pretty sure it'll be done shortly. So.
Okay.
Well, how about we talk about the prizes? Yeah, there are like quite a few prizes, in this tournament here. Like definitely the winner themselves aren't only getting a prize. Of course, they are getting like
The
a big
biggest
pool
prize.
of the prize.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. They are definitely getting the biggest one. But there are some special prizes for like people who persevered through the whole, the group stages. The people who had rough games but still pulled through. They still gave their best. There are still special prizes for them too. There are obviously the prizes for the MVPs, the players who got the highest kills, the highest kill participation. There are, of course, prizes for the supports as well. Those players who had the highest assists, they definitely get a sweet prize as well. And to be honest, I would say, um, I would say, I would say there are like many teams who are like, I think everybody really have their own prize for like giving their best. To be honest, like they've done so well throughout the whole game, and like I would say, like it really shaped up of how this community tournament have come to. You know,
Most definitely. There's also the best support prize, which goes to the player with the highest assist in the tournament without winning any team prizes. We
yes,
can't forget about our support, of
yes,
course.
we definitely cannot. And there are obviously like one of the best out there. And I'm pretty sure. Like, I mean, so far, who was your favorite support throughout all these teams? Who did you think actually helped out their 80 carries, like who actually like, pulled up on the roams, which team do you think had that?
Honestly, from what I heard people saying in Twitch chat at least that Xavier support was actually the MVP.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Honestly, like he obviously helped to pull through onto the entire fights, and in general, I think, to be honest, like as far as my knowledge goes, like all these supports they have played so amazingly. But yeah, the severe support like was so calculated, in my opinion, especially with severe. Like they just went hand in hand. You know, all those fights. And I think it's amazing how like their like communication, and I'd say they are like in general a really great team. With the Fiora too.
Yep. But I have a feeling the support might not get what he wants in the semi-final though, judging by what he has been playing throughout the day.
Understandable, definitely. I mean, considering what we've seen, there are quite a lot of threats here. There is a Nocturne, there is a Zinzao, there is the obviously. I think that Viego and Gwen should just obviously be perma banned in any case. They're just so good in any picks. I'm surprised they haven't left Viego open yet, because I'm pretty sure if he is, it'll be a pretty complicated situation. Considering Viego is like the fact that like you can take some other champions like whole kit and just you know
And
move
considering the
up with
fact that
it.
he got nerfed for solo lane but got buffed to the jungle.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. The buff on the E, right? Like the movement speed, the miss, and also I think he did get a buff on the W, right? Did it increase the range, or like was it the E?
I think it was the E.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yep.
So far,
And W buffs.
yeah, I am very surprised so far that we have not seen a Riven.
A
I think,
Riven.
yeah, a Riven. I
But
think,
Riven got hit with nerfs this patch, so
I
I
mean,
don't know about it.
she did get a nerf, but the only nerf she got was her E, which only reduced the base shield. But I don't know, like, if it would even matter compared to how much damage and like potential she has with all those dashes. And I wonder if people are gonna try that as Stride Breaker on Riven. You know?
Oh, the new Strike Breaker.
Yeah, the new Stride Breaker. Because like, I mean, let's be honest, 90% slow is no joke, and Riven, who already is so mobile, who can catch up to opponents really fast with that slow. But I think Gore Drinker still is like top tier on her, is it not?
Mm,
Hmm.
maybe, but I wonder though. Will I really instead of going Shield now will Since we already saw one, yeah. But I wonder if the next one will probably go Strawberry Girl instead of Shield due to the 90% slope.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. I'm also surprised we haven't seen a Shen yet. Shen is still S tier, isn't he? Like
Um,
he's still a pretty
sh-
like scary pick. Like I feel like he can flex so well into most ranged or even melee champions, depending on like who's auto attack the most. Like especially like Shen's entire kit on helping out his teammates. You know, we have seen like a
yes.
lot of TP bot lanes. You know, a lot of like what do you call it? A lot of cross lane gameplays going on. What do you think Shen would like? You know, what do you think like the possibilities there are for a Shen to come and play?
See, I haven't seen Shen in a very long time, but I don't think Shen will be a bad pick considering a lot of people are playing globals right now. But if you
Very
want
true.
to play a Shen, you will have to ban the Silas. You have no choice.
Very
Because
true.
if they pick Silas into you, Shen is just basically neutralized.
Very true, very true. I mean, so far, I believe Silas has been banned on every single game. I guess, like, I don't think there's a single game where Silas wasn't banned. And to be honest, it's understandable. Like, Everfrost itself is already pretty cancer, and the fact that 200 gold reduction is huge, and especially on a champion who's like this mobile, like it's very understandable. But I'm also surprised that I have not yet seen an Ari. You know, in my opinion, Ari is just really difficult to deal with. You know, like her three dashes with so much damage, like one charm could almost cost the whole like lane, especially, you know. But
Yep.
of course, we can't forget how amazing these Orianas have come to play. Like we can't forget the Orianas. Like I think
Ari is very good in lane, but outside of lane during teamfight, she's kind of lost. She really needs to jump into the back line and jump out. If she doesn't do that, she's pretty much not very good in team fights. I would say so myself.
very true. Yeah, that makes sense. But I would say like so far, like the Orianas have done a lot of work. Like 2 games we've seen like Orianas, and like I think like they definitely had game changing potential, especially that late game. You know, like when that Oriana like ulted in on the Kane, you know, and it was just like it almost turned the game around. You know, it almost did. Like I was pretty sure that game was gonna be so close, and it actually was. You know, but obviously through the end, like I think Synapse had the most you know, I think at the state the game was in, it was already very difficult for LLC to come back, you know, considering of how big of a lead Synapse already had. But I am pretty sure if that wasn't the case, they definitely had like a very like 60% chance of winning majority of the team fight, especially with that like Oriana scaling to late game, you know.
Honestly, I'm shocked that I really want to see Aphelios. Honestly,
Yes, of course, Apelios.
he's probably one of my favorite ADCs, and he just got buffed. So I'm honestly shocked that I haven't seen much of it pulled out. But to be fair, it's not an easy champion to play.
It definitely isn't. And let's be honest, like I mean, we did see one Aphelios game. There was one Aphelios game that which was played, but mm, I think in this game right now, if you don't have mobility, then you just have to like play a comp that is completely around that champion that does not have that mobility, you know, or at least that amount of CC. For example, like Aphelios, I feel like if Aphelios gets caught out and he does not have like a flash available, I think it's just highly unlikely. Like, you know, if the team doesn't follow up properly, like it's very like unlikely that he's gonna survive,
I
in
feel
my
like
opinion.
they should make like a duo. Like if they want to pick Aphelios, they have to pick Trash or Tom Kench.
Definitely,
No, not
definitely.
Tom Kench. Tom Kench got reworked. They will need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
pick Trash.
But I am very surprised. I haven't seen a Tom Kent yet. I guess people are rather scared to pick him, you know, and I guess I'm not really expecting to see him right now, because it's semifinals and up to finals. Like people are really gonna go for, you know, those things they are very familiar with, you know, and they can absolutely counter. Right?
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah. Regardless, I think so far the Nocturnes have had the most impact in the game.
Oh,
And of course, I wouldn't say like I wouldn't like I'm not even talking about Gwen because I just feel like if Gwen is open, I don't really see like that big of a scenario. Like I think everybody needs to like play around like getting her down first, you know, because she like mid to late game, she's just so tanky, and especially with that life steal that she has, um, I don't know how far like the opposing team could make it against her. But
Do not worry. Semifinals are starting soon. Happy Poros. Just give us a second.
pretty much, I think it's pretty understandable because like it is the semifinals, like you have to like make sure the right teams are going in, and it is
Yep.
pretty complicated because it is internet wise, so communication like both teams have to like properly come into a conclusion on who actually won, so we're kind of like investigating on that situation currently. But as of yet, I will say like there are a lot of strong contenders, like there are a whole lot of strong contenders, and I think I think the semifinals is going to be super intense, especially like considering the teams we already have, considering Synapse and Trizone, like these teams just, I think they have like a big chance of really making it.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Okay, but that aside, I was just wondering, what did you think of the Darius?
Areas.
Yeah, there was a Darius pick today. What did you think of that? Like, how did that like? Honestly speaking, the things did not go really into the Darius's favor. But regardless, I would say like like most of the teams really did have a really decent impact, and thanks to all those teams who did their best. Also, the winners are in top four, so we have
Support Gap, YBB vs LSH, Team Noob, and Zyking Esports. Congratulations to you making it to the top 4. We also need to give credit to all the other group winners: Benjamin Uglyface, Support Gap, YBB vs LSJ, Team Noob, and Zyking Esports. Unfortunately, Benjamin Uglyface is not in the semifinals. Sorry about that.
but yes, thank you so much everyone for playing. Like you guys are definitely like really amazing in our hearts, and I believe you guys did very fantastic. So thank you for joining us. And please do stay with us. There are a lot of prizes to give away. There's like no rush here. Please do stay with us throughout the finals, and who knows? You guys might get those like there are a lot of good RP prizes over here. So okay, so we are going into the match where YBB versus LSJ versus Zykang Esports. There is another match going on, Support Gap versus Team Noob. Hopefully, we'll find out like who gets the victory, but we are about to go into YBB versus LSJ versus Zykang Esports. What do you think? What?
Name.
Yeah,
YBB
pretty much.
versus LSJ.
Yeah, pretty much. What do you think what do you think the champions we are about to like witness in this game right here? It's semifinals, you know. It's semifinals, and things are gonna heat up pretty fast. So, what do you think?
I mean, as you can see from all the scoreboard, Viking was quite dominant in their group. I think they might have just. Oh, they did have a Silas in one of their games, so we might get to see
Oh,
that.
for real? Okay. All right. Interesting. I mean, or it might be banned. Who knows?
And there was a Riven. Yeah, so
Ah,
the
I
champions that
see.
you're talking about.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I'm very surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised, but like I didn't expect like them to actually exist in this tournament because so far, like I would say the games we have seen, there were like a whole different variety of champions that I quite didn't expect. Of course, the Ezreal expected, like I didn't expect the Severe, and I am not really familiar with Severe Dark Harvest, but I will say that is something to you should definitely look out for. For sure. Like I am like genuinely scared of a severe Dark Harvest right now. Especially of a good severe like that one. Like he really took it down very well.
Yep.
Anyways, so the teams are preparing up, Thank you so much guys for waiting patiently, and we are so sorry, like for taking it this long, but I will say like it will definitely be worth it. Please stick with us throughout the games, and the teams are preparing up, they're joining the lobby, and we will be into the game very shortly.
I mean, there has been a trend throughout the whole tournament. It looks like Kaisa is still a very high priority in this tournament, at least.
I see.
Even though after the nerfs that she received.
I mean, if you remember like that Kaisa against the Senna, and all that, like I would say a good Kaisa can have a really good impact. I don't know about like playing Kaisa like especially in semifinals whereas you're against like all these super good teams. Like I'm pretty unsure how that's gonna go out for, because there are a lot more champions to be careful of. For example, I think Samira is something to really be afraid of. Samira, definitely that severe. I don't know if that severe is gonna come in again, because if the players were watching the game, they really need to understand that it is definitely a threat. So I would say it is very complicated. So far, I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm seeing these ranks, and it seems like it's a different variety. Like it's not one of those like challenger or like grandmaster players. Like, but it seems like it is decently high elo, but it is mixed up with like the medium side as well. But I guess we'll find out. Like I'm pretty sure they have like a really huge potential here.
Alright, YBB versus LSG versus Viking Esports.
Okay.
How many kills do you predict that we get in the first 50 minutes? Like without even seeing the champions.
Huh. So, like, if you would tell me like which team played what, then I could actually understand. For example, I think the team on the Kaisa side, I think they will have like a little bit mid-game pressure. I think there will be like pretty good mid-games. But when it factors into late game, if they ever pick something like that severe again, I don't know how far anything's going, to be honest, again. And as we can see, a Riven ban instantly. Okay, like that's understandable. They did play Riven. They thought, okay, this is not okay. She does have a lot of damage, and I'm not gonna lie, if I have experienced Riven as much as them, I would say like Riven is very scary. So, and it seems like a Lucian ban comes in. Okay, like it's actually a first. Like honestly, I didn't really expect a Lucian ban, but
Lucian could be flex 3 lanes, so I think they just didn't want to fight the flexibility against it.
Pretty much, yeah. And apparently there's a set ban as well, which is completely understandable. But a set and a Xin Zhao. Honestly, as much as the set ban goes, I think there are quite a few champions that can pretty much handle set right now. And of course, when ban comes in, am I surprised? Of course not. That champion definitely does not, I think that champion on the right hand or in any hand is just a little bit questionable on what's going to happen, As of yet, it seems they are still taking their last stand, and it's a Viego. Okay, well, I guess these two champions pretty much will never get to see the light of day because they don't deserve to, because they're unbalanced. So yeah. But anyways, well, what have we here? It's a Nocturne and an Akali. I'm really surprised they kept the Akali open though. Like I think they should have really like
if they kept the Akali open, they must have a plan for it.
Yeah, pretty much, because Akali and Kaisa goes to the red team.
I mean, Kaisa is a good pick, but I feel like if blue team decides to pick a Saber into it, it might be quite hard to play, because Saber is actually quite good in blue Kaisa.
Indeed, yeah. And honestly, I think they could have put in the Akali into the set ban, because I don't know, I think majority of the champions like against set is Another Lee Sin, it seems. Yeah.
Lee
That
Sin
is-
is actually very good into Akali because his E actually reveals Akali in her shroud. So
Mhm.
that's actually a very good matchup if they do pick Lee Sin into her.
Indeed,
Nocturne
it
is also
does.
quite good into Akali. He
But
is very good skirmisher. Rel.
well, wow, that's actually it's been a while. It's been a long time. And as I was saying, like I was wondering, like I think Akali is a really good flex pick here because if she is to be faced against Lee, like I think like if they figure out the comp, within the next phase, I think Akali can just flex into top lane or something like that. So she doesn't have to face against something like this. Because I have heard like Lee Sin is very good against Akali. So
Alistar.
Kaisen and Alistar. Hmm.
Alistar is actually very good in the meta right now. This support is so broken.
Yeah,
He can
very
tank
true.
up damage for days without dying. Like what? And then picking the Kaisa away is actually very smart. Because Kaisa also can reveal Akali in a shroud. So there's like two counters to Akali, which is Kaisa and Lee Sin.
That is definitely actually too, like very smart, like taking in the Kaisa. But as we see here, at this point, I feel like they are kind of like taking in the I think they're taking in the inside information on what they played, on previous games, because I think they are just trying to make sure they don't have any kind of threat in their own lanes, especially like that makes up onto the game, because I don't know about Ziggs. Maybe the Ziggs did really good previous game.
I think it's because from what they saw in the other games, it's because blue team really like to play Ziggs or Kaisa. So
I see.
taking away the Kaisa and taking away the Ziggs, it kind of limits their options. And now they don't have AP also, and with it's either they put an AP mid laner and ask Nocturne or Lee Sin to go jungle, or they pick an AP jungle. Because I don't think there's any good viable bot lane AP right now.
That is definitely understandable. It seems like they are taking away their engage possibilities as much as they can, because if I mean, when you think about it, like if Udyr with his engages and with Akali and Kaisa, I think that would be just factoring in really well considering the team they have right now. I think it would be going very well, but it's very smart for the blue team to take that off, and it seems like it's going to be a Hecarim jungle.
Yep.
That's actually.
So they are going for a full dive comp, as you can see. There's a trend going on.
I'd say that's pretty smart. Yeah, even the previous games, we've seen all these kinds of aggressive gameplay. I love it, honestly. Not gonna lie. I'm really happy people are going all into this. I mean, it is a one-game elimination.
We can see what you wanted to see. He
No
is
way.
through the draft.
Is it gonna be?
No, he
Will it
is a
be?
very good pick here. Silas does very well into Akali. There is a lot of good ultimates he could steal. He could steal a Hecarim ultimate. He could steal a Alistar ultimate, which will
Very true.
let him survive for days. Xayah?
Yeah, and I think Xayah has been nerfed with that Q. Her Q.
Oh no! It was a buff. It was a buff.
Yeah,
It was
sorry,
a buff.
my bad. Yeah, Xayah has been buffed with that Q, so I think it really makes sense on how this is gonna go. But
Yep.
I wouldn't blame if they would go for the Sivir, but I guess Xayah is not gonna lie. It is.
This is a very. This was the matchup in 2019. This was what everybody played.
I mean,
Because
right now it is.
Kaisa, Xayah. Xayah actually prevents what Kaisa wants to do in the mid game, which is fly in, assassinate ADC. Xayah actually prevents that.
Yeah, pretty much.
we
Yeah,
have
it
two
seems like
champions
we're
that
gonna
you want.
it
you
seems like
want.
we're gonna see a Shen.
So I think the best play right now for the blue team would be to put Silas into the Shen. And put Nocturne or Lee Sin into Akali, because
True.
both does very well into Akali, but Silas into Shen will actually screw what the Shen wants to do. Because he could just take the Shen R and follow him across the map.
I mean, yeah, it probably will be Salas against a Shen, because I don't think a Lee Sin into a Shen would be the smartest option, because I believe Shen does counter majority of the Lee Sin's kit. Is that correct? So it will be a very complicated matchup. I mean, they do have a Nocturne to help in that case, but there is a Hecarim as well. So far as I've seen, teams do help out each other pretty well. I don't know if Akali will be going for that Ignite though. I've seen Akali go for that TP as well, and I'm not gonna lie, it won't be that bad going TP, because it's Rel, Xayah, Akali TPing in bot lane and getting maybe 2 kills, trying to I think it'll factor in really well into how the late game is gonna go. Or she could go for that ignite. Maybe engage into the Lee Sin mid, which is pretty smart as well. But as of right now, like I think, in my opinion, I think red team does have a really decent comp. But then again, the blue team with that silence, it does change things around a lot. Also, they have a nocturne, so
Yep.
I'm pretty curious how that's gonna go.
And
But I
Hikarim will have a hard time pinning down Zaya if she does her
Very true.
ulti in the team fights.
Very true, very true. And I'm pretty sure, like, if this person can handle Zaya pretty well, which this is the semifinal, so I'm expecting everybody to play like absolutely on their top tier level. But I would say, as much as everything goes, the red team does have a lot of potential here because he does have that. They do have that Shen ult into that Kaisa as well. That Shen ult into that Akali. Like it doesn't matter. They have a lot of support. Side lanes. Like yeah, I think their team fights are very strong. But of course, Silas existing with his ultimate on taking any kind of ult. I think if Silas can bag a lot of kills early game, or like if he can get up to a level where he can, 1v2 basically in the side lanes, I think that could, make a big decision for how the game is going to pan out for blue team.
I feel like the Shen pick was actually very good. Because Hikarim will just dive in with a Shen ultimate after that, follow him, so that he doesn't die instantly. Or Akali could just fly in with a Shen ultimate, and he wouldn't die.
Very true. Yeah, exactly. Very true. And it's like having someone who can completely protect a full-on teammate like anywhere on the map is a huge deal. Because I feel like in when we're in like these high-low games, like what matters is that like how the side lanes are like work. How you push the lane in. How you manage the waves. I think with Shen it'll factor in really well. Also because like they do have a Nocturne which is auto attack based as well. They do have like a lot of auto attack based champions. I think Shen, if he properly utilizes the taunt, he can really, change the tide of the game.
Yeah.
But then again,
and Shen can bail for Kaisa if Nocturne was to fly into him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
that's also a very good pick.
Definitely.
Shen actually doesn't need vision to ulti someone, so there's a plus side against Nocturne ulti.
No, I mean no. There's another thing which is that Shen can't ult when Nocturne is ulting. Like Shen can't even like R onto the champions like on the bottom right. Like you can't R into that.
Yep.
Like it doesn't allow you. So I mean that's pretty smart in case of Nocturne on that. But as I said, it really depends on how the teams are gonna go because there is an Akali. Like Nocturne. I don't know how much kill pressure like Nocturne would have mid lane because I don't know, just ganking into somebody who has like a visibility, invisibility thingy, especially.
And Akali did take ignite. Did take teleport.
Yeah. Oh, Akali. Okay. Well, that does make a lot of sense right now. I think that kind of I think that kind of gives us like an idea of how the game is gonna play out because I'm pretty sure Akali is gonna like try to gank those side lanes, trying to like pop those TPs,
I'm honestly shocked that they will pick Rel into Alistar though, because Alistar has historically been a very good matchup with the Rel. Because of his ability to cancel her W.
I mean, I don't know how much they expected it because I think Rel was picked before Alistar. So I think it is very smart for like the players on the red team to like go for that Alistar pick right now.
We shall see.
Yeah. But after the game factors in, I would say like the kill pressure on the red side is a lot. The blue team really has to like take it into like mid to late game, especially like Nocturne after his ultimate, Zaya after his ultimate. Like Silas, he needs to get his I guess his power spike. He definitely needs that Everfrost, and of course the buff to that Everfrost. The gold reduction that will really factor in big time. 200 gold reduction is huge, especially on a champion like this that has already so many dashes. He just needs to rush that straight up. But I think we will see where the Silas is going. First off,
pretty sure he's gonna go top lane because Lee Sin really cannot play into Shen. Because the moment Lee Sin press a Q to go in, Shen will just instantly taunt him and he will be useless.
Definitely.
And the fact is also Lee Sin can't follow Shen across the map. If he does, ulti.
Very true, very true. And of course, like I think the Shen pick really like made, I don't know, the Shen pick I think really made the team a whole right now. You know, considering the comp they were going for, you know, the Hecarim, the Akali, the Alistar, the Kaisa, you know, the aggressive plays, you know, I think Shen plays in so well here. And blue team definitely needs to watch out after at least level 6. They really need to have their communications on and to like let them know that how to you know, to watch out for those Shen ults, you know, because they can't just make general plays. They have to really watch out about all these ganks. Akali TP, you know, like all these things are completely gonna factor in. And as of now, we are going into the game, so we shall find out how this goes.
As you can see, the Silence starting Doran's string, so he is probably going for the kill in lanes.
Yeah, pretty much. He's gonna play.
I think they're trying to invade. I think they're honestly trying to invade. They're probably going to try and invade topside.
That's actually pretty smart though, because it is a Shen, you know, like even forcing Shen into taking taunt is just enough to completely change it around. But it seems like
no.
he does know what's going on. If he does get vision over here, if he does get
He's
vision,
not gonna get it in time.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he did. Yeah, they did force him into taking that taunt. That will factor in how the early game is gonna go, and I think it is really it's a really smart play from the blue team. Taking that Doran's ring now really is gonna like play in pretty well early game.
Yep. Silas is matching Shen in the top side, so that's as expected. Let's see if there's any other shenanigans going on right now.
Doran's Blade on the Lee Sin. Okay, that is.
I mean, Doran's Blade on the Lee Sin to Akali is actually a ballsy move. It says that he is very confident about himself right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, then again, his E did get nerfed, you know. So I thought, like, you know, like, I thought he would like take it easy for the early game, but I guess he is pretty much going for the aggression here.
I feel like Akali really needs his items.
Yeah,
in order
pretty much.
To be able to kill Lee all with 6.
It seems like he started W, and I mean that is pretty smart though. Akali, like with Akali's poke that she has with the W. I mean, considering he did take Doran's Blade, I think that is a pretty smart move here.
And as you can see, okay, so that's on Silas is putting a lot of pressure on this Shen right now.
Yeah, going into that.
Oh, we're going in level 1. Although Zaya is actually not a very level 1 champion, but that was a very good trade. Down Kaisa to half HP here. Right now they can't even step up because enemy is just punching level 2. Oh, Silas hits the level 2, he could go for the solo kill here.
Oh my god.
Oh no, he missed the E, yep. That's unlucky. Yep. As you can see, he is actually doing very well in this matchup. Akali is not he's a good champion to lead, especially with the E.
Yeah, but it seems like Hecarim is up there. Akali is probably like waiting in on his camp finish. He's probably gonna like pop a nice gank. I think if Hecarim ganks this, it'll play out pretty nicely but it seems like he will go for his red buff. I guess they are not confident in a fight as of yet. But to be honest, like as you said, Silas is having like quite a decent pressure on that Shen, but then again, taking down a Shen is just very difficult in general. You know, he is a very, you know, sustained champion. He has that passive shield always popping up when he needs to farm. You know, he is really tanky in general, and it seems like Shen is going in.
I mean, this is not a very bad trick considering the fact that Hecarim is doing his crux right now, so he could just easily run top to help if needed.
For sure. And bot lane seems like Zaya. Yeah, Zaya
having the pressure.
I mean it makes sense, you know, because I think like right now, like Zaya and Well, considering Well has at least decent mobility, they can like you know, they can probably manage the fight pretty well here.
As you can see, all thanks to the bot lane pressure, the bot lane actually ran up to river to take the scuttle, so Hecarim is not gonna get even a single scuttle.
Yeah, that is actually a really
very smart play.
Yeah.
Neutralizing pressure, that's what you do.
Yeah, they're not giving like the Hecarim any chance in this game, I guess. I mean, it does make sense. They are a very engaged comp, you know. Seems like Akali's engaging and gonna get some decent damage on the Lee Sin. Lee Sin can probably heal that up with that W, but as long as Akali keeps that poke up, she is a little bit low on that energy. But, you know, honestly, as of yet, I don't think, like, in any situation Akali really wins this fight unless there's a Hikarim ganking.
I could see him winning the fight at level 6 if he does hit the R.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm not gonna lie, I think if Silas puts up like a nice squeeze, I think it'll be really complicated for like Shen to deal. Like if Silas can like pull the minions back, like he can actually engage into like Shen for a kill potential. Straight up. And it seems like Hikari is coming mid.
So it's like Lee is very aware of this. And
Yeah,
he's
pretty much.
just getting quick back.
I think they did notice that control ward over there on that bush, and it seems like Wel's gonna go over there and clear that up.
Lee going in for more trading. This is actually taking
That was
in
a-
favor of Lee.
Yeah, that was very
Akali
nice.
currently has no sustain at all.
And also, it seems like Lee is very confident because Nocturne and Well, they're all like near the mid side. You know, seems like they're gonna go for a gank bot lane.
Bot lane.
Let's see how this factors in. Oh, they're going in.
Rel going in.
Very
Reason
nice.
That's a dead Alistar. That's a very dead Alistar. That's first blood to the Zaya. Very well played. You need to snowball this Zaya. You need to get her to her items right before Kaiser, and then she will be able to do stuff in the mid game.
I
But
really
let's
like
see
how
what the
like
Hecarim wants to do.
yeah, I really like how the Well went completely from the mid side to like, you know, have that pressure, and that went into the bot lane. You know, like the bot lane did not even expect that. You know, like even though like they cleared out the control ward, they were probably more focused in on like pushing in that wave bot lane. You know, like managing their CS. But it seems like the blue side are actually gonna get the dragon. Honestly, I'm very surprised so far. Like this is going very much in favor of the blue team as of yet.
As you can see, Hecarim is currently on the top side. He's gonna do something.
Hikarim does have to go around. Silas seems to be aware of this. Very nice
Unfortunately,
ward
that's
by
not his
Silas on the
things.
sideboard. Yeah, that
Unfortunately, he
was
also
very
doesn't have 6. If he had 6 right there, he could have done something.
true.
That is probably due to the Scuttle Crab being taken from him. That's why you take this.
Very nice trade from the Kaiser there.
Unfortunately, the Kaiser doesn't have R to go in. If he had ulti, that could have been a kill onto the Zaya.
Yeah, pretty much. And as of yet, we can see that Kaiser is ahead on CS compared to the Zaya. That'll factor in pretty well. Zaya goes for the Call Field and the Sheen. Okay, wait, what do you think he's building here? Essence Reaver? He's going for that Essence Reaver?
Zaya is probably gonna go Essence Reaver first item. Due to the changes on Gale Force, I don't know how good it is. I haven't played on this batch.
I mean, it is pretty bad. Like, as of like what I've heard, like it is apparently pretty bad right now, the Gale Force. But I'm not gonna lie, Essence Reaver is gonna work in really well. Essence Reaver was still quite the big deal on Zaya, right? Like,
Essence Reaver was still the go-to item on Zaya because it just does so much damage with Zaya Kit. Like, it's not balanced.
Very true, very true. It seems like Silas does have that Shen ult, you know, keeping it in check just in case, you know, something goes around. But it seems like things are gonna go pretty slow here. Oh, nice little engage on that Akali. I think if one more trade goes into Akali's direction, she can actually have a very good
I feel like with
here.
Akali, if Akali has all her abilities right now, she could actually all in the Lee Sin. So that's why she's playing it so safe.
Yeah, pretty much. But of course, like the Lee Sin is obviously like, you know,
Yeah.
he definitely.
That's why I don't like the Silas taking the Shen ultimate so sudden. Because now the Shen ultimate expired. Now he can't take it for another 2 minutes over. So it's actually
very
not
true,
that
very
good.
true, yeah. Like right now he doesn't really have like any kind of pressure on that one. But then again, Tyler does have that cheeky, you know, he can still make some plays, but of course it is a wasted potential to not have that
Blue team is actually utilizing their pressure very well. Tyler is heading into enemy jungle to check where the Hecarim is, so to make sure that there's no people around to steal the Rift Herald. Hecarim is running as fast as he can with Great Buff without even knowing this is happening. So the Herald is gone, and you'll go in blue team's favor.
it seems like they are kind of seems like they are converging on the Herald though. I don't know if they're gonna try to go for that.
I don't
I
think
mean, they do
they're-
have Shen with their ults.
But
Okay, yeah.
Herald was taken long ago already, so I don't think they will be possible. They could try to go on this Akali, considering how far the Hecarim is right now.
Yeah, pretty much. But Akali does have like a whole lot of escapes. Like, you know, she can just E out, back away. You know, she can go like the bottom side. It is decently warded. as of yet, okay, nicely engaged on the side.
Oh, Nocturne going into Hecarim's jungle. Oh,
Okay.
and Hecarim has to waste the ulti to get out. There was no way to survive. That was a good ultimate by him.
Yeah, that is, yeah. I think saving that Nocturne ultimate would be a good idea, but maybe they're just making sure like bot lane, like Nocturne's bot lane does not get any kind of, you know, trouble pushing in these waves, you know. Yeah, like he's just making sure like, you know, like by the time Hecarim's ultimate comes up, their bot lane can like make a play, you know.
I think we can see the C. If we can see the CS right now, I think Hecarim is actually down quite a lot of caps because the blue team has a 2k lead without even getting a lot of kills, just in one kill.
Oh, Hecarim is actually like behind one camp, I believe, so far. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait. Yeah, two camps.
Yeah, that's very big for a jungler right now.
Yeah, two.
And Hecarim can't really gank right now, all thanks to him wasting the ultimate. It's
Yeah,
quite hard to
that
get
is
onto
very
a fire. Oh, Akali could go for the kill here. This could be a solo kill on the Lee Sin. Do not grieve for it.
Wait, she missed Q though.
Yeah,
Very
she could-
unlucky. I think if she hit that Q, like that fight would completely turn around.
and she couldn't grieve for that because Lee Sin still at R. He could have easily outplayed her there.
Yeah, pretty much. Very unlucky, but it was very nicely played from the Lee Sin there.
As you can see, more trading going on in the bot lane, but not as much action as before. Because both sides really not trying to go for the kill here. They're just trying to scale up.
Yeah, very true. But as we can see, like the blue side does have like a decent gold lead. I think it's coming majority from the I think it's coming majority from the top side because as we can see, Shen is 47 CS, whereas Silas is 88. There's a full half gap in case of CS, and like I think Silas is trying his best to give Shen as hard as a time he can. You know, like he's pushing in those waves so Shen can't CS, and he is, as we can see, having a very hard time CSing.
Right now they're setting up for the dragon, which is good for the second drake. I don't think Kaisa really need to take this trade like right now.
But,
Oh,
okay,
they're going in. ISQSR. I think it's gonna be a 1-for-1 for the ADCs. Oh, Saya still flashes. I mean, everyone is bot lane, but I don't think Shen really needs to come. Shen still has ultimate. Oh, but this fight, oh my god, the Silas is doing so much. The Silas is actually turning the fight by himself. That was actually disgusting from him.
that was very well played by the Silas. Holy crap, like really nicely engages, you know, and he was very confident with the whole fight. And it was, I think the best thing blue team did here was that they targeted the right people, you know, pretty much. They made sure like they knew Shen was gonna ult, you know, over at that situation, and they just went in for the Kaisa. The Kaisa was like the perfect target here. Like holy hell. And it seems
Silas
like
just everyone with the Hecarim. It was actually kind of disgusting. But I feel like right now they could, Nocturne could, in terms snowball with the Herald through mid. Oh, this might be a solo kill. Yep, this is definitely a solo kill. Oh no, he misses the R! But he
oh my god, that is
disastrous. Oh no, wait, Akali gets out. Oh my god, Alistar, you are a god.
my god, but like that
Akali gets out and gets the
very
kill on
well
the rail.
played.
Oh, that was so well played by them.
Very well played by them. Like Akali almost like, you know.
I feel like, oh no, Silas, come on man. Oh, but Silas gets one through the Everfrost.
I mean, yeah, that Everfrost, holy crap, that factored in pretty well here. But I would say, so like, throughout that entire fight, like, red team played that so well.
Yeah, but I feel like Lee Sin probably shouldn't have went back to the mid lane after he took a drag. He was too low. He could have just reset it and went back to the
Very
lane.
true. Like, I mean, he is playing super ballsy this game, not gonna lie, into the Akali. I mean, I think he still feels like he has, like some sort of a
Oh no, I don't think this is a good fight for them. Shit, he still has Alistar ulti. Oh, Silas going back in! Nocturne ulti! Oh, they can actually do this. Akali is still being mid though. Akali doesn't have R. I don't think, yep, I don't think this is a good fight for them. Akali could go back in, but Silas just tank out for this. Like, the Alistar ulti is actually not balanced. Alright, eventually he will go down. Eventually.
Yeah,
He's still
eventually,
a 4v1.
I can already see how this is working out, like, after late game. Like, you know, late game with that ultimate. Fights are gonna be really difficult. Especially considering, like, Silas already has, what's that? He already has that Everfrost, and what do you think he's going for next, actually? Like, I'm not too sure, like, what he builds up.
He would probably go for a Sonya, just so that he could survive in the backline if he dives in. I mean, he could take the Kaisa and dive in with the Rel also.
Okay, that's very true, yeah. Wait, what do you think Kaiser's building here? Like, I don't get it, like... What is that? He's got like a serrated dirt. He's got a serrated dirt with a...
Oh no, he's going for the Q upgrade.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Kaisa's Q upgrade is actually very essential right now due to the fact that her Q got hit so hard in previous matches.
Okay, that's understandable, yeah. Divine Thunder on the Hikaran. Okay, I guess we'll see some decent damage coming through with that.
Yep, as we predicted, Kaisa went for Everfrost first item, Essence River first item.
Yeah.
They could go in on the Zaya right now, but the Zaya still has ulti, so I don't think that's very viable.
Yeah, pretty much. And...
Zaya the second hero going on right now, I feel like blue team could easily contest this, but enemy red team has first rotation top with their bot lane, and I think...
Malus is kind of a little bit caught out here. Unless...
oh, he takes the Shenna? Although in this situation, I don't think the Shenna will help a lot, but who knows?
I mean,
but I think blue team might just give this hero for the bot lane tower. They could just get the bot lane tower for free.
I mean, I think right now, like, that engage was completely possible. Especially because, like, even if, like, Nocturne had ultimate, like, I think Hikaram with the Divine Thunder and Shen with a full-on, I mean, he has a Bramble, and he has, like, a Sunfire Aegis. I think with that, I think it was enough to, like, take down the Silas pretty quick.
I feel like the mid lane should really back off right now. Their whole team is running there.
Yeah.
Yep, they should probably run bot side.
I think they're gonna take it, yeah, they're gonna go bottom.
Yeah, that's not a bad trade. A second Herald for 2 towers is actually not a very bad trade. They are probably gonna trade back the mid tower for this, but it's not a big deal.
Very true.
It's not the first tower of the game, and there are no more bleeding, so that's why people don't like second Herald as much. As you can see, blue team already smashed all 3 towers, and they could go for a fight here theoretically, because Silas still has the Shenna.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and I mean, then again,
the Rel, the Hex Flash! Oh, they can't see anything! Oh my god, this is a disaster! The Kaisa is still alive though! Shenna!
Oh my god!
Oh, Zaya re-entered the fight! Oh, Zari!
Zaya
is just shredding through everybody. That was not the play by them. Oh, unfortunately it's too early to be Baron, but that's a triple kill. That's a double kill over the Zaya.
Very well played there. Holy crap! I think
using the Nocturne ulti with Rel, Hex Flash was such a brilliant play. They couldn't see anything.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, Akali still get rooted? Oh no, Zaya!
Oh no.
He might die.
That
was close.
Holy.
Oh, this game is heating up.
Yeah, pretty much. They are pinging that Zaya flash. I mean, regardless, I think Zaya with her ultimate is just very hard to, like, be engaged upon. Especially because, like, I think if the Nocturne was in the red side, basically, I think if the Nocturne, like, if the red side had Nocturne here, things would be a little bit more easier, but I think over here, like, the whole comp plays in where Silas with his Everfrost and his ultimate, like, depending on who he takes, especially the Shen ultimate, and even if he takes, like, Alistar or Kaiser's ultimate.
Right now, the fact is, Zaya is also so far ahead of her counterpart.
Yeah, that's very true.
All thanks to that double kill mid lane. Oh, Silas might get caught here though. But his team is here. I think they could go for the re-engage. Silas going back in.
I mean, Silas is, like, very decently mobile. Yeah, I think he could have just, like, dashed out of the wall over there on that corner.
I think they're just gonna run to Drake, and this will be forcing Drake point at quite early timing.
Yeah.
Hecarim might want to try and steal this. I don't think a full flash team fight will
I don't think it's really the
but Nocturne going into the Kaisa. There's nobody there to build the Kaisa. All the front line are here.
But this is a very nice play though. Nocturne completely, like, deleting their
And Lee Sin is still alive in the back line, so oh, it's a demolition. It's an absolute demolition. Lee Sin gets the kill onto the Akali, and he will probably get the kill onto the Hecarim. And that's an ace at 80 minutes. Is it gonna be an ace? Oh, they do get him in the end. It's an ace at 18 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh my god, like, blue team is not giving the red team a single chance this game. Like, they're playing everything perfectly. I mean, this is what I expected from, like, a semi-finals game, you know, like, they're on their top tier performance mode, you know, they're straight up making every calls properly, you know, they're making sure, like, everything is calculated, especially that Nocturne ult, you know, in that back line, it completely, like, they didn't have anyone to, you know, dish out.
The Kaisa should have been together with the team instead of being there because she just got caught out, and the team just couldn't do much because our front line was just fighting the other side of the 3v3.
Yeah, true. It seems like Xayah did buy the Gale Force right now. That is gonna work so well, especially considering like they have so much kill pressure right now. Xayah, all she needs to do is like just I think all red team can do right now is play front to back. Is that correct?
Yeah, red team all just need to play front to back. They
Yeah, pretty
win
much.
team fights now, no matter what. They are slapping the enemy with their wallet. 10k at 20 minutes.
Very true. Like that is like I'm honestly looking at it deja vu almost from last game right now. But I would say like red team does still have a potential as long as they don't make those kinds of mistakes again where like they got caught out, you know, in the jungle, especially the Kaisa. Oh my god, and it seems like
We're
we
gonna get on
caught out too.
I don't think this is a great idea. Silas here CP, they could easily re-engage this. Oh, but shit is R'ing in. This will be a 4v2. Oh, it's a good disengage by Silas. Oh, but Silas going back in. Oh, Rel is... Yep, okay, they're gonna get a kill on Silas now. That is awesome.
Okay, so
Oh, but Kaisa is here. They couldn't this.
wait, but
Oh my
Xayah-
god, the huge Rel. Oh, that was disgusting. That was disgusting by the Rel. This Rel is actually the Oh, and Silas is still alive. That might be another A, if not the ADC there.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
another ace. That is almost game
That's a
deciding.
quadra kill to the Silas! What's so Spencer?
Oh.
That's a reportable offense.
Very well played from the blue side. Holy hell, I am absolutely stoked on how everybody's playing like this well. You know, the
Rel.
Silas, the Rel, even the Legion, like, you know, like he was so confident, like he just kicked out, you know, and like I think they are making these ballsy plays, which is actually worth it.
That Rel actually saved that team fight so hard with that R. That was actually disgusting. That 4-man R into a stun, like, the red team couldn't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much. It just completely turned the like tides of the game. At
Yep,
this
I
point, it is looking super grim. for
Yep,
red team.
12,000 goal lead in the favor of the blue team. Like, this is looking kind of grim for them. They really need to pull off a miracle to even win a team fight right now.
Straight up, because like even with Shen being like this super tanky, but like I think at this point Silas can just like I think Silas is like just a few like I think 2 times with his abilities would be enough to like take down a Shen at this point. Because Shen like yeah he does have ninja tap. I think they are what they're trying to do at this point. I think they're just trying to like make sure like the Xayah cannot attack them.
Akali is getting collapsed on right here. I think Shu could get
I
that.
think yeah, he has that shroud and.
Oh, but Lee Sin does have the
Is he
kick.
gonna put that in next? Okay. Oh, no,
I don't think it works.
Yeah, true.
But as you can see, the blue team is currently playing a 2-2, which is not common. Usually you will see a 1-4 here, but who knows? Oh, Hikari is trying to go in on the mid lane. Xayah still has R, and they have TP. I don't think this is very viable, but I think they might get a Xayah here. Yep.
We can get the Xayah
They
if
are.
he plays it.
What? The Xayah is still alive? Oh, the Xayah flashed over the Akali. Yeah, that was so well played. Right?
Oh, okay. And the Nocturne going in completely on the back line. Absolutely obliterates the enemy team.
And Silas is getting another 4-drop. Nope.
Oh my god,
That's fine kills. Yeah, and as you can see, that's pretty much game right now.
That is the game. Wow, I
That
am.
is a 22-minute game. That was absolute domination by the blue team.
I am surprised. Like,
They didn't let Red Team have a single chance.
yeah, pretty much. Like, this is what I said. You know, like Silas. You know, at this situation, yeah, he is definitely a big threat. And there it goes.
Honestly, congratulations to YBB versus LSG. They played that game very well. Can't wait to see you guys in the final.
Indeed, they play that so well, and they definitely have like a 100% potential to actually bag the prize. And holy crap, I'm super surprised. Honestly, I think my MVP for sure will be Silas here because like throughout the whole game he kept really decent pressure, you know, off the team. Of course, we can't forget the Xayah. You know, he like the clutch plays coming in, and what do you think? Who is your MVP?
Honestly, it's between the Silas and the Rel. The Silas did carry, but I feel like the Rel did carry the majority of the fight, so one will probably go to Rel, because shout out to supports, they're underrated, but they are
Definitely,
actually
yeah,
broken.
Yeah, they sure are. But I will say, like, Silas completely, like, changing the whole fight with all that damage, and especially, like, the Alistar ultimate, like, it's takes things everything, like, you know, takes things around. But anyways, like, big shout out to, like, both the teams, very well played, and great job, you know, like, to be honest, both teams win, but The victory goes to YBB versus LSG. Please stick with us. We're gonna take a really short break, and we will go into who
The
goes into the finals.
finals. The
Yeah,
long-awaited finals.
pretty much. Please be with us.
just got to realize that everybody's going to be on your tail from 5 o'clock until the day you die.
You've had the regular opportunity to
Hello and welcome back everyone to the TeleMatch League of Legends tournament of 26 June 2021 organized by Seuss, where we are about to witness the final match against Support Gap versus YBB versus LSJ. I am Kiyusuke and I'm joined here with Lemons. Hello, Lemons. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, oh my god. And also, I would definitely like to give a big shout out to and the GG well played to Team Noob and Zykang Esports. Thank you so much for giving your best. Thank you so much for coming this far. You guys are definitely like winners in our hearts. Everybody is winners in our hearts. And especially, thank you so much for giving everyone a good time.
Yep. So right now we'll wait for the finals to start and then we can get straight into it.
Pretty much. As of yet, all I'm noticing right now is like the rank disparity here, like straight up. Like there's a lot of high elo players like in the support gap side, and as of YBB, I will definitely say like so far they have given like such amazing games for us. There's things like especially like YBB's potential like they can go super far, I think, but they are against a really tough contender, I believe.
Yep. And please be sure to stay after the match as there will be prize presentation for all the winners. Even if you're not the winner of the whole tournament, there will still be prizes and someone from the team might be one of them.
For sure. Please stay with us after the game as well. So, Lemons, what do you think we'll be seeing this game this time? I mean, so far I'm convinced that YBB's top tier Silas. If that stays open, I'm pretty sure he's still going for that. Regardless.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think they will. I don't think this team will let it slip through.
Definitely, that is understandable. But they do have quite the things to ban. They do have Gwen to ban. They do have Diego to ban. Now, just the question is like, who is gonna go for what, especially because I mean, so far we have seen multiple of the same type of champions. I'm pretty unsure, but I'm curious if we're gonna see another Nocturne. You know, like we've seen.
There we go.
Ah,
The
well,
Silas
yeah,
bench, straight off the bench.
that's done, yeah. I understand. Straight up. They're trying to like have like I mean this is the final. Wow, Senna, that's pretty good. This is
Senna
the
ban.
final.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
I think they're trying to have like as much potential, you know, to win the game as they can have. You know, they're taking out their like carry champions, and I am actually expecting a Viego or a Gwen right now.
But and
actually,
Akali
it's
ban
in-
is it.
oh,
We might see a Gwen or Viego slip through here.
yeah, it should be. To be honest.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Most likely a Gwen or Viego is gonna slip through unless this
If,
is.
I mean, to be, I mean, if I think both the teams, I think are gonna keep at least one open. If they don't ban Viego here, like I'm pretty sure, like
If they don't ban Viego here, Sinjao is open, so I don't know if that's optional.
yeah, true.
But who knows? They might have tools to deal with Sinjao.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think Nocturne has gotten so far into the tournament with like everything he has. Like, oh, he went for Xin Zhao.
Yep, Viego is open right now. Now the real question is Blue Side gonna pick Viego here? Or are they just not gonna prioritize the Viego due to the changes?
I mean, considering both teams didn't ban Viego, I'm pretty sure one of the teams are looking to pick it. As far as I can see.
Alright.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Well, it is supposed
that
to be
is
Viego.
the first pick Viego. Haven't
Well,
seen this
yeah.
champion
Yeah, the whole tournament.
the
You know, like
only-
yeah, the whole tournament. Like they just perma ban Viego, perma ban Gwen. You know, I guess we get to see the best of both worlds at this point.
we get to see a Viego into a Nocturne in the finals.
Pretty much. Ah, the Nocturne, of course. Honestly, it is a very. I think Red Team already will start off with a very scary comp because just the Nocturne in itself has so much gank potential and priority over all the lanes. You know, just having a global ult like that will just like it just changes the zone. You know.
And Nocturne is actually so broke. Good, like almost every match that Nocturne has been in has been a win. And they're just gonna go back to comfort. Nocturne leads in like the first game, like the semi-finals they played just now.
Wow. Okay. I wonder if they're gonna like just end up with the same one. Except of course the Akali and Silas is banned. They'll have to flex in something nice over there. They're gonna take the Kai'Sa away. It seems. Very
Oh
slick.
no, a
Oh,
Jax!
a Jax. Wow.
Jax is actually
Nice.
very good into both of this, so that's actually okay here. And the Kai'Sa.
Jax and Kai'Sa. Okay, that is very nice. They took. I'm not gonna lie. They took like one of the good ones. Especially like I'm like very surprised Jax like it took. I'm very surprised like it took this long for teams to pick Jax because like Jax still is in a really decent state. And there goes the Rel again. Okay.
I mean, taking away the Rel here is actually kind of smart. Now they can ban away the counters to the Rel, and Kai'Sa Rel is actually a very potent combo.
Yeah, but like I'm like curious right now. Are they gonna go for that Zaya again though?
I think they might go for other star ban here, maybe. I feel like Zaya is viable, but I don't know. Because some support actually counters Zaya. Yep, a trash ban also makes sense because trash also counters Rel. There's actually a lot of counters to Rel, so might not be the best blind pick. A Tristana ban does make a lot of sense because Tristana is actually very strong in the meta right now. Her damage is just disgusting even with the Hail of Bleakness.
A Nico ban. Okay. I mean, I think at this point, like they're just like
They're
stat
banning
banning.
comfort. They're probably just
Yeah,
banning
yeah.
comfort.
Yeah. I mean, they did get one of their like best ones. They got Lee Sin, they got the Nocturne. You know, they even got the like Rel. So I think they're like pretty strong. on this one.
A Catherine ban implies that Viego is definitely gonna go to the jungle. Because if they're gonna ban Catherine, they're probably gonna pick like a mage mid lane. Oh, a Ziggs pick.
they
Oh,
picked
yep. This
I
was
see. I get
this was a champ that they picked a lot in up to the finals. That was banned last year.
To witness. Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, now we shall see what Blue Team responds with here. They have no choice but to ban the mid lane here. But the support, I see other style of Gragas coming through. Those two are very good supports in the realm. Yep. Just as I said. Oh, already so!
I mean,
Oh.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually pretty decent. Comparing, like, considering they have a Viego and a Jack, you know. Aurelion Sol with his ultimate, like, he can push back pretty nicely as well. Like, yeah, I think champions can't really stick on him, right?
Oh, already so. Oh. That is a sight to see.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, and a Fiora!
Fiora! Oh, this will be an interesting one.
Oh.
Is he gonna take it? Is he gonna go for that?
He
Yeah,
went for it. Oh,
yeah.
Fiora. Oh my god. Okay,
Wow.
this is a game.
Damn, this is actually a game. I mean,
Red Team has very strong pushing powers. They have a Ziggs, they have a Fiora. Those two shred towers.
pretty much. And they also have a Nocturne, you know, like, gank potential's coming all the way.
Yeah. But it's not like Jack's late game can... Jack's late game can definitely match a Fiora.
Jack's late game, and I'm hoping to see some Aurelion Sol roams here, especially. You know, I think mid game it'll factor in pretty well, considering that like the bot roams, you know, like that
Honestly,
giant.
it's very shocking that they'll pick Aurelion Sol into Lee Sin or Nocturne. Because like I don't think it's a good matchup. But they know better.
I think what he's trying to do is just he's trying to like win the lane against Ziggs, because Aurelion Sol can poke out Ziggs pretty well. Ziggs is very ranged, right, with his bombs and all that. He can poke out like most of the champions very nicely. So I think Aurelion Sol, what he's trying to do with it is like he's trying to make sure Ziggs cannot like keep the dominance over him, pretty much.
Alright, 3 minutes before the final, what do you think?
I think so far it is like I think both teams are evenly matched very nicely. I will say the Jax and the Viego are definitely the top picks in my opinion. Like that'll like factor in very well late game. But I think the red team has much more push and like kill potential here, especially with the Nocturne Ziggs and the Fiora, you know, and of course Lee Sin goes hand in hand.
Most definitely.
What about you? What you think?
Honestly, the draft is quite even. They both scale quite well into the into the mid game. Fiora can just play side lanes without worry because there will always be a Nocturne ulti to cover him, so that's not a problem. I think it's gonna be quite even. It'll just come down to who is more mechanically gifted.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. But I will say Fiora might have a little bit of a hard time against that Jax early. Because, and of course, Jax will as well. He needs to time that stun perfectly. Because if this is a Fiora that we think it is, I mean, they are in the finals. It will be very hard for Jax to, like, you know, bag that stun.
That is a very confident pick. Picking the Fiora on the last rotation into a Jax.
Very true, yeah. But then again, it's not bad because if Fiora, I think, early game, if Fiora can, like, just stealth shield that stun once, Jax is in a very big pickle, straight up. Like it'll be very difficult for him to like manage that fight, especially. I don't think Jax can like confidently engage for quite a long time. You know, I think all he's gonna try to do is he's gonna try to repel Fiora's Qs as much as he can. You know, at least before level 2 to 3. You know.
Yep.
So it'll be a very I think top lane is gonna be a very aggressive early game, straight up. I think they're going to be
a lot of trading.
Yeah, pretty much. Because it is a Fiora and Jax is somewhat of that champion as well. You know, it is, yeah, like you said, like whoever is the more mechanically gifted will basically prevail. Yeah. As of the mid lane, what do you think about the mid lane comp here? A Ziggs and an Aurelion Sol.
Oh, no, it's not Ziggs, it's Lee Sin. Ziggs is important.
Wait, so it's Ziggs APC.
Yep, Ziggs against Kai'Sa, which is very... I feel like Kai'Sa really can't play the matchup.
Yeah, because Ziggs honestly has a lot of range. He does have he does have decent mobility with that bomb as well, and with Rel, I think it's gonna factor in pretty well. Now that I think about it, like it does like go to the red side a little bit, but to be honest, blue side does have Alistar.
Yeah, but the problem with red team is that they won't have a constant DPS at the late game. They will just have a lot of burst. So they will need to burst on somebody if they want to kill someone. Because if Kai'Sa is allowed to play front to back, I don't think they win team fights.
What do you think? Are we gonna see like a very huge Aurelion Sol queue with potentially a 4-man stun. I'm hoping.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, this is
We will know in due time. We will know in due time.
yeah, pretty much. Like a Kingdoms Jacks. Okay, this will be a very interesting matchup. Holy crap! I mean, honestly, we've already seen like how the Nocturne plays. He is fairly aggressive. You know, he does focus on the objectives quite a lot. You know,
Yeah,
but
the
wait,
difference
it
this time
seems
is a
like
Nocturne top.
wait. Oh,
Oh no, it's a Nocturne mid
Nocturne mid.
into
Yeah.
into Aurelion. So I feel like Lee Sin would have been a better
Yeah,
matchup.
pretty much. Because I don't know how Nocturne is gonna stick to Aurelion Soul in this situation.
I mean there is the W to block the stun, so that's okay. But the
I
stun
mean,
the spell shield could easily be proc by the all the comets. So I don't know about it.
I mean, even if he blocks the stun, I don't think he will ever be in range of at least even like I think even using his E will be very difficult on the Aurelion Soul. He's gonna be poked out quite a lot, you know. I think the only poke potential Nocturne has is hitting his Q, which will be difficult in itself because Aurelion Soul doesn't even have to walk up in this matchup here. Also, it seems like Aurelion Soul has Electrocute and Ignite.
Yep, this guy is going for the kill. This
Yeah,
guy
he's trying to
really
get
wants.
early kills.
I mean, Aurelion Soul really doesn't need DP in my opinion because he can just press E and just walk down every map. So the TP isn't really necessary.
Very true, yeah. Very true.
The only worrying thing is that he gets ganked by a Lee Sin at level 3 and just dies.
Yes, that will be super troublesome. But I think, as of like I said, I don't think he's gonna be really using his Q that much into Nocturne because he does know that Nocturne has that spell shield. I think he's gonna try to poke down Nocturne as much as he can with that W, and as long as they keep the visions up, if he does have vision on Lee Sin, even if Lee Sin like comes in, he can just like if he's. I have confidence like he is really good of an Aurelion Soul as he is. He is gonna like if he can stun the Lee Sin due time. I don't think the ganks would work out that well.
Yep. Alright, the game has started. The finals that we have long awaited for is here.
I know, right? Like, I'm really hoping this is gonna be like a long game. Both teams have like really great potential for a victory here, and honestly, I love that. Like at the last game, both teams have like really evenly matched champions. You know?
Yep.
Like both sides have like really evenly matched champions, and you know it's not really the usual champions that we would see. You know, in like the meta game. You know, like the Aurelion Soul, the Zig. You know, but I would say the champions we have seen quite a lot today is the Nocturne. Like the Nocturne and Lee Sin, like these two champions have like almost every single game, I believe. And it makes sense. Come on, like a champion who has absolute global ults. I'm surprised this is actually I believe this is the second game as a Nocturne mid. Is that correct? There was another Nocturne mid, I believe, previous game. And like I'm surprised like there were this low amount of Nocturne mid games because like I think Nocturne mid has like a lot more potential in like ganking the side lanes, you know, and having just a like this is what I mean, you know, like look at this poke, like it's gonna be so complicated for like at least up till mid games. I think Nocturne is gonna have like a really difficult time.
Yep, most definitely. Yep, Nocturne is gonna get poked out of lane. Although he could go aggressive here, but
I mean he does not have like the kit too, especially.
the Q movement speed is not enough.
Yeah. Seems like Jax is gonna push it in real quick. Gonna try to get that early level 2 if he can, I guess. Yeah, that is quite a decent damage. And so far I've noticed like Aurelion Soul is still keeping up on mana pretty well. He's gonna go in. Yeah, that's spell shield. That was a pretty ambitious Q, not gonna lie.
Alright, as you can see, bot lane is going as expected. Zig's getting the shaft. There's no way Kaisa will ever get priority in this lane at level 1. Okay, top lane is slowly pushing into the Jax's favor, but yeah, Viego is going top side, so that's actually perfect. Oh, nice W by the Fiora.
Yeah, that was very good. And it was timed pretty well as well, because he noticed that he was walking away, that he was going to trigger it pretty early. And that does... Okay, that did pretty change up with that trade there. but I think Fiora can stay pretty healthy with those vitals. You know, like Fiora isn't really in like that certain of a danger, and especially like I don't know like how Jax is pushing it this much, because I think Fiora is just waiting till he's like in a situation where Jax is gonna use that E, and Fiora is in a full trio for using that W.
There's a lot of trading going on in the mid lane. Aurelian's actually going aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's unexpected into this kind of thing. Oh, that's a play. That's a solo kill. Oh, that's so well played by Fiora.
very unlucky by the Jax though. Very unlucky by the Jax. That was very ambitious though. Like he kind of went in, even though like Fiora did have that stun available. Fiora did have her W available.
I think he expected him to prematurely activate it, probably.
Yeah, true.
But he knew the timing, so yep.
This is
That was
definitely
very
a
well played by the Fiora.
Yeah. I think Fiora can even stay in lane, like with the vitals and everything, like she can just like farm it up. She's pretty healthy, you know, Lee
I
Sin's top
mean,
side,
Lee
she
Sin
has
could
nothing to worry
easily
about.
come here right now and Jax could just die and the game could be
Yeah,
over.
exactly. Oh my god.
Oh,
I
the
don't
bait,
think-
the
yeah,
bait.
and
But
it's there's
mid
gonna
lane
be
is
a-
dead though.
What?
Alright, that's a kill to Aurelian, so Jax had to flash out, yep.
Yeah, that's that. But yeah, I think just the early game for Aurelion Sol is always going to be dominant, at least against Nocturne. I mean, because he doesn't really have any opportunity to engage into an Aurelion Sol.
But due to that Lee Sin ganking top, right now he's gonna be down about 8 CS because Diego got double scuttle.
I think even right now, Fiora still has a really good potential of killing him. I don't know why Jack.
Oh, that's a wrong
Oh wow, okay,
nice
that was really good. Yeah, that was really good.
I feel
I
like
think-
Jax really need to get this back to the tower. Because if Lee Sin does come again, I feel like he will be dead.
I believe if Fiora stealth shielded that E over there, I think she could have just like soloed him straight up. Because she does have like that vital available. So
Yeah, probably. But as you can see, Jax went for the Doran's Blade, so he is going aggressive. Oh, and Lee Sin is stopped, just as I predicted.
gangs there.
I think he's just preventing him from diving the Fiora.
Yeah, pretty much. Fiora is very like low here, and she doesn't have mana either. She has to check a recall after this.
Yeah, but as you can see, both junglers are playing on different sides of the maps. I think Viego is probably just gonna play towards mid and bot. Instead of playing top, because top is just constantly shoving. I don't think top is a viable lane to gank. Shockingly, he didn't take the last cut. He didn't take the last crowd. But yep, they're going for the dragon right now. Expected to go over, considering the reset timers of their bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's just a free drag for them right now.
Lee Sin probably can't get any time. Aurelian's also taking a very aggressive trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, in a situation like this, if the Aurelion Soul just like manages his movement properly, I think there is no way Nocturne can like reach Aurelion Soul. And even if Nocturne has ult, he needs to really time that spell shield.
We might get an
Because, like-
Ocean Soul this game.
Oh yeah.
This might
We
be
need to-
interesting.
I think he needs to really time that spell shield because Aurelion Soul has that ult to push back and that stun. So I don't think there is any scenario unless Aurelion Soul is very low that Nocturne should be ulted. Like
Yep.
Aurelion Soul is.
I mean, Nocturne could try and all in him, but I don't think that's very viable.
Yeah.
Considering the fact they took teleport instead of ignite, I don't think that's not very viable for him.
Very hard to like pick
But
the-
surprisingly, even after that solo kill, Fiora is down a level though. Oh, but he forces out the Jax lah.
Yeah.
Jax
I mean,
really
I-
can't afford to die here. He doesn't have teleport. If he dies one more time, I think the lane is kind of doomed.
Yeah, but like, and even though like Jax is fairly behind here, but like, I still feel like he's doing.
Oh, Fiora going back in?
Oh my god!
Oh no, the Viego
Oh,
is
very
there.
unlucky. But that was so well played from the blue side there. Like like he made sure but honestly, I think did Jax have E up over there? I think Jax had E up.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the Kaisa having a lead over the Ziggs. That's not what I expected in this lane, considering the Ziggs poke.
I mean, there is a Ziggs poke, but like it is still, I think, a bit difficult considering Ziggs is using his bomb to like shut
Oh
down.
no, that's a solo kill for the Jax.
What
Solo
a,
bolo.
he's gonna get it though.
Yeah, he will get it, he will get it. And he'll get out.
What a well played by that Jax. He kind of, I think
Revenge
Fiora
for
kinda,
earlier.
yeah, I think that Fiora kind of like triggered it a bit too early. Pretty much. Oh, Nocturne trying to get something with that, but not quite sure how that's gonna factor in, you know. And Nocturne seems like he's gonna try to
they're
like
going to
make.
go bot. Yep,
Yeah, but they
they're
do
gonna
have
go 4-man gang bot.
Yeah, but blue side does have vision here. I think they do. Aurelion Soul trying to match that.
I feel like this game is starting to heat up very fast.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so far, I would say the blue side is coming back fairly well. You know, like their macro knowledge is very nice. Like they're trying to make sure, like all the lanes have like an even standing here. I think Jax right now just needs to properly take his trade, especially with the Fiora here, because it seems like the Lee Sin is quite focusing their top lane a lot.
But I'm very curious whether the Viego will he go the Thunderer build, which is quite good right now, or will he go for the Dragon Slayer?
I think he is going Thunder, considering he does have Sage and Sheen.
Yeah,
that seems like a fun
Thunderer
idea.
is actually very good due to the fact that he gets HP from it and gets a lot of damage.
Yeah, very true. It seems like Nocturne is moving up top, so they're gonna take an engage. Nocturne's gonna ult him, I believe.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that's a dead Jax. But he doesn't have vision on him though. Oh wait, now he's
Nah, he's very
yep,
good.
that's a very dead Jax. If I've ever seen
Oh,
one.
that, very smart of that Jax to save that E, but like it's a bit too late, sadly. I think if Jax just straight went below, he could have just like jumped into the minion.
Yeah, and this is actually very bad for Jax because he has no DB. The wave is gonna push back in. Viego is not catch the waves, although it won't be the end of the world. At least the farm will be going to someone.
Yeah, very true. Well, went topside trying to like maybe make a play, but like I'm not gonna lie, that was a really great that was a great like gank by Nocturne. If Nocturne can keep this up throughout the game, helping out the side lanes, because Nocturne I feel like he can't do anything in his lane without any assistance. You know, like he's definitely gonna need assistance against the Aurelion Soul. So if he can just like keep up this play of like helping out the side lanes, like there's a really good potential that he can get something out of it. You know.
Okay, right now, as you can see, it's a low state. Lee Sin just wanna go for the Rift Herald. I don't think there's gonna be a fight over it.
Jax that trade. Fiora still has that W.
Oh,
I don't think Jax dies here.
yep.
Yeah.
Jax
He's
probably
gonna go
can
back
die
in.
here.
He did pop his ult, so yeah.
Yeah, but Fiora doesn't have his ulti, so I don't think.
Oh my
he
god,
does.
it seems Nocturne and Lee Sin is going for that rift, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I only just want to summon it up and snowball this Fiora even further.
Jax is pushing him really hard.
Yeah.
Even though, like, considering he's like, not really that ahead.
I mean, he has no choice. The wave is gonna rebound eventually. But surprisingly, the Fiora shreds the wave though.
That
Oh,
is
he tried.
a little bit yeah.
But I feel like the Jax will survive here. He can just stick to the wall. He can't proc the fight. Oh!
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god,
What
Fiora!
an outplay. She just got bamboozled right there.
Dude, just a cloud on. But
Jax
that was
still
very well
got-
played by Jax.
Yeah,
Oh,
very
but,
well.
but Aurelion Storm again, a solo kill against a Nocturne?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the hell?
This is what I mean. I don't think Nocturne in any state can, or it's
Oh, the ASO is traveling through the galaxies to get to the top lane.
yeah, but I think they did have vision on him, so it's pretty good.
But
Yeah.
he is good. Not Lee Sin can't do anything. Oh, but Lee Sin going for the dive. I don't think this is very viable.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, then again, like, if Aurelion Soul doesn't have all.
oh, the side step.
Oh,
Oh,
very
no.
unlucky. Oh my god, this Aurelion Soul, just keeps on impressing me the whole way.
This
Like,
Aurelion
he's
Storm.
playing exactly how he should be playing the lane. He played that fight exactly how he should have. You know, he's utilizing his mobility. You know, like, I think Nocturne, at this point, I think Nocturne just needs to really stick to helping the side lanes, because, or either that, or Rel could help out the mid lane a little bit, because I don't see a scenario where Nocturne can ever stick to Aurelion Soul, you know? Either he can focus on one-shotting him, which is going to be very difficult right now, because it seems like he does have an iron spike whip, and he did start off doing
Oh,
shield.
but Jax going in. There's more trading in the top lane. Holy shit, this top lane never gets a break. I think this might get a kill here.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's...
yeah, and
Okay,
Fiora is a
that's a
bit
good
of flash.
flash. Yeah, that's a good flash though. I think if Jax I think he should have had Q up by then. He could have
Yeah.
Q'd and W.
That
could
was
have
a
been
free
enough
kill.
to- Yeah. Jax is coming back pretty well as well. Like, especially with that play under the tower, man. Like, their potential is kind of crazy.
Yeah, but as you can see now, support are just roaming around getting vision. Lee Sin is top side with Rel.
It seems like there was actually no action bot lane this game. Absolutely no action. Like, which is very
Considering
rare.
considering the support, yep, that is very rare. But
Yeah.
the fact that they do have an APC instead of ADC, so they're very confident. I think it's just a lot of poke. But Fiora did go for the God Drinker instead of the Threadbreaker.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Oh, the
Fiora
Divine
went
Thunder.
Fiora Drinker. Wait, that's
Yeah, he also
actually-
didn't win the Divine Thunder. Shocking,
Like,
yeah.
look at his awareness, so like managing his mobility so well.
Oh, but he did.
Yeah.
Oh, but the bait!
Oh,
The bait!
oh my god.
Diego is just gonna clean up this fight.
That was a beautiful bait there. I did not expect that like turn up. Like holy crap.
Triple
And he
kill for the
lived.
Diego at 30 minutes. Oh, that was
That
so
is-
well played by them.
Yeah. Very well played by the Aurelion Soul. Man, blue team does have like quite a
Oh,
lot
just
of-
going back in by the stun by Fiora.
Fiora does have Gold Drinker. It is a little bit difficult.
Oh, but Diego going back in another
Oh
tower.
my
I think
God.
I kill you. Oh, it knocks sense.
Very close. Very close. Wait, TP from Ziggs here.
Oh, but Fiora, no. Oh, but
Oh
lovely!
my god.
You outplay me under your tower, I outplay you under my tower.
Oh
you
my
want
god.
dives.
These teams, man, this is the final. Like these teams just can't stop impressing. Like holy crap. Like they're really making like hella plays.
What's up with all those dives, man? Actually.
I mean,
Holy crap.
both of these champions are like super aggressive champions. Like I said, like you know, there's gonna be fights all around the game, pretty much top lane. Like it's just, it's kind of like you know, it's kind of like they're such aggressive champions in itself. It's almost impossible to avoid engagers. Right now, Aurelion Sol is doing really good, you know, keeping his distance and like he's making sure like he scales as much as he can. You know, he's keeping check of his mobility. You know, it's
Honestly, I like what the red team is doing. Pushing Nocturne to the side lane instead of the mid lane and letting the bot lane go to mid because Nocturne really can't play this lane. I don't
yeah,
think.
pretty much.
Oh, but Oriental going for the
yeah.
kill! Oh my god, the damage! Dude,
The
this guy is
confidence.
destroying them, what?
He has to be an Aurelion Sol main at this point. Like I'm pretty sure.
Oh, but
like,
Nocturne going back in, I think that might be a
I don't
shit now.
think it'll be enough. No, I don't think so. Like
Oh,
he's
that's
way
200
too
years.
fast.
That's 200 years of character design right there, my friends.
Straight up, but not like the Aurelion Sol doesn't stop to impress me. Like he's playing this lane perfectly. Like oh my god.
This guy actually knows his damage.
Yeah, straight up.
Oh, but there's no trading in the top lane. I think Fiora might win this. He has a rank 2R. Oh, but oh no, he's not gonna get it. Yep. I think that might. Jax can crash the wave and they will be able to kill him.
Yeah, I
He
think
doesn't have
I
enough.
think it's dead.
Yeah, Fiora is definitely dead.
Oh,
no.
missing that W though.
Diego and no R also. Yeah.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
unfortunate.
that's very unlucky.
But I think they can just get this tower. Oh wait, no, but Zig is also coming here. I don't think that. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, you just follow me
Oh,
as
but
well.
oh, the freaking
Aurelion
torment
Sol.
is here from the other side of the map. Oh, the amount of resets Diego is gonna get from this.
It's still not bad because like Nocturne is still here, full HP.
Yeah, I don't think they will get the Diego.
Red team's turret is
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Kaisa is just farming. This guy is just getting towers for free. Oh, he's a Cloud Soul though, unfortunately. We won't get an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, true, but that's not bad though. You know, like regardless of how much of the lead like blue side has right now. I mean, if you can look at the gold diff, like it's a straight up like
Like Diego is almost, I think he's probably 2 items at this point, and Kaisa has Kraken Slayer just like farming.
yeah.
So,
So I said just gonna solo take that dragon.
Kaisa?
Yeah, Peter's here.
Kaisa?
That is very,
he himself knows it.
Then again, I think it was like just a little bit miscommunication here because everybody like backed off like on the blue side, so Kaisa really didn't have an option here because
I think he thought he could solo dragon without having to burn the heal there.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, more trading in the top lane. Oh, Fiora, nice stun. I think he might go for the all-in here, but Jack still has R. That R actually prevents so much damage. I think.
But I don't think like Akira still has Gold Drinker, does she not?
Oh, and Nocturne is going top of you.
I think he just died here.
I don't think he died. You know?
I think he died.
Jack still has E. I think Jack can get a kill here.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this might be a triple kill for Jax. Jack can actually go back in here.
Very well played by that Jack. Holy crap, he utilized
Does he
that.
have E? Does he have E? Oh my god, he has E again. Oh my god. Okay, nice flash.
Okay.
Nice flash. He really needs to play that. Alistar.
Alistair kinda.
Oh my god, what? What is
Okay,
going
you know-
on this game?
Well, you know what? You know, sometimes we call those limit tests, you know, so like we don't get
Oh my god, yeah, this is definitely limit testing. What?
I'll be
Yeah,
honest. I think
Alright. Oh no, Viego missed the R. Viego missed the R. but okay, that was a few minutes of
And
with the thing. Oh, and listen, I get greedy for it. Oh, and Fiora didn't get an assist. But that's a triple kill of Ziggs. Oh my god, that
I'll be
was
very honest, whatever happened in the past 30 seconds
a lot of
was
cloud.
very questionable. Yeah,
Play
that
the
was,
circus music over there. Oh my god,
that was very, very interesting.
I think that
let's-
Lorenzo might have misclicked Ignite for his flash.
uh,
If I'm gonna be
pretty
honest
much,
with you.
uh,
I think he might have misclicked.
yeah,
I don't think the flash was meant to go back into tower.
yeah, because he was walking backwards, but he flashed in there, so like,
Like,
it's okay, you know, I think the pressure's kicking in. I mean, it is,
Yeah.
I don't, you know, like, come on, some clown test is necessary, right? Come on.
but Ziggs,
you know, we need
Ziggs has got a lot of kills from there, so I think he is probably ahead of the Kai'Sa at this point. Oh, but
Yeah,
Alistar could just bring it.
Just as a behind you.
Oh no, but Fiora is okay, this is a very bad fight. No. Oh no.
That's pretty much, but like,
Oh,
everybody is converging on
Oh,
it.
but
Let's see just what
the
we
torment
need.
is here. Oh my god,
I think
Jax got out.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that Jax went a little bit too deep here.
Oh no. The Jax is killing everyone, like
Oh
what?
my lord. Okay.
I think yeah, then Diego's going to tower dive this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what is a final without a bunch of tower dives and letting Lorenzo die for free?
Oh my lord. What a play by blue side. Oh my god, this Jax is cracked.
This
Oh my
Jax is actually making up for the first blood they gave away.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, honestly, early game, like, I was pretty confident that Fiora would have, like, a decent lead, you know, by mid-game. But, like, Jax just turned it around, like, super quick.
I know, Jax now has a 650 gold bounty. Wow, his counterpart doesn't even have a bounty. This guy turned around the game so hard.
Yeah, he does. Like, blue side gets a lot out of that. And
Honestly, I'm
speaking,
shocked
like,
that he survived for that long in the back line.
yeah, pretty much. But we do have to say, like, the amount of, like, pressure Aurelion Sol has kept up the whole game is pretty much factoring in right now, you know?
This Aurelion Soul is actually kind of disgusting.
Yeah, straight up. But so is the Jax. Like, I mean, and honestly, it is very smart for blue side's bot lane to, like, farm up, you know, take their time, you know, they didn't rush anything, they didn't try to, like, force any kind of team fight. Kai'Sa just focused up on farming, they just went like, Alistar, you just go help the other teams out, whereas I'm gonna, like, be here basically farm up, and right now I'd say, like, she is in a really good spot, because so far it seems like, I mean...
Oh wait, blue team is aware of this. Oh, Kai'Sa might be dead, yeah? He still has the R.
He still has R, yeah. Oh, that is a beautiful R over
but
the
he's
wall.
dead. But I don't think they might be too deep, yeah? Oh, no, my Jax is not here. Yeah, they shouldn't go for this. My Jax is
Yeah,
not
but
here.
they are walking in though. I think this will happen. I think this fight will happen. Unless of course they backed away quick.
Yeah, but that was just Kai'Sa getting caught out there. But
Yeah.
it was a nice catch by the red team. They really
Yeah.
needed it. The only way they get back into this game right now is just by catching people like Kai'Sa.
Straight up, yeah. They just need to like keep up with the group. Because right now, like the dragon's coming up and
That's
I
red
think-
soul for blue
Yeah,
team.
and-
I'm
yeah, that-
probably sure. Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think red team could contest this, but I don't know if their team fight is as strong as the blue team right now.
I mean, I think the problem right now is that they do have Jack in the bot side, you know, and they have Nocturne up in the top. You know, it'll like considering like the amount of time it'll take up for them to walk up. If they can start right now, they just get a free drag.
Yeah, that's a free drag. They're
Yeah,
giving it.
yeah.
Yeah, Lee Sin is not even gonna bother to contest it. That's actually a very smart move. They shouldn't
Yeah,
contest it. They're not at the items to contest it.
Yeah, they're not at a state to like, you know, take in. I think they're not at a state to take in team fights either, to be honest. I think the only problems like Blue side might make here is like like underestimating the enemy. To be honest, like tower diving way too much, you know, because they do have a Fiora with a Gore Drinker, you know, like all that Ninja cover is turning in,
I
and
saw this in the first game that we casted. What happens
Yeah.
when you tower dive way too deep?
but,
Oh, Lee Sin got him. He got just insect him here. Oh, Kai'Sa with a nice switch, but Nocturne is there. Yeah, that is a dead Kai'Sa if I've seen one. This guy has been caught out twice already. He really needs to.
I mean, to be honest, it's very good vision work by the red team. I mean, the red team is doing exactly what they need to do. Very smart play, but it seems like they're gonna get caught out here. Diego goes in, and there's the R from Viz.
Oh, Viego Ars! Oh, okay, this is the reset. This is the Viego dream. The reset. Oh,
my
Aurelion
God,
Soul is
even-
cleaning up.
That Aurelion Soul's like comment, like it's just like constantly dealing down to everybody here, and that's just like a freaking.
Oh,
It seems like an
they
AD, yeah,
They just won that without the ADC. This just shows how
Yeah.
far ahead they are right now.
pretty much. Like it's.
But that was the Viego treatment. Grab one,
Yeah.
reset, grab one, reset. And that's why the
Yeah.
champion has been banned almost throughout the whole day.
Man, honestly speaking, at this point, I'm considering banning Aurelion Soul. In that team fight, Aurelion Soul's comment was doing constant damage on every, and considering the amount of items he has right now, like, if they don't stop that, if they don't stop the comment, like, it's not gonna work. These team fights are just not gonna work for the Red team. They need to really focus on how their fights are gonna be. They really need to make a plan here.
And this shows them why the Cassadin ban went through. Because Cassadin is actually very good with Aurelion, so because of the R.
True. But right now it seems like blue team has a huge lead here, but I'm not saying like it's still over. The red team does have a lot of potential to turn this around, but they need to put a lot of effort into it right now. They need to like really focus.
Yeah, but you know, Viego is catching up Fiora again. Oh my god, the damage.
And done that Fiora as well. Like holy hell.
That's the power of Divine Thunder buffs.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's just the domination from the blue team.
Yeah, I think they can just like free push right now. I don't think they can like really contest much of these towers over here.
I have a feeling they could get at least 2 towers in.
Yeah, with that Aurelion Soul, it's gonna be very difficult for them to like.
Although the Aurelion Soul is quite low, I think they just want to take everything in the blue side jungle, probably rotate down the board, grab the tower with Jack, and just backward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they can kill the Aurelion Soul at all, even right now. That is ambitious.
Yep, that is very, very ambitious.
Yeah.
Okay, I think yeah, they are probably going to get this tower box.
Yeah, there has to be a fight here.
Lee Sin?
Vehicle's a little bit to the back.
I think Lee Sin... Ping? Is it Ping?
I think he was expecting his team to follow up, but they were way too behind at this stage. So they just thought it's probably not a best idea to fight here.
I think that was questionable, but blue team is just way too far away right now.
Yeah, but like they are decently low. Maybe like with the Fiora they can turn it around a little bit, but at this point they're just gonna lose objectives a lot. And like if Ziggs can continuously like keep poking here, but I guess that's about it. They're gonna go for another in hit, looking very grim for red team here.
I think that
Are
might
they
just
gonna
might
keep going? I don't think that'll be.
It might.
Yeah,
Oh, Nocturne going in for the re-engage. This might be the last team fight. So it's a huge but he is way too far behind. Yeah, but okay, this is game. The Viego reset left, right, and center. I don't think they can do much. No, Viego is gonna turn this. There's too many Viego resets for them.
Oh my god.
Surprisingly, it's still a 4 for 4.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I think it's because like the Aurelion Soul got tagged down pretty quick. I think if the Aurelion Soul survived for another like 1 or 2 seconds, like everybody would just be like 1 HP at this point.
Oh, Viego is still going for the kill.
Yeah, this is very ambitious for blue team if they go for that.
But considering they are down 10k, they've got a 4 for 4. It's a positive trade.
Yeah, that's pretty good. To be honest, that was a very good engage by them. Like they knew what their damage potential was. If they played it safe, it wouldn't have worked out. They just knew they were really low. They knew that Aurelion Soul was low. So they just took it to their advantage and played it really well.
But the problem is right now is that now they have died, they go back home and spend their money, so they're not gonna be even stronger than before. So the next team fight might be harder than this one.
For sure. I mean, that's especially because like they're gonna be like full HP. They're gonna like they have all their items. It's gonna be very difficult. Especially, I think the only reason that fight came into play was like Aurelion Soul was very decently low. He got completely tagged out. Like if Aurelion Soul was full HP, like Viego could just clean up everything.
Yeah, the red team really needs to contest this. If they give away Elder Buff, I don't see them winning.
Yeah.
Because Elder Buff is just a really disgusting.
They already have so much damage. I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't think they.
Oh, Aurelion Soul going in. I don't think. Are we able to see the Elder? Oh my god, the damage! He just nearly died. Oh, the Nocturne ulti doesn't disengage.
I think that's not game, yeah. Jack tries to go in. he is doing that E won't hit, but like.
Oh, Kaiser going in.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Real good effort by the
Very
red
good
team,
effort. Yeah, very good effort. But I think, yeah, that will factor in like after like a post game. But to be honest, blue team just persevered so well, and your champions are going to be
team
support gap. Oh my god!
Was it a
Hats
support
off.
gap? Was it a support gap?
I
think it was more of a mid gap.
It was more of a mid gap, to be honest. But regardless, let's be honest here. Like both teams have put up a really great fight. Okay, and congratulations to like congratulations to YJ for like coming up this far. You know, like it's unbelievable like how like far they've gotten. And honestly, they put up a fight. But I guess at the end, you know, it all factors into how well the early game shaped up the late game.
Alright,
So,
alright. Who do you think your MVP is?
I mean, it's hands down, it has to be the Aurelion Sol. Hands down. No matter how good Diego played, Diego is already broken as a champion, okay? Like, in my opinion, Diego's very broken. Of course, he played his lead perfectly, okay? He played every lane perfectly, he did really great games. But I feel like if Aurelion Sol did not do what he did early to late game, you know, all that damage factoring in, I don't think all this would be possible. Because with Fiora, Diego would already have a really hard time. But with Aurelion Sol's constant like comet damage, every team fight they were always getting constantly chunked in. You know, like there was almost no way. And of course, that late game engage where like that like very ambitious Aurelion Sol E and that ult, like it's just completely annihilated everything.
Yep, most definitely. Alright, so now we are gonna be preparing for our prize presentation for everyone. Alright, why don't we tell them what the prizes are again? Just to remind them.
Well, as for a reminder, there is the best support prize, which goes to, of course, the one with the highest assists. There is the prize where like the MVP, you know, the one who got the most kills, you know, like but who's not really like.
It's based on
Yeah,
average stats.
Exactly, yeah.
There's also the one that goes to the team with the most kills per game, who didn't receive a team prize. And of course, the champions, who will get 5,000 RP.
Definitely, yeah. And honestly speaking, like everybody played so well today. Like I am stoked. Like I've had such a good time. You know, like I'm surprised. Like these were such great games. Especially, what's funny is that when you've noticed how like those early, you know, games went on today. You know, like I would say like the games were like pretty stalled out. You know, like there were some mistakes made. You know, and there were like some really amazing plays as well. But as we can see throughout the like later games, like the games are shorter. You know, the games kind of shaped up pretty well on how much of a lead one team had. And I would say that's just how like high elo pretty much goes. And it was very well played, very well played from each teams to like handle that lead super well.
Yep, most definitely. But once again, congratulations to Support Gap and commiserations for Team Noob. You guys played your heart out. Not Team Noob. YB1BB versus LSJ. You guys played your heart out. You guys tried your best. Unfortunately, today was not the day. But maybe another time.
Yeah, maybe another time. Well played, like honestly, but please do stay with us. There are prizes to be made. We will be taking a very short break, but you know, we'll be preparing the prizes. We're preparing like the teams and everything. Thank you everyone, and we will BRB like. Oh, actually. Oh, okay. Actually, wait. There is no break. Actually, never mind. Okay, I guess we will pretty much hand out the prizes. All right.
No, we will need them to. We'll need the people behind the scenes right now to finalize who is gonna take the prizes first.
Okay. All right.
Meanwhile, we're just gonna have a little chat
Honestly,
about the day.
Honestly, if I wanted to analyze the last game, I would say like Aurelion Sol is one of a really big threat. I think it would be very smart if Nocturne did not go mid lane there. Like that would really make.
I'm pretty sure Lee Sin would have been a better mid lane there, but I don't think I don't think they wanted to put. Maybe they didn't want to put Nocturne into a Viego.
I mean, they didn't want to put. I think, yeah, that makes sense. But then again, I think they should have just realized that they don't have any kind of engaged potential on the Aurelion Sol. I mean, maybe they didn't notice that, you know, or maybe they didn't quite think that through because, like, they didn't. I mean, I didn't expect for the Aurelion Soul, but I did know that if this Aurelion Soul is like really um if he's really high up there, he's definitely gonna utilize his mobility the most this fight because Nocturne like has no chance to get on Aurelion Soul. You know, even with his ultimate, like Nocturne early game, like against Aurelion Soul, just will never have enough damage to one shot him. You know,
Most
so
definitely.
yeah.
So
So
the
I
finals
think
MVP from us will probably be Aurelion Sol.
yes, for sure. For me, like it's definitely is it Aurelion Soul for you too?
Yeah, probably.
Nice. Yeah,
But honestly, huge shout out to Jackson Fiora. Those two
yeah,
gave us
for
a
sure.
fight in the top lane.
I know, right? Like they actually kept the whole show like entertained straight up. They always had constant engages, and not to mention the tower dive combat, the outplays. Only in the finals, fellas. Definitely. Congratulations to both the teams. Like very well played. You know.
Very well played indeed.
Yeah, I hope to see more of these plays, like in future tournaments. Please do stick with us. There are I'm pretty sure there are a lot more tournaments to come, and regardless, I would say so far it was a great experience. It was very entertaining. To like cast for these teams. For these amazing, amazing teams. They're like so unique and so amazing. Like they're so good. Like it's an honor casting for these teams, especially.
Yep. So, what do you think of the games throughout the day so far? What do you think of the standard that we got? Honestly, being a casual tournament, I think standard of the games were actually quite high.
I know, right? Yeah, same here. I mean, I'll be honest. The first few games kind of was a kind of little bit like I think the low tiers kind of had an effect onto it. But of course, like as the games went on, things kind of spiced up. And of course, the semifinals and finals were obviously the more hyped up games. People were much more prepared for that. People were much more like mentally prepared. Like they were ready to like do what they needed to do. And throughout the whole day, like I think every single team persevered so well, and especially like we have this special award for teams who did not give up, teams who kept going, even though they were having a losing game, even though they lost games, throughout the group stage, they kept on going, they kept giving their best. We have a special prize for those teams as well. So like, don't you worry, fellas. But there's like a lot to come.
And do remember to go to our Facebook page, teltrip.gaming, and our Instagram page to follow us. And remember to join the League of Legends Source group, Facebook group.
To stay in touch with other League of Legends players, pretty much. That's like, you guys can really factor in on how everything's gonna run down. So like, please do join us.
Yep. And there might be future tournaments, there might not be. I can't confirm or deny because I am not the organizers. But there might be. So just stay in touch.
I mean, also do let us know for sure, like in comment sections or like in the chat of how you enjoyed the tournament. Like this tournament was obviously for you guys. This was all for like entertainment. Not too competitive, like not too less either. But like it was especially for bringing people together. For having a good time. For having a fun time. And that is why congratulations to all the players who joined. Thank you so much for having thank you so much for like giving your best. So it matters the most. But of course, do let us know like what was your favorite play throughout the whole game. Like I'm pretty curious as well, like which one like you guys really like. And also do let us know, who your MVP is.
Favorite play. What was your favorite play?
What was my favorite play? I think to be honest, I think it's a Jax outfit at the end.
Oh,
like I mean, of course, but like I mean, that was like my favorite play. But of course, my favorite game would be the one where like the Severe was there, like the Severe, like constant pressure. Like I will say like even though they didn't like quite make it that far, like I will say that it will definitely be a memorable game for me because that team showed me like how much like a bot lane can do, with a lead. Because that Severe, I remember she was playing so aggressive, and she wasn't even afraid to like take in 2v1 trades against like everyone late game, everything like it's just, you know, it's just the confidence that completely plays in. And like that team definitely showed me this today. So that team definitely has a special place in my heart, for sure.
But honestly, that Aurelion last game, that play where he went Was it the top lane and he got like a 3-man combat stun? Yeah, that was disgusting.
Oh, well, tell me about it. Holy, wait, the last fight you mean, right?
I remember there was a. I don't remember, was it in the top lane or was it in the top
I
river?
think it was mid lane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it in the mid fight, like where like they
Yeah,
all
yeah.
converged on him and like the 3-man stun and he survived it.
He just
Yeah.
deleted the Ziggs off the map. Like, it was
I know,
actually
right?
disgusting.
This is
I mean-
what a really good Aurelian player can do. Like, I am severely impressed.
Honestly, nobody will see the Aurelian coming. Because Aurelian is actually rarely picked. Even in solo queue.
Yeah, true, very true. I mean, I haven't seen Aurelian Sol in a very long time. Like, in a very, very long time. You know?
The champion is way too mechanically demanding to pilot sometimes. So I think
Very
it was
true.
very well played to the players who was playing it.
Definitely, I am, I mean, as much as I don't know him, I am pretty sure he is very experienced with Aurelion Sol because he was making sure, like no matter what, he was making sure Nocturne can never stick to him, and not just Nocturne. Okay, like he knew in the team fight he was gonna have to save up that Q so that whenever he's gonna get converged by 3 of those players, he's gonna like straight up like triple stun. He was prepared for that. Absolutely, he was saving his ult till the last moment. You know, when everybody's gonna converge so that he can get that multi knockback, and you know his teammates are gonna clean up. You know, perfect communication for everyone. And let's be honest, the Viego was a big spotlight as well. You know, he played super well. You know, even at that like end game team fight where like he was the only one surviving, like he made sure he utilized all his skills well. He made sure like he could get into those champions as soon as he can, you know, so like he could utilize the HP. So I would say like the Viego definitely deserves a lot as well.
The Viego did play very well throughout that whole game.
Yeah, pretty much. And
He's
of
such good
course,
objectives.
of course, big shout out to the bot lane as well. You know, like I would say both the bot lanes played very well. You know, like I mean, I was expecting like at least, you know, 1 mistake or 2 mistakes from both of them, but like they both decided to like not put much effect on the bot lane, and then they both decided like, you know, they were gonna help other lanes much more. You know, they were gonna take it slow. I think though the Ziggs bot lane was mostly trying to like push for engages, but it just wouldn't happen because like the Kaisa and the Alistar, like they were like so the Kaisa and the Rel, I guess, they were like so safe, you know, throughout the whole game. It was just very difficult.
Yep. Also, the Fiora did her best.
Fiora definitely did, and Fiora does deserve like a lot of respect. Like hats off, especially because like those outplays, we will remember you for sure. You know, like we saw that, like it was amazing, especially the one, like when it's. I did not expect her to deal that much damage with the Vital over there. You know, like because Jack still had a decent amount of HP. You know,
Most
so.
definitely.
But I think it was a little bit on like I think the jungle disparity was a little bit big because like when you think about it, like Jax had really decent support, you know? I mean,
Yep.
Jax did make a lot of outplays, but mid game, Fiora was having a hard time like even reacting, you know? I think the things kind of like slowed down a bit for Fiora when she had to flash for the Jax, ulting him, right? She had to flash for the Jax, and she basically the Viego showed up from the back and she couldn't commit to that engage. You know,
Yep.
I think that kind of like set her back quite a lot.
All right. So the prize winners are in.
Oh.
I would just like to shout out the Team YBB versus LSG again. They did play their hearts out all the way to the final.
Definitely, and shout out to all the teams. You know, like thank you for sticking with us. You know, thank you for giving your best for sure.
Yep. Unfortunately, they couldn't win today. Maybe another time.
Definitely.
All right. So would you like to go first, or would I like to go first?
There are some really nice prizes here. I wonder what to go for first.
All right. So
Okay.
all right. Let's start with the first one. The best support, which goes to the players with the highest assists per game, was actually tied. It was between Squirrel's SP from SJY and Takoyaki Sashimi from For Fun Gamers, both of which had 19.7 assists per game. That's actually kind of insane.
Well played, guys. Well played.
Unfortunately, due to it being a draw, the 500 RP prize pool will be split to both of you, so each of you will get 250 RP each.
That is beautiful. That is
Alright.
beautiful. Very well played. And well, the next prize goes to the MVP, like with the highest kills per game, who didn't receive a team prize, individual prize. His name is I'm Human from For Fun Games with a 12.3 kills per game. 500 RP to you, man. Very well played. Very well done. Like, keep it going.
Alright. The next prize will go to the most spirited team. This prize is to give to the team that did not forfeit any games in the group stages despite having the least number of wins throughout the whole groups. And this prize goes to Bruv Kek with a total of 2,500 RP. Congratulations, Bruv Kek, on your 2,500 RP. Be sure to spend it well.
Well done, well done. And of course, the next prize goes for best teamwork. Goes to the team with the most kills per game, who just didn't receive a team prize, pretty much. So the teams are, it's fairly even. The teams are Team Noob, which had 29.2 kills per game, who gets like 3,000. I mean, Team Noob and Support Gap, they both had like pretty much the best teamwork throughout the whole game. And I believe, like, considering it is fairly even, like, it's gonna be split the 3,700.
Oh no. Best teamwork only goes to Team Noob with 29.2 kills per game, and they will be receiving 3,750 RP in total, which will be split among you guys. So congratulations, Team Noob. You guys,
that's true.
You guys had a lot of kills per game, which
definitely.
is kind
Well
of nuts.
done. I think it's a game with the Severe, right? It's a team with the Severe. Yeah, very well played, guys. Very well played. Hats off.
Okay, and of course, the final prize, the champions. 5,000 RP. Congratulations, Team Support Gap. You guys will be receiving your 5,000 RP soon. Congratulations on winning the tournament. You guys played very well in the finals. It was a joy to watch you guys play.
Hats off, guys. Hats off. Thank you so much for doing amazing. Please enjoy the RP. Enjoy the games, and of course, do join our future tournaments. You guys are amazing. There's keep it going, pretty much. And of course, we can't forget the special thanks to you guys. Of course, thank you for viewing. Thank you for joining us. The TeleMatch League of Legends 26 June 2021. Thanks to the players as well. Oh, we will contact the prize winners shortly after this. So don't you worry about that. We'll get that down real quick. And also some many thanks to Justin and Wahi, the scorers, for making sure the scores are updated. We love you guys. Well done. And thanks to Pojin for moderating the Twitch chat. Please do like and follow our Teletrip Gaming Facebook page and Instagram for more telematches. Also, join our League of Legends SUS Facebook group. Stay in touch with our League of Legends players. All links available below on Twitch.
And of course, one final thanks to all you viewers and players. Without you, this tournament would have been impossible. So thanks to you guys for tuning in, for playing the games. Hopefully next time you guys will be here with the same level of excitement as this tournament. But until then, we'll see you again.
Yeah, definitely. Please take care, stay safe, and have a good day.